Introduction. The circumstances which have made me responsible for selecting and editing the correspondence of Robert Louis Stevenson are the following. He was for many years my closest friend. We first met in 1873, when he was in his 23rd year and I in my 29th, at the place, and in the manner mentioned at page 54 of this volume. It was my good fortune then to be of use to him, partly by such technical hints as even the most brilliant beginner may take from an older hand, partly by recommending him to editors first, if I remember right, to Mr. Hamerton and Mr. Richmond Seeley, of the Portfolio, then in succession to Mr. George Grove Macmillan's Magazine, Mr. Leslie Stephen Cornhill, and Dr. Appleton the Academy, and somewhat lastly, by helping to raise him in the estimation of parents who loved, but for the moment failed to understand him. It belonged to the richness of his nature to repay in all things much for little, and from these early relations sprang the affection and confidence, to me inestimable, of which the following correspondence bears evidence. One day in the autumn of 1888, in the island of Tahiti, during an illness which he supposed might be his last, Stevenson put into the hands of his stepson, Mr. Lloyd Osborne, a sealed paper with a request that it might be opened after his death. He recovered, and had strength XVE enough to enjoy 6 years more of active life and work in the Pacific Islands. When the end came, the paper was opened and found to contain, among other things, the expression of his wish that I should prepare for publication a selection of his letters and a sketch of his life. I had already, in 1892, when he was anxious needlessly, as it turned out to the provision he might be able to leave for his family, received from him a suggestion that some kind of a book might be made out of the monthly journal letters which he had been in the habit of writing me from Samoa. Letters begun at first with no thought of publication, and simply in order to maintain our intimacy, so far as might be, undiminished by separation. This part of his wishes I was able to carry out promptly, and the result appeared under the title Valimer Letters in the autumn following his death. Lack of leisure delayed the execution of the remaining part. For one thing, the body of correspondence which came in from various quarters turned out much larger than had been anticipated. He did not love writing letters, and will be found somewhere in the following pages referring to himself as one essentially and originally incapable of the art epistolary. That he was a bad correspondent had come to be an accepted view among his friends, but in truth it was only during one period of his life that he at all deserved such a reproach. At other times, as became apparent after his death, he had shown a degree of industry and spirit in letter-writing extraordinary considering his health and his occupations. It was indeed he and not his friends, as will abundantly appear in the course of these volumes, who oftenest had cause to complain of answers neglected or delayed. His letters, it is true, were often the most informal in the world, and he generally neglected to date them, a habit which is the despair of editors. But after his own whim and fashion he wrote a vast number, so that the work of sifting, copying, and arranging was long and laborious. It was not until the autumn of 1899 that the letters to his family and friends were ready for publication, and in the meantime the task of writing the life had been taken over by his cousin and my friend, Mr. Graham Balfour, who completed it 2 years later. In considering the scale and plan on which my friend's instruction should be carried out, I quote, with the change of a word or two, from my introduction of 1899, it seemed necessary to take into account, not his own always modest opinion of himself, but the place which he seemed likely to take ultimately in the world's regard. The 4 or 5 years following the death of a writer much applauded in his lifetime are generally the years when the decline of his reputation begins, if it is going to suffer decline at all. At present, certainly, Stevenson's name seems in no danger of going down. On the stream of daily literary reference and allusion it floats more actively than ever. In another sense its vitality is confirmed by the material test of continued sales and of the market. Since we have lost him, other writers, whose beginnings he watched with sympathetic interest, have come to fill a greater immediate place in public attention, but none has exercised Stevenson's peculiar and personal power to charm, to attach, and to inspirit. By his study of perfection in form and stylish qualities, for which his countrymen in general have been apt to care little, might seem destined to give pleasure chiefly to the fastidious and the artistically minded. But as to its matter, the main appeal of his work is not to any mental tastes and XX fashions of the few. It is rather to universal, hereditary instincts, to the primitive sources of imaginative excitement and entertainment in the race. The voice of the advocatus diaboli has been heard against him, as it is right and proper that it should be heard against any man before his reputation can be held fully established. One such advocate in this country has thought to dispose of him by the charge of externality. But the reader who remembers things like the sea frenzy of Gordon Darnaway, or the dialogue of Markheim with his other self in the House of Murder, or the rebaptism of the spirit of Seraphina in the Forest Dews, or the failure of Herrick to find in the waters of the island lagoon a last release from dishonour, or the death of Gargalat, or the appeal of Kirsty Elliot in the Midnight Chamber, such, a reader can only smile at a criticism like this and put it by. These and a score of other passages breathe the essential poetry and significance of things, as they reveal themselves to true masters only. They are instinct at once with the morality and the romance which lie deep together at the soul of nature and experience. Not in vain had Stevenson read the lesson of the lantern-bearers and hearkened to the music of the pipes of Pan. He was feeling his way all his life towards a fuller mastery of his means, preferring always to leave unexpressed what he felt that he could not express adequately, and in much of his work was content merely to amuse himself and others. But even when he is playing most fancifully with his art and his readers, as in the Shudders, tempered with laughter, of the Suicide Club, or the airy sentimental comedy of Providence and the Guitar, or the schoolboy historical inventions of Dickon Crookback and the old sailor Arblaster, a writer of his quality cannot help striking notes from the heart of life and the inwardness of things deeper than will ever be struck, or even apprehended, by another who labours, with never a smile either of his own or of his readers, upon the most solemn enterprises of realistic fiction, but is born without the magician's touch and insight. Another advocate on the same side, in the United States, has made much of the supposed dependence of this author on his models, and classed him among writers whose inspiration is imitative and second-hand. But this is to be quite misled by the well-known passage of Stevenson's own, in which he speaks of himself as having in his prentice years played the sedulous ape to many writers of different styles and periods. In doing this he was not seeking inspiration, but simply practicing the use of the tools which were to help him to express his own inspirations. Truly he was always much of a reader, but it was life, not books, that always in the first degree allured and taught him. He loved of life the myriad sides. Pain, prayer or pleasure, act or sleep. As wallowing narwhals love the deep. So with just self-knowledge he wrote of himself, and the books which he most cared for and lived with were those of which the writers see Medto quote again a phrase of his own toe, have been eavesdropping at the door of his heart. Those which told of experiences or cravings after experience, pains, pleasures, or conflicts of the spirit, which in the eagerness of youthful living and thinking had already been his own. No man, in fact, was ever less inclined to take anything at second hand. The root of all originality was in him, in the shape of an extreme ex-natural vividness of perception, imagination and feeling, an instinctive and inbred unwillingness to accept the accepted and conform to the conventional was of the essence of his character, whether in life or art, and was a source to him both of strength and weakness. He would not follow a general rule, least of all if it was a prudential rule of conduct, unless he was clear that it was right according to his private conscience, nor would he join in youth in the ordinary social amusements of his class when he had once found out that they did not amuse him, nor wear their clothes if he could not feel at ease and be himself in them, nor use, whether in speech or writing, any trite or inanimate form of words that did not faithfully and livingly express his thought. A readier acceptance alike of current usages and current phrases might have been better for him, but was simply not in his nature. No reader of this book will close it, I am sure, without feeling that he has been throughout in the company of a spirit various in deed and manimooded, but profoundly sincere and real. Ways that in another might easily have been mere signs of affectation were in him the true expression of a nature 10 times more spontaneously itself and individually alive than that of others. Self-consciousness, in many characters that possess it, deflects and falsifies conduct, and so does the dramatic instinct. Stevenson was self-conscious in a high degree, but only as a part of his general activity of mind, only in so far as he could not help being an extremely intelligent spectator of his own doings and feelings. These themselves came from springs of character and impulse much too deep and strong to be diverted. He loved also, with a child's or actor's gusto, to play a part and make a drama out of life, but the part was always for the moment his very own. He had it not in him to pose for anything but what he truly was. When a man so constituted had once mastered his craft of letters, he might take up whatever instrument he pleased with the instinctive and just confidence that he would play upon it to a tune, and with a manner of his own. This is indeed the true mark and test of his originality. He has no need to be, or to seem, especially original in the form and mode of literature which he attempts. By his choice of these, he may at any time give himself and his reader the pleasure of recalling, like a familiar air, some strain of literary association, but in so doing he only adds a secondary charm to his work. The vision, the temperament, the mode of conceiving and handling are in every case personal to himself. He may try his hand in youth at a sentimental journey, but our 50s cannot choose but be at the opposite pole of human character and feeling from Lawrence Sterne. In tales of mystery, allegorical or other, he may bear in mind the precedent of Edgar Poe, and yet there is nothing in style and temper much wider apart than Markheim and Jekyll and Hyde are from the murders in the Rue Morgue or William Wilson. He may set out to tell a pirate story for boys exactly in the ancient way, and it will come from him not in the ancient way at all but reminted, marked with a sharpness and saliency in the characters, a private stamp of buccaneering ferocity combined with smiling humour, an energy of vision and happy vividness of presentment, which are shiningly his own. Another time, he may desert the paths of Kingston and Ballantyne for those of Sir Walter Scott, but literature presents few stronger contrasts than between any scene of Waverley or Redgauntlet and any scene of the master of Ballantrae ex Ivor Catriona, whether in their strength or weakness, and it is the most loyal lovers of the older master who take the greatest pleasure in reading the work of the younger. So much less opulently gifted, as is probable, though we must remember that Stevenson died at the age when Scott wrote Waverley, so infinitely more careful of his gift. Stevenson may even blow upon the pipe of Burns, and yet his tune will be no echo, but one which utters the heart and mind of a Scots maker who has his own outlook on life, his own special and profitable vein of smiling or satirical contemplation. Not by reason, then, of externality, for sure, nor yet of imitativeness, will this writer lose his hold on the attention and regard of his countrymen. The debate, before his place in literature is settled, must rather turn on other points, as whether the genial essayist and egoist or the romantic inventor and narrator was the stronger in him, whether the Montaigne and Pepys elements prevailed in his literary composition, or the Scott and Dumas elements a question, indeed, which among those who care for him most has always been at issue. Or again, what degree of true inspiring and illuminating power belongs to the gospel, or gospels, airily encouraging or gravely didactic, which are set forth in the essays with so captivating a grace, or whether in romance and tale he had a power of inventing and constructing a whole fable comparable to his admitted power of conceiving and presenting single scenes and situations in a manner which stamps them indelibly on the reader's mind, and whether his figures are sustained continuously by the true spontaneous breath of creation, or are but transitorily animated at happy moments by flashes of spiritual and dramatic insight, aided by the conscious devices of his singularly adroit and XXV-spirited art. These are questions which no criticism, but that of time, can solve. To contend, as some do, that strong creative impulse and so keen an artistic self-consciousness as Stevenson's was cannot exist together, is quite idle. The truth, of course, is that the deep-seated energies of imaginative creation are found sometimes in combination, and sometimes not in combination, with an artistic intelligence thus keenly conscious of its own purpose and watchful of its own working. Once more, it may be questioned whether, among the many varieties of work which Stevenson has left, all distinguished by a grace and precision of workmanship which are the rarest qualities in English art, there are any which can be pointed to as absolute masterpieces, such as, "The future cannot be expected to let die. Let the future decide. What is certain is that posterity must either be very well or very ill occupied if it can consent to give up so much sound entertainment, and better than entertainment, as this writer afforded his contemporaries." In the meantime, among judicious readers on both sides of the Atlantic, Stevenson stands, I think it may safely be said, as a true master of English prose, scarcely surpassed for the union of lenity and lucidity with suggestive pregnancy and poetic animation, for harmony of cadence, and the well-knit structure of sentences, and for the art of imparting to words the vital quality of things, and making them convey the precise sometimes, let it be granted, the too curiously precise expression of the very shade and colour of the thought, feeling, or vision in his mind. He stands, moreover, as the writer who, in the last quarter of the 19th century, has handled with the most of freshness and inspiriting power the widest range of established literary forms, the moral, critical, and personal essay, ex vitravels sentimental and other romances and short tales both historical and modern, parables and tales of mystery, boys' stories of adventure, memoirsner let lyrical and meditative verse both English and Scottish, and especially nursery verse, a new vein for genius to work in, be forgotten. To some of these forms Stevenson gave quite new life. Through all alike he expressed vividly an extremely personal way of seeing and being, a sense of nature and romance, of the aspects of human existence and problems of human conduct, which was essentially his own. And in so doing, he contrived to make friends and even lovers of his readers. Those whom he attracts at all, and there is no writer who attracts everyone, are drawn to him over and over again, finding familiarity not lessen, but increase the charm of his work, and desiring ever closer intimacy with the spirit and personality which they divine behind it. As to the fitting scale, then, on which to treat the memory of a man who fills 5 years after his death such a place as this in the general regard, and who has desired that a selection from his letters shall be made public, the word selection has evidently to be given a pretty liberal interpretation. Readers, it must be supposed, will scarce be content without the opportunity of a fairly ample intercourse with such a man as he was accustomed to reveal himself in writing to his familiars. In choosing from among the material before me, I still quote from the introduction of 1899, I have used the best discretion that I could. Stevenson's feelings and relations throughout life were in almost all directions so warm and kindly that very little had to be suppressed from fear of giving pain. Roman 27, on the other hand, he drew people towards him with so much confidence and affection, and met their openness with so much of his own, that an editor could not but feel the frequent risk of inviting readers to trespass too far on purely private affairs and feelings, including those of the living. This was a point upon which in his lifetime he felt strongly. That excellent critic, Mr. Walter Raleigh, has noticed, as one of the merits of Stevenson's personal essays and accounts of travel, that few men have written more or more attractively of themselves, without ever taking the public unduly into familiarity or overstepping proper bounds of reticence. Public prying into private lives, the propagation of gossip by the press, and printing of private letters during the writer's lifetime were things he hated. Once, indeed, he very superfluously gave himself a dangerous cold by dancing before a bonfire in his garden at the news of a society editor having been committed to prison, and the only approach to a difference he ever had with one of his lifelong friends arose from the publication, without permission, of one of his letters written during his first Pacific voyage. How far, then, must I regard his instructions about publication as authorizing me to go after his death beyond the limits which he had been so careful in observing and desiring others to observe in life? How much may now fairly become public of that which had been held sacred and hitherto private among his friends? To cut out all via that is strictly personal and intimate were to leave his story untold and half the charm of his character unrevealed. To put in too much were to break all bonds of that privacy which he so carefully regarded while he lived. I know not if I have at all been able to hit the mean, and to succeed in making these letters, as it has been my object to make them, present without offence or intrusion, a just, a living and proportionate picture of the man as far as they will yield it. There is one respect in which his own practice and principle has had to be in some degree violated, if the work was to be done at all. Except in the single case of the essay ordered south, he would never in writing for the public adopt the invalid point of view, or invite any attention to his infirmities. To me, he says, the medicine bottles on my chimney and the blood on my handkerchief are accidents. They do not colour my view of life, and I should think myself a trifler and in bad taste if I introduced the world to these unimportant privacies. But from his letters to his family and friends, these matters could not possibly be left out. The tale of his life in the years when he was most of a correspondent was in truth a tale of daily and nightly battle against weakness and physical distress and danger. To those who loved him, the incidents of this battle were communicated, sometimes gravely, sometimes laughingly. I have greatly cut down such bulletins, but could not possibly omit them altogether. In 1911, 12 years after the above words were written, the estimate expressed in them of Stevenson's qualities as a writer, and of the place he seemed likely to maintain in the affections of English readers all the world over, had been amply confirmed by the lapse of time. The sale of his works kept increasing rather than diminishing. Roman 29 editions kept multiplying. A new generation of readers had found Life and Letters, Nature and Human Nature, touched by him at so many points with so vivifying and illuminating a charm that it had become scarcely possible to take up any newspaper or magazine and not find some reference to his work and name. Both series of Letter 7 one mainly concerned, as the Vailima letters are, with matters of interest both remote and transitory had been read in edition after edition, and readers had been and were continually asking for more. The time was thought to have come for a new and definitive edition, in which the two series of letters already published should be thrown into one, and as much new material added as could be found suitable. The task of carrying out this scheme fell again upon me. The new edition constituted in effect a nearly complete epistolary autobiography. It contained not less than 150 of Stevenson's letters hitherto unpublished. They dated from all periods of his life, those written in the brilliant and troubled days of his youth predominating, and giving a picture, perhaps unique in its kind, of a character and talent in the making. The present edition is a reprint of the edition of 1911, with a few errors of transcription and one or two of date corrected, and with a very few new letters added. Much, of course, remains and ought to remain unprinted. Some of the outpourings of the early time are too sacred and intimate for publicity. Many of the letters of his maturer years are dry business letters of no general interest. Many others are mere scraps tossed in jest to his familiars, and full of catchwords and code words current in their talk, but meaningless to outsiders. Above all, many have to be omitted because they deal with the intimate affairs of private persons. Stevenson has been sometimes called an egoist, as though he had been one in the practical sense, as well as in the sense of taking a lively interest in his own moods and doings. Nothing can be more untrue. The letters printed in these volumes are indeed for the most part about himself, but it was of himself that his correspondents of all things most cared to hear. If the letters concerned with the private affairs of other people could be printed, as of course they cannot, the balance would come more than even. We should see him throwing himself with sympathetic ardor, and without thought of self into the cares and interests of his correspondents, and should learn to recognize him as having been truly the helper in many a relation where he might naturally have been taken for the person helped. As to the form in which the letters are now presented, they fill 3 volumes instead of the 4 of the 1911 edition, the division into 14 sections according to date being retained. As to the text, it is faithful to the original, except in so far as I have freely used the editorial privilege of omission when I thought it desirable, and as I have not felt myself bound to reproduce slips and oddities, however characteristic of spelling. In formal matters like the use of quote marks, italics, and so forth, I have adopted a more uniform practice than his, which was very casual and variable. To some readers, perhaps from this point I again resume my introduction of 1899, but with more correction and abridgmento some, perhaps, the very lack of art as a correspondent to which Stevenson, as above quoted, pleads guilty may give the reading an added charm and flavour. What he could do as an artist in letters we xx. I remember Sir John Millais, a shrewd and very independent judge of books, calling across to me at a dinner table, "You know Stevenson, don't you?" And then going on, "Well, I wish you would tell him from me, if he cares to know, that to my mind he is the very first of living artists. I don't mean writers merely, but painters and all of us. Nobody living can see with such an eye as that fellow, and nobody is such a master of his tools." But in his letters, excepting a few written in youth, and having more or less the character of exercises, and a few in after years which were intended for the public eye, Stevenson the deliberate artist is scarcely forthcoming at all. He does not care a fig for order or logical sequence or congruity, or for striking a key of expression and keeping it, but becomes simply the most spontaneous and unstudied of human beings. He has at his command the whole vocabularies of the English and Scottish languages, classical and slang, with good stores of the French, and tosses and tumbles them about irresponsibly to convey the impression or affection, the mood or freak of the moment, pouring himself out in all manner of rhapsodical confessions and speculations, grave or gay, notes of observation and criticism, snatches of remembrance and autobiography, moralizings on matters uppermost for the hour in his mind, comments on his own work or other people's, or mere idle fun and foolery. By this medley of moods and manners, Stevenson's letters at their best come nearer than anything else to the full-blooded charm and variety of his conversation. Nearer, yet not quite near, for it was in company only that his genial spirit rose to his very best. Few men probably have had in them such a richness and variety of human nature, and few can ever have been better gifted than XXZ was to express the play of being that was in him by means of the apt, expressive word, and the animated look and gesture. Divers et ondient in the words of Montaigne beyond other men, he seemed to contain within himself a whole troop of singularly assorted characters. Though prose was his chosen medium of expression, he was by temperament a born poet, to whom the world was full of enchantment and of latent romance, only waiting to take shape and substance in the forms of art. It was his birthright. To hear the great bell beating far and near, the odd, unknown, enchanted gong, that on the road hails men along, that from the mountain calls afar, that lures the vessel from a star, and with a still, aerial sound, makes all the earth enchanted ground. He had not only the poet's mind but the poet's senses. In youth ginger was only too hot in his mouth, and the chimes at midnight only too favourite a music. At the same time he was not less a born preacher and moralist, and son of the Covenanters after his fashion. He had about him, as has been said, little spirit of social or other conformity, but an active and searching private conscience kept him for ever calling in question both the grounds of his own conduct and the validity of the accepted codes and compromises of society. He must try to work out a scheme of morality suitable to his own case and temperament, which found the prohibitory law of Moses chill and uninspiring, but in the Sermon on the Mount, a strong incentive to all those impulses of pity and charity to which his heart was prone. In early days, his sense of social injustice and the inequalities of human opportunity made XXZ him inwardly much of a rebel, who would have embraced and acted on theories of socialism or communism, could he have found any that did not seem to him at variance with ineradicable instincts of human nature. All his life the artist and the moralist in him alike were in rebellion against the bourgeois spirit, against timid, negative, and shuffling substitutes for active and courageous well-doing, and declined to worship at the shrine of what he called the bestial goddesses' comfort and respectability. The moralist in him helped the artist by backing with the force of a highly sensitive conscience his instinctive love of perfection in his work. The artist qualified the moralist by discountenancing any preference for the harsh, the sour, or the self-mortifying forms of virtue, and encouraging the love for all tender or heroic, glowing, generous, and cheerful forms. Above all things, perhaps, Stevenson was by instinct an adventurer and practical experimentalist in life. Many poets are content to dream, and many, perhaps most, moralists to preach. Stevenson must ever be doing and undergoing. He was no sentimentalist, to pay himself with fine feelings whether for mean action or slack inaction. He had an insatiable zest for all experiences, not the pleasurable only, but including the more harsh and biting those that bring home to a man the pinch and sting of existence as it is realized by the disinherited of the world, and excluding only what he thought the prim, the conventional, the dedalive, and the cutendry. On occasion the experimentalist and man of adventure in him would enter into special partnership with the moralist and man of conscience. He was prone to plunge into difficult social passes and ethical dilemmas, which he might sometimes more wisely have avoided, for the sake of trying to XXZ behave in them to the utmost according to his own personal sense of the obligations of honour, duty, and kindness. In yet another part of his being he cherished, as his great countryman Scott had done before him, an intense underlying longing for the life of action, danger, and command. Action, Colvin, action. I remember his crying eagerly to me with his hand on my arm, as we lay basking for his health's sake in a boat off the scented shores of the Cap Martin. Another Timethys was on his way to a winter cure at Davos. Some friend had given him General Hamley's operations of war, in which, he writes to his father, I am drowned 1,000 fathoms deep, and oh that I had been a soldier is still my cry. Fortunately, with all these ardent and diverse instincts, there were present two invaluable gifts besides. that of humour, which for all his stress of being and vivid consciousness of self, saved him from ever seeing himself for long together out of a just proportion, and kept wholesome laughter always ready at his lips, and that of a most tender and loyal heart, which through all his experiments and agitations made the law of kindness the one ruling law of his life. In the end, lack of health determined his career, giving the chief part in his life to the artist and man of imagination, and keeping the man of action a prisoner in the sick-room until, by a singular turn of destiny, he was able to wring a real prolonged and romantically successful adventure out of that voyage to the Pacific which had been, in its origin, the last despairing resource of the invalid. Again, it was characteristic of this multiple personality that he never seemed to be cramped like the rest of us, at any given time of life within the limits of his proper age, but to be child, boy, young man, and old man all at once. There was never a time in his life when Stevenson XXXV had to say with St. Augustine, "Behold, my childhood is dead, but I am alive." The child lived on always in him, not in memory only but in real survival, with all its freshness of perception unimpaired, and none of its play instincts in the least degree extinguished or made ashamed. As for the perennial boy in Stevenson, that is too apparent to need remark. It was as a boy for boys that he wrote the best known of his books, Treasure Island, and with all boys that he met, provided they were really boys and not prigs nor puppies, he was instantly and delightedly at home. At the same time, even when I first knew him, he showed already surprising occasional traits and glimpses of old sagacity, of premature life wisdom and experience. Once more it is said that in every poet there must be something of the woman. If to be quick in sympathy and feeling, ardent in attachment, and full of pity for the weak and suffering is to be womanly, Stevenson was certainly all those. He was even like a woman in being, easily moved to tears at the touch of pity or affection, or even at any specially poignant impression of art or beauty. But yet, if any one word were to be chosen for the predominant quality of his character and example, I suppose that word would be manly. In his gentle and complying nature there were strains of iron tenacity and will, occasionally even, let it be admitted, of perversity and Scottish thrownness. He had both kinds of physical courage, active, delighting in danger, and the passive, unshaken in endurance. In the moral courage of facing situations and consequences, of readiness to pay for faults committed, of outspokenness, admitting no ambiguous relations and clearing away the clouds from human intercourse, I have not known his equal. Roman 36, the great Sir Walter himself, as this book will prove, was not more manfully free from artistic jealousy or irritability under criticism, or more unfeignedly inclined to exaggerate the qualities of other people's work, and to underrate those of his own. Of the humorous and engaging parts of vanity and egoism, which led him to make infinite talk and fun about himself, and use his own experiences as a key for unlocking the confidences of others, Stevenson had plenty, but of the morose and fretful parts never a shade. A little Irish girl, he wrote once during a painful crisis of his life, is now reading my book aloud to her sister at my elbow. They chuckle and I feel flattered. Yours are 50. SPS now they yawn and I am indifferent. Such a wisely conceived thing is vanity. If only vanity so conceived were commoner. And whatever might be the abstract and philosophical value of that somewhat grimly stoical conception of the universe, of conduct and duty, at which in mature years he had arrived, want of manliness is certainly not its fault. Take the kind of maxims which he was accustomed to forge for his own guidance. Acts may be forgiven, not even God can forgive the hangerback. Choose the best if you can, or choose the worst, that which hangs in the wind dangles from a gibbet. Shall I, said Feeblemind, and the echo said, Fie, do I love, said Loveless, and the echo laughed. A fault known is a fault cured to the strong, but to the weak it is a fetter riveted. The mean man doubts, the great-hearted is deceived. Greatheart was deceived. Very well, said Greatheart. I have not forgotten my umbrella, said the careful man, but the lightning struck him. Shame had a fine bed, but where was slumber? Once he was in jail he slept. With this moralist maxims meant actions, XXXV, and where shall we easily find a much manlier spirit of wisdom than this? There was yet another and very different side to Stevenson, which struck others more than it struck myself, namely, that of the freakish or elvish, irresponsible madcap or jester, which sometimes appeared in him. It is true that his demoniac quickness of wit and intelligence suggested occasionally a spirit of air and fire rather than one of earth, that he was abundantly given to all kinds of quirk and laughter, and that there was no jest saving the unkind he would not make and relish. The late Mr. J.A. Symonds always called him Sprite, qualifying the name, however, by the epithets most fantastic, but most human. To me the essential humanity was always the thing most apparent. In a fire well nourished of seasoned ship timber, the flames glance fantastically and of many colours, but the glow at heart is ever deep and strong. It was at such a glow that the friends of Stevenson were accustomed to warm their hands, while they admired and were entertained by the shifting lights. It was only in company, as I have said, that all these many lights and colours could be seen in full play. He would begin, no matter how, perhaps with a jest at some absurd adventure of his own, perhaps with the recitation, in his vibrating voice and full Scotch accent, of some snatch of poetry that was haunting him, perhaps with a rhapsody of analytic delight over some minute accident of beauty or expressiveness that had struck him in man, woman, child, or external nature. And forthwith the floodgates would be opened, and the talk would stream on in endless, never importunate flood and variety. 100 fictitious characters would be invented and launched on their imaginary careers. 100 ingenious XXXVIA problems of conduct and cases of honour would be set and solved. Romantic voyages would be planned and followed out in vision, with 1,000 incidents. The possibilities of life and art would be illuminated with searchlights of bewildering range and penetration, sober argument and high poetic eloquence alternating, with coruscations of insanely apposite slang, earthiest jape, anon shooting up into the empyrean, and changing into the most ethereal fantasized stalest, and most vulgarized forms of speech gaining brilliancy and illuminating power from some hitherto undreamed-of application, and, all the while, an atmosphere of goodwill diffusing itself from the speaker, a glow of eager benignity and affectionate laughter emanating from his presence, till everyone about him seemed to catch something of his own gift and inspiration. This sympathetic power of inspiring others was the special and distinguishing note of Stevenson's conversation. He would keep a houseful or a single companion entertained all day, and day after day and half the nights, yet never seemed to monopolize the talk or absorb it. Rather, he helped everyone about him to discover and to exercise unexpected powers of their own. Imagine all this helped by the most speaking of presences, a steady, penetrating fire in the brown, wide-set eyes, a compelling power and richness in the smile, courteous, waving gestures of the arms and long, nervous hands, a lit cigarette generally held between the fingers, continual rapid shiftings and pacings to and fro as he conversed, rapid but not flurried nor awkward, for there was a grace in his attenuated but well-curried figure, and his movements were light, deft, and full of spring. There was something for strangers, and even for friends, to get XXX over in the queer garments which in youth it was his whim to wear badge, as they always seemed to me, partly of a genuine carelessness, certainly of a genuine lack of cash. The little he had was always absolutely at the disposal of his friends, partly of a deliberate detachment from any particular social class or caste, partly of his love of pickles and adventures, which he thought befell a man thus attired more readily than another. But this slender, slovenly, nondescript apparition, long-visaged and long-haired, had only to speak in order to be recognized in the first minute for a witty and charming gentleman, and within the first 5 for a master spirit and man of genius. There were, indeed, certain stolidly conventional and superciliously official kinds of persons, both at home and abroad, who were incapable of looking beyond the clothes, and eyed him always with frozen suspicion. This attitude used sometimes in youth to drive him into fits of flaming anger, which put him helplessly at a disadvantage unless, or until, he could call the sense of humour to his help. Apart from these, his human charm was the same for all kinds of people, without distinction of class or caste, for worldly-wise old great ladies whom he reminded of famous poets in their youth, for his brother artists and men of letters perhaps above all, for the ordinary clubman, for his physicians who could never do enough for him, for domestic servants who adored him, for the English policeman even on whom he often tried, quite in vain, to pass himself as one of the criminal classes, for the shepherd, the street Arab or the tramp, the common seaman, the beachcomber, or the Polynesian height-chief. Even in the imposed silence and restraint of extreme sickness, the power and attraction of the man made themselves felt, and there seemed to be more vitality and fire exlauf the spirit in him as he lay exhausted and speechless in bed than in an ordinary roomful of people in health. But I have strayed from my purpose, which was only to indicate that in the best of these letters of Stevenson's you have some echo, far away indeed, but yet the nearest of his talk which could not possibly be taken down, and of which nothing remains save in the memory of his friends, an impression magical and never to be effaced. Sidney Colvin, from 1876 to 1879 c. The point was one on which Stevenson himself felt strongly. In a letter of instructions to his wife, found among his posthumous papers, he writes, "It is never worthwhile to inflict pain upon a snail for any literary purpose, and where events may appear to be favourable to me and contrary to others, I would rather be misunderstood than cause a pang to anyone whom I have known, far less whom I have loved." Whether an editor or biographer would be justified in carrying out this principle to the full may perhaps be doubted. The letters of Robert Louis Stevenson. The letters of Robert Louis Stevenson. Student days at Edinburgh. Travels and excursions. The following section consists chiefly of extracts from the correspondence and journals addressed by Louis Stevenson, as a lad of 18 to 22, to his father and mother during summer excursions to the Scottish coast or to the continent. There exist enough of them to fill a volume, but it is not in letters of this kind to his family that a young man unbosoms himself most freely, and these are perhaps not quite devoid of the qualities of the guidebook and the descriptive exercise. Nevertheless, they seem to me to contain enough signs of the future master-writer, enough of character, observation, and skill in expression, to make a certain number worth giving by way of an opening chapter to the present book. Among them are interspersed 4 or 5 of a different character, addressed to other correspondents, and chiefly to his lifelong friend and intimate, Mr. Charles Baxter. On both sides of the house, Stevenson came of interesting stock. His grandfather was Robert Stevenson, Civil 4 engineer, highly distinguished as the builder of the Bell Rock Lighthouse. By this Robert Stevenson, his 3 sons, and 2 of his grandsons now living, the business of civil engineers in general, and of official engineers to the commissioners of Northern Lights in particular, has been carried on at Edinburgh with high credit and public utility for almost a century. Thomas Stevenson, the youngest of the 3 sons of the original Robert, was Robert Louis Stevenson's father. He was a man not only of mark, zeal, and inventiveness in his profession, but of a strong and singular personality, a staunch friend and sagacious adviser, trenchant in judgment and demonstrative in emotion, outspoken, dogmatic, despotic, even in little things, but withal essentially chivalrous and soft-hearted, apt to pass with the swiftest transition from moods of gloom or sternness to those of tender or freakish gaiety, and commanding a gift of humorous and figurative speech, second only to that of his more famous son. Thomas Stevenson was married to Margaret Isabella, youngest daughter of the Rev. Louis Balfour, for many years minister of the parish of Collington in Midlothian. This Mr. Balfour, described by his grandson in the essay called The Manse, was of the stock of the Balfours of Pilrig, and grandson to that James Balfour, professor first of moral philosophy and afterwards of the law of nature and of nations, who was held in particular esteem as a philosophical controversialist by David Hume. His wife, Henrietta Smith, a daughter of the Rev. George Smith of Galston, to whose gift as a preacher Burns refers scoffingly in the Holy Fair, is said to have been a woman of uncommon beauty and charm of manner. Their daughter, Mrs. Thomas Stevenson, suffered in early and middle life from chest and nerve troubles, and her son 5 may have inherited from her some of his constitutional weakness. Capable, cultivated, companionable, affectionate, she was a determined looker at the bright side of things, and hence better skilled, perhaps, to shut her eyes to troubles or differences among those she loved than understandingly to compose or heal them. Conventionally minded, one might have thought her, but for the surprising readiness with which in later life she adapted herself to conditions of life and travel the most unconventional possible. The son and only child of these 2, Robert Louis, baptized Robert Louis Balfour III, was born on November 13, 1850, at 8 Howard Place, Edinburgh. His health was infirm from the first, and he was with difficulty kept alive by the combined care of his mother and a most devoted nurse, Alison Cunningham, to whom his lifelong gratitude will be found touchingly expressed in the course of the following letters. In 1858 he was near dying of a gastric fever, and was at all times subject to acute catarrhal and bronchial affections and extreme nervous excitability. In January 1853, Stevenson's parents moved to Inverleith Terrace, and in May 1857 to 17 Heriot Row, which continued to be their Edinburgh home until the death of Thomas Stevenson in 1887. Much of the boy's time was also spent in the manse of Carlington on the Water of Leith, the home of his maternal grandfather. Ill health prevented him getting much regular or continuous schooling. He attended first 185,861, a preparatory school kept by a Mr. Henderson in India Street, and next at 6 intervals for some time, after the autumn of 1861, the Edinburgh Academy. Schooling was interrupted in the end of 1862 and first half of 1863 by excursions with his parents to Germany, the Riviera, and Italy. The love of wandering, which was a rooted passion in Stevenson's nature, thus began early to find satisfaction. For a few months in the autumn of 1863, when his parents had been ordered for a second time to Mentone for the sake of his mother's health, he was sent to a boarding school kept by a Mr. Wyatt at Spring Grove, near London. It is not my intention to treat the reader to the series of childish and boyish letters of these days, which parental fondness has preserved. But here is one written from his English school when he was about 13, which is both amusing in itself and had a certain influence on his destiny, inasmuch as his appeal led to his being taken out to join his parents on the French Riviera, which from these days of his boyhood he never ceased to love, and for which the longing, amid the gloom of Edinburgh winters, often afterwards gripped him by the heart. Spring Grove School, 12th November 1863. Ma chère maman, j'ai reçu votre lettre aujourd'hui, et comme le jour prochain est mon jour de naissance, je vous écris ci lettre. Ma grande gâteau est arrive il livre 12 livres, et demi le prix est 17 shillings. Sur la soirée de Monseigneur faut il y est quelques belles feux d'artifice. Mais les partisans in Trent Dans notre champ et nos feux d'artifice et handkerchiefs disappeared quickly, but we charged them out of the field. Je suis presque driven mad par une brute terrible tous les garçons kick up comme grand un brute quil est possible. I hope you will find your 7 house at Mentone nice. I have been obliged to stop from writing by the want of a pen, but now I have one, so I will continue. My dear Papa, you told me to tell you whenever I was miserable. I do not feel well and I wish to get home. Do take me with you. R. Stevenson. This young French scholar has yet, it will be discerned, a good way to travel. In later days he acquired a complete reading and speaking, with a less complete writing, mastery of the language, and was as much at home with French ways of thought and life as with English. For one more specimen of his boyish style, it may be not amiss to give the text of another appeal which dates from 2.5 years later, and is also typical of much in his life's conditions both then and later. 2 Sulgard Terrace, Torquay, Thursday, April 1866. Respected paternal relative, I write to make a request of the most moderate nature. Every year I have cost you an enormous elephant sum of money for drugs and physicians' fees, and the most expensive time of the 12 months was March. But this year the biting oriental blasts, the howling tempests, and the general ailments of the human race have been successfully braved by yours truly. Does not this deserve remuneration? I appeal to your charity, I appeal to your generosity, I appeal to your justice, I appeal to your accounts, I appeal in fine to your purse. My sense of generosity forbids the receipt of more, me sense of justice forbids the receipt of less than half a crown. Greeting from, sir, your most affectionate and needy son, R. Stevenson. From 1864 to 1867, Stevenson's education was conducted chiefly at Mr. Thompson's private school in Frederick Street, Edinburgh, and by private tutors in various places to which he travelled for his own or his parents' health. These travels included frequent visits to such Scottish health resorts as Bridge of Allan, Dunoon, Rothesay, North Berwick, Lasswade and Peebles, and occasional excursions with his father on his nearer professional rounds to the Scottish coasts and lighthouses. From 1867, the family life became more settled between Edinburgh and Swanston Cottage, Lothianburn, a country home in the Pentlands which Mr. Stevenson first rented in that year, and the scenery and associations of which sank deeply into the young man's spirit, and vitally affected his afterthoughts and his art. By this time, Louis Stevenson seemed to show signs of outgrowing his early infirmities of health. He was a lover, to a degree even beyond his strength, of outdoor life and exercise though not of sports, and it began to be hoped that as he grew up, he would be fit to enter the family profession of civil engineer. He was accordingly entered as a student at Edinburgh University, and for several winters attended classes there with such regularity as his health and inclinations permitted. This was in truth but small. The mind on fire with its own imaginations, and eager to acquire its own experiences in its own way, does not take kindly to the routine of classes and repetitions, nor could the desultory mode of schooling enforced upon him by ill health answer much purpose by way of discipline. According to his own account, he was at college as he had been at school, an inveterate idler and truant, but outside the field of school and college routine he showed an eager curiosity and activity of mind. He was of a conversible temper, so he says of himself, and insatiably curious in the aspects of life, and spent much of his time scraping acquaintance with all classes of men and womenkind. Of one class indeed, and that was his own, he had soon had enough, at least in so far as it was to be studied at the dinners, dances, and other polite entertainments of ordinary Edinburgh society. Of these he early wearied. At home he made himself pleasant to all comers, but for his own resort chose out a very few houses, mostly those of intimate college companions, into which he could go without constraint, and where his inexhaustible flow of poetic, imaginative, and laughing talk seems generally to have rather puzzled his hearers than impressed them. On the other hand, during his endless private rambles and excursions, whether among the streets and slums, the gardens and graveyards of the city, or farther afield among the Pentland Hills or on the shores of Forth, he was never tired of studying character and seeking acquaintance among the classes more nearly exposed to the pinch and stress of life. In the eyes of anxious elders, such vagrant ways naturally take on the colours of idleness and a love of low company. Stevenson was, however, in his own fashion an eager student of books as well as of man and nature. He read precociously and omnivorously in the belles letters, including a very wide range of English poetry, fiction, and essays, and a fairly wide range of French, and was a genuine student of Scottish history, especially from the time of the persecutions down, and to some extent of history in general. The art of literature was already his private passion, and something within him even already told him that it was to be his life's work. On all his 10 truantries he went pencil and copybook in hand, trying to fit his impression of the scene to words, to compose original rhymes, tales, dialogues, and dramas, or to imitate the style and cadences of the author he at the moment preferred. For 3 or 4 years, nevertheless, he tried dutifully, if half-heartedly, to prepare himself for the family profession. In 1868, the year when the following correspondence opens, he went to watch the works of the firm in progress first at Anstruther on the coast of Fife, and afterwards at Wick. In 1869 he made the tour of the Orkneys and Shetlands on board the steam yacht of the Commissioners of Northern Lights, and in 1870 the tour of the Western Islands, preceded by a stay on the Isle of Iraid, where the works of the Dhu Hartach lighthouse were then in progress. He was a favourite, although a very irregular, pupil of the Professor of Engineering, Fleming Jenkin, whose friendship and that of Mrs. Jenkin were of great value to him, and whose life he afterwards wrote, and must have shown some aptitude for the family calling, inasmuch as in 1871 he received the silver medal of the Edinburgh Society of Arts for a paper on a suggested improvement in lighthouse apparatus. The outdoor and seafaring parts of an engineer's life were in fact wholly to his taste, but he looked instinctively at the powers and phenomena of waves and tide, of storm and current, reef, cliff and rock, with the eye of the poet and artist, and not those of the practician and calculator. For desk work and office routine he had an unconquerable aversion, and his physical powers, had they remained at their best, must have proved quite unequal to the workshop training necessary to the practical engineer. Accordingly, in 1871 it was agreed, not without natural reluctance on his father's part, that he should give up 11 the hereditary vocation and read for the bar. Literature, on which his heart was set, and in which his early attempts had been encouraged, being held to be by itself no profession, or at least one altogether too irregular and undefined. For the next several years, therefore, he attended law classes instead of engineering and science classes in the university, giving to the subject a certain amount of serious, although fitful, attention until he was called to the bar in 1875. So much for the course of Stevenson's outward life during these days at Edinburgh. To tell the story of his inner life would be a far more complicated task, and cannot here be attempted even briefly. The ferment of youth was more acute and more prolonged in him than in most men even of genius. In the introduction, I have tried to give some notion of the many various strains and elements which met in him, and which were in these days pulling one against another in his half-formed being, at a great expense of spirit and body. Add the storms which from time to time attacked him, of shivering repulsion from the climate and conditions of life in the city which he yet deeply and imaginatively loved, the moods of spiritual revolt against the harsh doctrines of the creed in which he had been brought up, and to which his parents were deeply, his father even passionately, attached, the seasons of temptation, to which he was exposed alike by temperament and circumstance, to seek solace among the crude allurements of the city streets. In the later and maturer correspondence which will appear in these volumes, the agitations of the writer's early days are often enough referred to in retrospect. In the boyish letters to his parents, which make up the chief part of this first section, they naturally find no 12 expression at all, nor will these letters be found to differ much in any way from those of any other lively and observant lad who is also something of a reader, and has some natural gift of writing. At the end of the section 1, have indeed printed one cry of the heart, written not to his parents but about them, and telling of the strain which matters of religious difference for a while brought into his home relations. The attachment between the father and son from childhood was exceptionally strong. But the father was staunchly wedded to the hereditary creeds and dogmas of Scottish Calvinistic Christianity, while the course of the young man's reading, with the spirit of the generation in which he grew up, had loosed him from the bonds of that theology, and even of dogmatic Christianity in general, and had taught him to respect all creeds alike as expressions of the cravings and conjectures of the human spirit in face of the unsolved mystery of things, rather than to cling to any one of them as a revelation of ultimate truth. The shock to the father was great when his son's opinions came to his knowledge, and there ensued a time of extremely painful discussion and private tension between them. In due time, this cloud upon a family life otherwise very harmonious and affectionate passed quite away. But the greater the love, the greater the pain. When I first knew Stevenson, this trouble gave him no peace, and it has left a strong trace upon his mind and work. See particularly the parable called The House of Eld in his collection of fables, and the many studies of difficult paternal and filial relations which are to be found in The Story of a Lie, the misadventures of John Nicholson, the Wrecker, and Weir of Hermiston. To Thomas Stevenson. In July 1868 R50, S. went to watch the harbour works at Anstruther and afterwards those at Wick. Of his private moods and occupations in the Anstruther days he has told in retrospect in the essay Random Memories, The Coast of Fife. Here are some passages from letters written at the time to his parents. Travellers and jennies are of course terms of engineering. Kensey House, or whatever it is called, Anstruther, July 1868. First sheet, Thursday. Second sheet, Friday. My dear father, my lodgings are very nice and I don't think there are any children. There is a box of mignonette in the window and a factory of dried rose leaves, which make the atmosphere a trifle heavy, but very pleasant. When you come, bring also my paint box, I forgot it. I am going to try the travellers and jennies, and have made a sketch of them and begun the drawing. After that, I'll do the staging. Mrs. Brown has suffered herself from her stomach, and that makes her kind of think for other people. She is a motherly lot. Her mothering and thought for others displays itself in advice against hard-boiled eggs, well-done meat, and late dinners, these being my only requests. Fancy I am the only person in Anstruther who dines in the afternoon. If you could bring me some wine when you come, 'twould be a good move. I fear Vin D. Anstruther, and having procured myself a severe attack of gripes by 2 days' total abstinence on chilly table beer, I have been forced to purchase green ginger somebody or others celebrated, for the benefit of my stomach, like St. Paul. There is little or nothing doing here to be seen. By heightening the corner in a hurry to support the staging, they have let the masons get ahead of the divers, and wait till they can overtake them. I wish you would write and 14 put me up to the sort of things to ask and find out. I received your registered letter with the 5, it will last forever. Tomorrow I will watch the masons at the pier foot and see how long they take to work that Fifeness stone you ask about. They get 6 pence an hour, so that is the only datum required. It is awful how slowly I draw and how ill. I am not nearly done with the travellers and have not thought of the jennies yet. When I am drawing I find out something I have not measured, or having measured have not noted, or having noted cannot find, and so I have to trudge to the pier again ere I can go farther with my noble design. Love to all, your affectionate son, R. 50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Kensey House, Anstruther, later in July, 1868. My dear mother, tonight I went with the youngest 1,000 to see a strolling band of players in the town hall. A large table placed below the gallery with a print curtain on either side of the most limited dimensions was at once the scenery and the proscenium. The manager told us that his scenes were 16 by 6:4, and so could not be got in. Though I knew, or at least felt sure, that there were no such scenes in the poor man's possession, I could not laugh, as did the major part of the audience, at this shift to escape criticism. We saw a wretched farce, and some comic songs were sung. The manager sang one, but it came grimly from his throat. The whole receipt of the evening was fives, and 3d, out of which had to come room, gas, and town drummer. We left soon, and I must say came out as sad as I have been for ever so long. I think that manager had a soul above comic songs. I said this to young 1,000. Who is a Philistine? Matthew Arnold's Philistine, you understand. And he replied, 15. How much happier would he be as a common working man? I told him I thought he would be less happy earning a comfortable living as a shoemaker than he was starving as an actor, with such artistic work as he had to do. But the Philistine wouldn't see it. You observe that I spell Philistine time about with 1 and 2 ls. As we went home we heard singing and went into the porch of the schoolhouse to listen. A fisherman entered and told us to go in. It was a psalmody class. One of the girls had a glorious voice. We stayed for half an hour. Tuesday, I am utterly sick of this grey, grim, sea-beaten hole. I have a little cold in my head, which makes my eyes sore, and you can't tell how utterly sick I am, and how anxious to get back among trees and flowers, and something less meaningless than this bleak fertility. Papa need not imagine that I have a bad cold or am stone-blind from this description, which is the whole truth. Last night Mr. and Mrs. Fortune called in a dog-cart, Fortune's beard and Mrs. F.'s brow glittering with misdrops, to ask me to come next Saturday. Conditionally I accepted. Do you think I can cut it? I am only anxious to go slick home on the Saturday, write by return of post and tell me what to do. If possible I should like to cut the business and come right slick out to Swanston. I remain your affectionate son, R. 50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. An early portfolio paper on the enjoyment of unpleasant places, as well as the second part of the Random Memories essay, written 20 years later, refer to the same experiences as the following letters. Stevenson lodged during his stay at Wick in a private hotel on the Harbour Brae, kept by a Mr. Sutherland. Wick, Friday, September 11, 1868. My dear mother, Wick lies at the end or elbow of an open triangular bay, hemmed on either side 16 by shores, either cliff or steep earthbank, of no great height. The grey houses of Pulteney extend along the southerly shore almost to the cape, and it is about halfway down this shore now, 6/7 way down that the new breakwater extends athwart the bay. Certainly Wick in itself possesses no beauty. Bare, grey shores, grim grey houses, grim grey sea, not even the gleam of red tiles, not even the greenness of a tree. The southerly heights when I came here were black with people, fishers waiting on wind and night. Now all the SYS. Stornoway boats have beaten out of the bay, and the Wick men stay indoors or wrangle on the quays with dissatisfied fish-curers, knee-high in brine, mud and herring refuse. The day when the boats put out to go home to the Hebrides, the girl here told me there was a black wind, and on going out I found the epithet as justifiable as it was picturesque. A cold, black southerly wind, with occasional rising showers of rain. It was a fine sight to see the boats beat out atith of it. In Wick I have never heard any one greet his neighbour with the usual fine day or good morning. Both come shaking their heads, and both say breezy breezy, and such is the atrocious quality of the climate that the remark is almost invariably justified by the fact. The streets are full of the Highland fishers, lubberly, stupid, inconceivably lazy and heavy to move. You bruise against them, tumble over them, elbow them against the wall all to no purpose. They will not budge, and you are forced to leave the pavement every step. To the south, however, is as fine a piece of coast scenery as I ever saw. Great black chasms, huge black cliffs, rugged and overhung gullies, natural arches and deep green pools below them, almost too deep to let you see the gleam of sand among the darker weed. There are deep caves too. In one of these lives a tribe of gypsies. The men are always drunk, simply and truthfully always. From morning to evening the great villainous-looking 17 fellows are either sleeping off the last debauch, or hulking about the cove in the horrors. The cave is deep, high and airy, and might be made comfortable enough, but they just live among heaped boulders, damp with continual droppings from above, with no more furniture than 2 or 3 tin pans, a truss of rotten straw, and a few ragged cloaks. In winter the surf bursts into the mouth and often forces them to abandon it. An emeute of disappointed fishers was feared, and 2 ships of war are in the bay to render assistance to the municipal authorities. This is the Ides, and to all intents and purposes said Ides are past. Still there is a good deal of disturbance, many drunk men, and a double supply of police. I saw them sent for by some people and enter an inn in a pretty good hurry. What it was for I do not know. You would see by Papa's letter about the carpenter who fell off the staging. I don't think I was ever so much excited in my life. The man was back at his work, and I asked him how he was. But he was a Highlander, and need I add it, Dickens a word could I understand of his answer. What is still worse, I find the people hear about that is to say, the Highlanders, not the Northmen, don't understand me. I have lost a shilling's worth of postage stamps, which has damped my ardour for buying big lots of M. I'll buy them one at a time as I want M for the future. The Free Church minister and I got quite thick. He left last night about 2 in the morning when I went to turn in. He gave me the enclosed, I remain your affectionate son. R50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Wick, September 5, 1868, Monday. My dear Mamma, this morning I got a delightful haul. Your letter of the 4th surely misdated. Papa's 18 of same day. Virgil's Bucolics very thankfully received, and Aikman's Annals 5 a precious and most acceptable donation, for which I tender my most ebullient thanksgivings. I almost forgot to drink my tea and eat mine egg. It contains more detailed accounts than anything I ever saw, except Wadrow, without being so portentously tiresome and so desperately overborne with footnotes, proclamations, acts of parliament and citations as that last history. I have been reading a good deal of Herbert. He's a clever and a devout cove, but in places awfully twaddly if I may use the word. Oughtn't this to rejoice Papa's heart? Carve or discourse, do not a famine fear. Who carves is kind to 2, who talks to all. You understand, the fearing of famine is applied to people gulping down solid vivers without a word, as if the 10 lean kine began tomorrow. Do you remember condemning something of mine for being too obtrusively didactic? Listen to Herbert. Is it not verse except enchanted groves? And sudden arbours shadow course-spun lines? Must purling streams refresh a lover's loves? Must all be veiled, while he that reads divines? Catching the sense at 2 removes. You see, except was used for unless before 1630. Tuesday the riots were a hum, no more has been heard, and one of the war steamers has deserted in disgust. The Moonstone is frightfully interesting. Isn't the detective prime? Don't say anything about the plot, for I have only read on to the end of Betteredge's narrative, so don't know anything about it yet. I thought to have gone on to Thurso tonight, but the coach was full, so I go tomorrow instead. Today I had a grouse, great glorification. There is a drunken brute in the house who disturbed my rest last night. He's a very respectable man in general, but when on the spree a most consummate fool. When he came in he stood on the top of the stairs and preached in the dark with great solemnity and no audience from 12p 1000 to 1:30. At last I opened my door. Are we to have no sleep at all for that drunken brute? I said, as I hoped it had the desired effect. Drunken brute, he howled in much indignation, then after a pause in a voice of some contrition, well, if I'm a drunken brute it's only once in the 12-month. And that was the end of him. The insult rankled in his mind, and he retired to rest. He is a fish curer, a man over 50 and pretty rich too. He's as bad again today, but I'll be shot if he keeps me awake. I'll douse him with water if he makes a row. Ever your affectionate son. R50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. The MacDonald father and son here mentioned were engineers attached to the Stevenson firm and in charge of the harbour works. Wick, September 1868. Saturday, 10 A 1000. My dear mother, the last 2 days have been dreadfully hard, and I was so tired in the evenings that I could not write. In fact, last night I went to sleep immediately after dinner, or very nearly so. My hours have been 102 and 37 out in the lighter or the small boat, in a long, heavy roll from the nor'east. When the dog was taken out, he got awfully ill. One of the men, Geordie Grant by name and surname, followed suit with considerable eclat, but wonderful to relate, I kept well. My hands are all skinned, blistered, discoloured, and 20 ingrained with tar, some of which latter has established itself under my nails in a position of such natural strength that it defies all my efforts to dislodge it. The worst work I had was when David MacDonald's eldest and I took the charge ourselves. He remained in the lighter to tighten or slacken the guys as we raised the pole towards the perpendicular with 2 men. I was with 4 men in the boat. We dropped an anchor out a good bit, then tied a cord to the pole, took a turn round the sternmost thwart with it, and pulled on the anchor line. As the great big wet hawser came in, it soaked you to the skin. I was the sternest used by way of variety for sternmost of the lot, and had to coil eat a work which involved, from its being so stiff and your being busy pulling with all your might, no little trouble and an extra ducking. We got it up, and just as we were going to sing victory, one of the guys slipped in, the pole tottered went over on its side again like a shot, and behold the end of our labour. You see, I have been roughing it, and though some parts of the letter may be neither very comprehensible nor very interesting to you, I think that perhaps it might amuse Willie Trackware, who delights in all such dirty jobs. The first day, I forgot to mention, was like midwinter for cold, and rained incessantly so hard that the livid white of our cold-pinched faces wore a sort of inflamed rash on the windward side. I am not a bit the worse of it, except for mentioned state of hands, a slight crick in my neck from the rain running down, and general stiffness from pulling, hauling and tugging for dear life. We have got double weights at the guys, and hope to get it up like a shot. What fun you 3 must be having. I hope the cold don't disagree with you. I remain, my dear mother, your affectionate son, R. 50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. The following will help the reader to understand the passage referring to this undertaking in Stevenson's biographical essay on his father, where he has told how in the end the sea proved too strong for men's arts, and after expedients hitherto unthought of, and on a scale hypercyclopean, the work must be deserted, and now stands a ruin in that bleak God-forsaken bay. The Russells herein mentioned are the family of Sheriff Russell. The tombstone of Miss Sarah Russell is to be seen in Wick Cemetery. Pulteney, Wick, Sunday, September 1868. My dear mother, another storm, wind higher, rain thicker, the wind still rising as the night closes in and the sea slowly rising along with it. It looks like a 3 days' gale. Last week has been a blank one, always too much sea. I enjoyed myself very much last night at the Russells. There was a little dancing, much singing and supper. Are you not well that you do not write? I haven't heard from you for more than a fortnight. The wind fell yesterday and rose again today. It is a dreadful evening, but the wind is keeping the sea down as yet. Of course nothing more has been done to the poles, and I can't tell when I shall be able to leave, not for a fortnight yet, I fear at the earliest, for the winds are persistent. Where's Mira? Is Cummy struck dumb about the boots? I wish you would get somebody to write an interesting letter and say how you are, for you're on the broad of your back I see. There hath arrived an inroad of farmers tonight, and I go to avoid them to MacDonald if he's disengaged, to the Russells if not. Sunday later, storm without, wind and rain, a confused mass of wind-driven rain-squalls, wind-dragged mist, foam, spray and great grey waves. Of this hereafter. In the meantime let us follow the due course of historic narrative. 7p 1000. Found me at Breadalbane Terrace, clad in spotless blacks, white tie, shirt, etc., and finished off below with a pair of navvy's boots. How true that the devil is betrayed by his feet. A message to Cummy at last. Why, O treacherous woman, were my dress boots withheld? Dramatis person. Peer Russell, amusing, long-winded in many points like Papa. Mere Russell, nice, delicate, likes hymns, new Aunt Margaret Tudman, new Uncle Alan. Phil Russell, nominee Sarah No H rather nice, lights up well, good voice, interested face, Miss 50. Nice also, washed out a little and I think a trifle sentimental. Phil's Russell in a Leith office, smart, full of happy epithet, amusing. They are very nice and very kind, ask me to come back any night you feel dull. And any night doesn't mean no night, well be so glad to see you. C'est la mere qui parle. I was back there again tonight. There was hymn singing and general religious controversy till 8, after which talk was secular. Mrs. Sutherland was deeply distressed about the boot business. She consoled me by saying that many would be glad to have such feet whatever shoes they had on. Unfortunately, fishers and seafaring men are too facile to be compared with. This looks like enjoyment, better spec than answer. I have done with frivolity. This morning I was awakened by Mrs. Sutherland at the door. There's a ship ashore at Shaltigo. As my senses slowly flooded, I heard the whistling and the roaring of wind and the lashing of gust-blown and uncertain flaws of rain. I got up, dressed, and went out. The mizzled sky and rain blinded you. She was a Norwegian. Coming in she saw our first gaugerpole standing at Point E. Norse skipper thought it was a sunk smack and dropped his anchor in full drift of sea. Chain broke. Schooner came ashore. Insured, laden 23 with wood. Skipper, owner of vessel and cargo, bottom out. I was in a great fright at first lest we should be liable, but it seems that's all right. C.D. is the new pier. A the schooner ashore, B the salmon house. Some of the waves were 20 feet high. The spray rose 80 feet at the new pier. Some wood has come ashore and the roadway seems carried away. There is something fishy at the far end where the cross wall is building, but till we are able to get along, all speculation is vain. I am so sleepy I am writing nonsense. I stood a long while on the cope watching the sea below me. I hear its dull, monotonous roar at this moment below the shrieking of the wind, and there came ever recurring to my mind the verse I am so fond of. But yet the Lord that is on high is more of might by far than noise of many waters is, or great sea billows are. The thunder at the wall when it first struck the rush along ever growing higher the great jet of snow-white spray some 40 feet above you the noise of many waters, the roar, the hiss, the shrieking among the shingle as it fell head over heels at your feet. I watched if it threw the big stones at the wall, but it never moved them. Monday, the end of the work displays gaps, cairns of 10-ton blocks, stones torn from their places and turned right round. The damage above water is comparatively little, what there may be below on ni sate par encore. The roadway is torn away, crossheads, broken planks tossed here and there, planks gnawn and mumbled as if a starved bear had been trying to eat them, planks with spates lifted from them as if they had been dressed with a rugged plane, one pile swaying to and fro. Clear of the bottom, the rails in one place sunk a foot at least. This was not a great storm, the waves were light and short. Yet when we are standing at the office, I felt the ground beneath me quail as a huge roller thundered on the work at the last year's cross wall. How could Noster Amicus Q Maximus appreciate a storm at Wick? It requires a little of the artistic temperament, of which Mr. T.S. 6100 E possesses some, whatever he may say. I can't look at it practically, however. That will come, I suppose, like grey hair or cough and nails. Our pole is snapped. A fortnight's work and the loss of the Norse schooner all for nothing, except experience and dirty clothes, your affectionate son. R. 50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. I omit the letters of 1869, which describe at great length, and not very interestingly, a summer trip on board the lighthouse steamer to the Orkneys, Shetlands, and the Fair Isle. The following of 1870, I give by consent of the lady who figures as a youthful character in the narrative both for the sake of its lively social sketches including that of the able painter and singular personage, the late Sam Bow, and because it is dated from the Isle of Iraid, celebrated alike in Kidnapped and in the essay Memoirs of an Islet. Iraid, Thursday, August 5, 1870. My dear mother, I have so much to say, that needs must I take a large sheet, for the notepaper brings with 25 it a chilling brevity of style. Indeed, I think pleasant writing is proportional to the size of the material you write withal. From Edinburgh to Greenock, I had the ex-secretary of the EU Conservative Club, Murdoch. At Greenock I spent a dismal evening, though I found a pretty walk. Next day on board the Iona, I had Maggie Thompson to Tarbet, Craig, a well-read, pleasant medical to Ardrishaig, and Professor, Mrs. and all the little fleeming Jenkinsesses to Oban. At Oban that night it was delicious. Mr. Stephenson's yacht lay in the bay, and a splendid band on board played delightfully. The waters of the bay were as smooth as a millpond, and in the dusk, the black shadows of the hills stretched across to our very feet, and the lights were reflected in long lines. At intervals, blue lights were burned on the water, and rockets were sent up. Sometimes great stars of clear fire fell from them, until the bay received and quenched them. I hired a boat and sculled round the yacht in the dark. When I came in, a very pleasant Englishman on the steps fell in to talk with me, till it was time to go to bed. Next morning I slept on, or I should have gone to Glencoe. As it was blazing hot, so I hired a boat, pulled all forenoon along the coast, and had a delicious bathe on a beautiful white beach. Coming home, I cartaged my Englishman, lunched alongside of him and his sister, and took a walk with him in the afternoon, during which I find that he was travelling with a servant, kept horses, etc. At dinner he wished me to sit beside him and his sister, but there was no room. When he came out he told me why he was so empress on this point. He had found out my name, and that I was connected with lighthouses, and his sister wished to know if I were any relative of the Stevenson in Ballantyne's lighthouse. All evening he, his sister, I and Mr. Hargrove of Hargrove and Fowler sate in front of the hotel. 26 I asked Mr. H. if he knew who my friend was. Yes, he said, I never met him before, but my partner knows him. He is a man of old family, and the solicitor of highest standing about Sheffield. At night he said, now if you're down in my neighbourhood you must pay me a visit. I am very fond of young men about me, and I should like a visit from you very much. I can take you through any factory in Sheffield and ill drive you all about the dookeries. He then wrote me down his address, and we parted huge friends, he still keeping me up to visiting him. Hitherto I had enjoyed myself amazingly, but today has been the crown. In the morning I met Bow on board, with whom I am both surprised and delighted. He and I have read the same books and discussed Chaucer, Shakespeare, Marlowe, Fletcher, Webster, and all the old authors. He can quote verses by the page and has really a very pretty literary taste. Altogether, with all his roughness and buffoonery, a more pleasant, clever fellow you may seldom see. I was very much surprised with him, and he with me. Where the devil did you read all these books, says he, and in my heart I echo the question. One amusing thing I must say. We were both talking about travelling, and I said I was so fond of travelling alone, from the people one met and grew friendly with. Ah, says he, but you've such a pleasant manner, you know quite captivated my old woman, you couldn't talk of anything else. Here was a compliment, even in Sam Bow's sneering tones, that rather tickled my vanity, and really my social successes of the last few days, the best of which is yet to come, are enough to turn anybody's head. To continue, after a little go in with Samuel, he going up on the bridge, I looked about me to see who there was, and mine eye lighted on 2 girls, one of whom was sweet and pretty, talking to an old gentleman. By N, says I to myself, that seems the best investment on board. So I sidled 27 up to the old gentleman, got into conversation with him and so with the damsel, and thereupon, having used the patriarch as a ladder, I kicked him down behind me. Who should my damsel prove but Amy Sinclair, daughter of Sir Tollemache? She certainly was the simplest, most naive specimen of girlhood ever I saw. By getting brandy and biscuit and generally coaching up her cousin who was sick, I ingratiated myself, and so kept her the whole way to Iona, taking her into the cave at Staffa, and generally making myself as gallant as possible. I was never so much pleased with anything in my life as her amusing absence of Mauvaise honte. She was so sorry I wasn't going on to Oban again, didn't know how she could have enjoyed herself if I hadn't been there, and was so sorry we hadn't met on the Crinan. When we came back from Staffa, she and her aunt went down to have lunch, and a minute after up comes Miss Amy to ask me if I wouldn't think better of it and take some lunch with them. I couldn't resist that, of course, so down I went, and there she displayed the full extent of her innocence. I must be sure to come to Thurso Castle the next time I was in Caithness, and Upper Norwood, whence she would take me all over the Crystal Palace when I was near London, and most complete of all she offered to call on us in Edinburgh. Wasn't it delicious? She is a girl of 16 or 17 too, and the latter I think. I never yet saw a girl so innocent and fresh, so perfectly modest without the least trace of prudery. Coming off Staffa, Sam Bow, who had been in huge force the whole time, drawing in Miss Amy's sketchbook and making himself agreeable or otherwise to everybody pointed me out to a parson and said, "That's him." This was Alexander Ross and his wife. The last stage of the steamer now approached, Miss Amy and I lamenting pathetically that Yona was so near. "People meet in this way," quoth she, "and then lose sight of one another so soon." We all landed together, 28 Bow and I and the Rosses with our baggage, and went together over the ruins. I was here left with the cousin and the aunt, during which I learned that said cousin sees me every Sunday in St. Stephen's Oho, thought I, at the Every. The aunt was very anxious to know who that strange, wild man was. Didn't I wish Samuel in Tophet? Of course, in reply, I drew it strong about eccentric genius and my never having known him before, and a good deal that was perhaps strained to the extremest limit of the fact. The steamer left, and Miss Amy and her cousin waved their handkerchiefs, until my arm in answering them was nearly broken. I believe women's arms must be better made for this exercise. Mine ache still, and I regretted at the time that the handkerchief had seen service. Altogether, however, I was left in a pleasant frame of mind. Being thus left alone, Bow, I, the Rosses, Professor Blackie, and an Englishman called M. These people were going to remain the night, except the Professor, who is resident there at present. They were going to dine en compagnie and wished us to join the party, but we had already committed ourselves by mistake to the wrong hotel, and besides, we wished to be off as soon as wind and tide were against us to Irade. We went up. Bow selected a place for sketching and blocked in the sketch for Mrs. R., and we all talked together. Bow told us his family history and a lot of strange things about old Cumberland life, among others, how he had known John Peel of pleasant memory and song, and of how that worthy hunted. At 5, down we go to the Argyle Hotel and wait dinner. Broth, fresh herrings, and fowl had been promised. At 5, I get the shovel and tongs and drum them at the stairhead, till a response comes from below that the nice broth is at hand. I boast of my engineering, and Bow compares me to the Abbot of Arbroath who originated the Inchcape bell. At last, 29 in comes the tureen, and the handmaid lifts the cover. "Rice soup," I yell. "Oh no, none o' that for me." "Yes," says Bow savagely, "but Miss Amy didn't take me downstairs to eat salmon." Accordingly he is helped. How his face fell. "I imagine myself in the accident ward of the infirmary," quoth he. It was purely and simply rice and water. After this we have another weary pause, and then herrings in a state of mash and potatoes like iron. Send the potatoes out to Prussia for grape shot, was the suggestion. I dined off broken herrings and dry bread. At last the supreme moment comes, and the fowl in a lordly dish is carried in. On the cover being raised, there is something so forlorn and miserable about the aspect of the animal that we both roar with laughter. Then Bow, taking up knife and fork, turns the swarry over and over, shaking doubtfully his head. "There's an aspect of quiet resistance about the beggar," says he, "that looks bad." However, to work he falls until the sweat stands on his brow and a dismembered leg falls, dull and leaden-like, on to my dish. To eat it was simply impossible. I did not know before that flesh could be so tough. "The strongest jaws in England," says Bow piteously, harpooning his dry morsel, "couldn't eat this leg in less than 12 hours. Nothing for it now but to order boat and bill. That fowl," says Bow to the landlady, "is of a breed I know. I knew the cut of its jib whenever it was put down. That was the grandmother of the cock that frightened Peter." "I thought it was a historical animal," says one. "What a shame to kill it. It's as bad as eating Whittington's cat or the dog of Montague is." "Nana, it's no so old," says the landlady, "but it eats hard." "Eats?" I cry, "Where do you find that? Very little of that verb with us." So with more raillery we pay 6 shillings for our festival and run over to Irade, shaking the dust of the Argyle Hotel from off our feet. I can write no more just now, and I hope you will be 30 able to decipher so much, for it contains matter. Really, the whole of yesterday's work would do in a novel without one little bit of embellishment, and indeed few novels are so amusing. Bow, Miss Amy, Mrs. Ross, Blackie, M. the Parsonal, these were such distinct characters, the incidents were so entertaining, and the scenery so fine, that the whole would have made a novelist's fortune. My dear father, no landing today as the sea runs high on the rock. They are at the second course of the first story on the rock. I have as yet had no time here, so this is, and of my business news, your affectionate son, R. 50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Churchill Babington. This is addressed to a favourite cousin of the Balfour clan, married to a Cambridge colleague of mine, Professor Churchill Babington of learned and amiable memory, whose home was at the college living of Cockfield near Bury St. Edmunds. Here Stevenson had visited them in the previous year. Mrs. Hutchinson is, of course, Lucy Hutchinson's famous life of her husband the regicide. Swanston Cottage, Lothianburn, summer 1871. My dear Maud, if you have forgotten the handwriting as is like enough you will find the name of a former correspondent, don't know how to spell that word at the end. I have begun to write to you before now, but always stuck somehow, and left it to drown in a drawful of like fiascos. This time I am determined to carry through, though I have nothing specially to say. We look fairly like summer this morning. The trees are blackening out of their spring greens, the warmer suns have melted the hoarfrost of daisies of the paddock, and the blackbird, I fear, already beginning to stint his pipe of mellower dayswitch is very apposite I can't spell anything todgeon p or two. And pretty. All 31 the same, we have been having shocking weather-cold winds and grey skies. I have been reading heaps of nice books, but I can't go back so far. I am reading Clarendon's Hist, Rebel, at present, with which I am more pleased than I expected, which is saying a good deal. It is a pet idea of mine that one gets more real truth out of one avowed partisan than out of a dozen of your sham impartialists wolves in sheep's clothing simpering honesty as they suppress documents. After all, what one wants to know is not what people did, but why they did it, or rather, why they thought they did it. And to learn that, you should go to the men themselves. Their very falsehood is often more than another man's truth. I have possessed myself of Mrs. Hutchinson, which of course I admire, etc. But is there not an irritating deliberation and correctness about her and everybody connected with her? If she would only write bad grammar, or forget to finish a sentence, or do something or other that looks fallible, it would be a relief. I sometimes wish the old colonel had got drunk and beaten her, in the bitterness of my spirit. I know I felt a weight taken off my heart when I heard he was extravagant. It is quite possible to be too good for this evil world, and unquestionably Mrs. Hutchinson was. The way in which she talks of herself makes one's blood run cold. There, I am glad to have got that out, but don't say it to any bodicil of secrecy. Please tell Mr. Babington that I have never forgotten one of his drawing Sir Rubens. I think a woman holding up a model ship. That woman had more life in her than 90% of the lame humans that you see crippling about this earth. By the way, that is a feature in art which seems to have come in with the Italians. Your old Greek statues have scarce enough vitality in them to keep their monstrous bodies fresh withal. A shrewd country attorney, 32 in a turned white neckcloth and rusty blacks, would just take one of these Agamemnons and Ajaxes quietly by his beautiful, strong arm, trot the unresisting statue down a little gallery of legal shams, and turn the poor fellow out at the other end. Naked as from the earth he came, there is more latent life, more of the coiled spring in the sleeping dog, about a recumbent figure of Michelangelo's than about the most excited of Greek statues. The very marble seems to wrinkle with a wild energy that we never feel except in dreams. I think this letter has turned into a sermon, but I had nothing interesting to talk about. I do wish you and Mr. Babington would think better of it and come north this summer. We should be so glad to see you both. Do reconsider it. Believe me, my dear Maud, ever your most affectionate cousin, Louis Stevenson. To Alison Cunningham. The following is the first which has been preserved of many letters to the admirable nurse whose care, during his ailing childhood, had done so much both to preserve Stevenson's life and awaken his love of tales and poetry, and of whom until his death he thought with the utmost constancy of affection. The letter bears no sign of date or place, but by the handwriting would seem to belong to this year. 1871. My dear Cummy, I was greatly pleased by your letter in many ways. Of course I was glad to hear from you. You know, you and I have so many old stories between us that even if there was nothing else, even if there was not a very sincere respect and affection, we should always be glad to pass a nod. I say, even if there was not. But you know right well there is. Do not suppose that I shall ever forget those long, bitter nights when I coughed and was so unhappy, and you were so patient and loving with a poor, sick child. 33 indeed, Cummy. I wish I might become a man worth talking of, if it were only that you should not have thrown away your pains. Happily, it is not the result of our acts that makes them brave and noble, but the acts themselves and the unselfish love that moved us to do them. Inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least of these, my dear old nurse, and you know there is nothing a man can say nearer his heart except his mother or his wife, me dear old nurse, God will make good to you all the good that you have done, and mercifully forgive you all the evil. And next time when the spring comes round, and everything is beginning once again, if you should happen to think that you might have had a child of your own, and that it was hard you should have spent so many years taking care of someone else's prodigal, just you think this you have been for great deal in my life, you have made much that there is in me, just as surely as if you had conceived me, and there are sons who are more ungrateful to their own mothers than I am to you. For I am not ungrateful, my dear Cummy, and it is with a very sincere emotion that I write myself your little boy. Louis. To Charles Baxter. After a winter of troubled health, Stevenson had gone to Dunblane for a change in early spring, and thence writes to his college companion and lifelong friend, Mr. Charles Baxter. Dunblane, Friday, 5th March 1872. My dear Baxter, by the date you may perhaps understand the purport of my letter without any words wasted about the matter. I cannot walk with you tomorrow, and you must not expect me. I came yesterday afternoon to Bridge of Allen, and have been very happy ever since, as every place is sanctified by the eighth sense memory. I walked up here this morning 3 miles, 34 to you, a good stretch for me, and passed one of my favourite places in the world, and one that I very much affect in spirit when the body is tied down and brought immovably to anchor on a sick-bed. It is a meadow and bank on a corner on the river, and is connected in my mind inseparably with Virgil's eclogues. Hic Coriolis mistas inter concedimus ulmos, or something very like that. The passage begins only I know my short-winded Latinity must have come to grief over even this much of quotation. And here, to a wish, is just such a cavern as Menalcas might shelter himself withal from the bright noon, and with his lips curled backward, pipe himself blue in the face, while Messieurs les Arcadians would roll out those cloying hexameters that sing themselves in one's mouth to such a curious lilting chant. In such weather one has the bird's need to whistle, and I, who am specially incompetent in this art, must content myself by chattering away to you on this bit of paper. All the way along I was thanking God that he had made me and the birds, and everything just as they are and not otherwise. For although there was no sun, the air was so thrilled with robins and blackbirds that it made the heart tremble with joy, and the leaves are far enough forward on the underwood to give a fine promise for the future. Even myself, as I say, I would not have had changed in 1 iota this forenoon, in spite of all my idleness and Guthrie's lost paper, which is ever present with me horrible phantom. No one can be alone at home, or in a quite new place. Memory and you must go hand in hand with at least decent weather if you wish to cook up a proper dish of solitude. It is in these little flights of mine that I get more pleasure than in anything else. Now at present I am supremely uneasy and restless almost to the extent of pain. But oh, how I enjoy it, and how I shall enjoy it afterwards, please God, if I get years enough allotted to me for the thing to ripen in. When I am a very old 35 and very respectable citizen with white hair and bland manners and a gold watch, I shall hear 3 crows cawing in my heart, as I heard them this morning. I vote for old age and 80 years of retrospect. Yet after all, I dare say, a short shrift and a nice green grave are about as desirable. Poor devil, how I am wearying you, cheer up. 2 pages more and my letter reaches its term, for I have no more paper. What delightful things inns and waiters and bagmen are. If we didn't travel now and then, we should forget what the feeling of life is. The very cushion of a railway carrier geth things restorative to the touch. I can't write, confound it. That's because I am so tired with my walk, believe me, ever your affectionate friend. R50 Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. The Spec is, of course, the famous and historical debating society, the Speculative Society of Edinburgh University, to which Stevenson had been elected on the strength of his conversational powers, and to whose meetings he contributed several essays. Dunblane, Tuesday, 9th April 1872. My dear Baxter, I don't know what you mean. I know nothing about the Standing Committee of the Spec. Did not know that such a body existed, and even if it doth exist, must sadly repudiate all association with such goodly fellowship. I am a rural voluptuary at present. That is what is the matter with me. The Spec may go whistle. As for 100, Baxter-esque. Who is he? One Baxter or Bagster, a secretary, I say to mine acquaintance, is at present disquieting my leisure with certain illegal, uncharitable, unchristian, and unconstitutional documents called business letters. The affair is in the hands of the police. Do you hear that, you evildoer? Sending business letters is surely a far more hateful and slimy degree of wickedness than sending 36 threatening letters. The man who throws grenades and torpedoes is less malicious. The devil in red-hot hell rubs his hands with glee as he reckons up the number that go forth spreading pain and anxiety with each delivery of the post. I have been walking today by a colonnade of beeches along the brawling Allen. My character for sanity is quite gone, seeing that I cheered my lonely way with the following in a triumphant chaunt: "Thank God for the grass, and the fir trees, and the crows, and the sheep, and the sunshine, and the shadows of the fir trees. I hold that he is a poor mean devil who can walk alone, in such a place and in such weather, and doesn't set up his lungs and cry back to the birds and the river. Follow, follow, follow me. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Her shall you see no enemy except a very slight remnant of winter and its rough weather. My bedroom, when I awoke this morning, was full of bird songs, which is the greatest pleasure in life. Come hither, come hither, come hither, and when you come bring the third part of the earthly paradise. You can get it for me in Elliott's for 2 and 10 twos. 10d. Business habits. Also bring an ounce of honeydew from Wilson's. R50s. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. In the previous year, 1871, it had become apparent that Stevenson was neither fitted by bodily health nor by inclination for the family profession of civil engineer. Accordingly, his summer excursions were no longer to the harbour works and lighthouses of Scotland, but to the ordinary scenes of holiday travel abroad. Brussels, Thursday, 25th July 1872. My dear mother, I am here at last, sitting in my room without coat or waistcoat, and with both window and door open, and yet perspiring like a terracotta jug or a Gruyere cheese. We had a very good passage, which we certainly 37 deserved, in compensation for having to sleep on the cabin floor, and finding absolutely nothing fit for human food in the whole filthy embarkation. We made up for lost time by sleeping on deck a good part of the forenoon. When I woke, Simpson was still sleeping the sleep of the just, on a coil of ropes, and as appeared afterwards his own hat. So I got a bottle of Bass and a pipe, and laid hold of an old Frenchman of somewhat filthy aspect, fiat experimentum in corpo villi, to try my French upon. I made very heavy weather of it. The Frenchman had a very pretty young wife, but my French always deserted me entirely when I had to answer her, and so she soon drew away and left me to her lord, who talked of French politics, Africa, and domestic economy with great vivacity. From Ostend a smoking hot journey to Brussels. At Brussels we went off after dinner to the park. If any person wants to be happy, I should advise the park. You sit drinking iced drinks and smoking penny cigars under great old trees. The band place, covered walks, etc., are all lit up. And you can't fancy how beautiful was the contrast of the great masses of lamplit foliage and the dark sapphire night sky, with just one blue star set overhead in the middle of the largest patch. In the dark walks, too, there are crowds of people whose faces you cannot see, and here and there a colossal white statue at the corner of an alley that gives the place a nice, artificial, 18th century sentiment. There was a good deal of summer lightning blinking overhead, and the black avenues and white statues leapt out every minute into short-lived distinctness. I get up to add one thing more. There is in the hotel a boy in whom I take the deepest interest. I cannot tell you his age, but the very first time I saw him when I was at dinner yesterday, I was very much struck with his appearance. There is something very leonine in his face, with a dash of the Negro, especially if I remember aright, in the mouth. He has a great quantity of dark 38 hair, curling in great rolls, not in little corkscrews, and a pair of large, dark, and very steady, bold, bright eyes. His manners are those of a prince. I felt like an overgrown Plowby beside him. He speaks English perfectly, but with, I think, sufficient foreign accent to stamp him as a Russian, especially when his manners are taken into account. I don't think I ever saw anyone who looked like a hero before. After breakfast this morning I was talking to him in the court, when he mentioned casually that he had caught a snake in the Riesengebirge. "I have it here," he said. "Would you like to see it?" I said yes, and putting his hand into his breast pocket he drew forth not a dried serpent's skin, but the head and neck of the reptile writhing and shooting out its horrible tongue in my face. You may conceive what a fright I got. I send off this single sheet just now in order to let you know I am safe across, but you must not expect letters often. R50 Stevenson. P.S. The snake was about a yard long but harmless, and now, he says, quite tame. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Hotel Landsberg, Frankfurt, Monday, 29th July 1872. Last night I met with rather an amusing adventurette. Seeing a church door open, I went in, and was led by most importunate fingerbills up a long stair to the top of the tower. The father smoking at the door, the mother and the 3 daughters received me as if I was a friend of the family, and had come in for an evening visit. The youngest daughter about 13, I suppose, and a pretty little girl had been learning English at the school, and was anxious to play it off upon a real, veritable Englander. So we had a long talk, and I was shown 39 photographs, etc. Marie and I talking, and the others looking on with evident delight at having such a linguist in the family. As all my remarks were duly translated and communicated to the rest, it was quite a good German lesson. There was only one contretemps during the whole interview, the arrival of another visitor, in the shape surely the last of God's creatures, a woodworm of the most unnatural and hideous appearance, with one great striped horn sticking out of his nose like a boltsprit. If there are many woodworms in Germany, I shall come home. The most courageous men in the world must be entomologists. I had rather be a lion tamer. Today I got rather a curiosity leader on Balladen von Robert Burns, translated by one Silberglate, and not so ill done either. Armed with which, I had a swim in the Main, and then bread and cheese and Bavarian beer in a sort of café, or at least the German substitute for a café. But what a falling off after the heavenly forenoons in Brussels. I have bought a meerschaum out of local sentiment, and am now very low and nervous about the bargain, having paid dearer than I should in England, and got a worse article if I can form a judgment. Do write some more, somebody. Tomorrow I expect I shall go into lodgings, as this hotel work makes the money disappear like butter in a furnace. Meanwhile, believe me, ever your affectionate son, R. 50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Hotel Landsberg, Thursday, 1st August 1872. Yesterday I walked to Eckenheim, a village a little way out of Frankfurt, and turned into the alehouse. In the room, which was just such as it would have been in Scotland, were the landlady, 2 neighbours, and an old peasant eating raw sausage at the far end. I soon got into conversation, and was astonished when the landlady, having asked whether I were an Englishman, and received an answer in the affirmative, proceeded to inquire further whether I were not also a Scotchman. It turned out that a Scotch doctor or professor, a poet who wrote books gross, had come nearly every day out of Frankfurt to the Eckenheimer Wirtschaft, and had left behind him a most savoury memory in the hearts of all its customers. One man ran out to find his name for me, and returned with the news that it was Kobe Scobie, I suspect, and during his absence the rest were pouring into my ears the fame and acquirements of my countryman. He was, in some undecipherable manner, connected with the Queen of England and one of the princesses. He had been in Turkey, and had there married a wife of immense wealth. They could find apparently no measure adequate to express the size of his books. In one way or another he had amassed a princely fortune, and had apparently only one sorrow, his daughter to wit, who had absconded into a cloister, with a considerable slice of the mother's geld. I told them we had no cloisters in Scotland, with a certain feeling of superiority. No more had they, I was told, higher ist unser cloister, and the speaker motioned with both arms round the tap-room. Although the first torrent was exhausted, yet the doctor came up again in all sorts of ways, and with or without occasion throughout the whole interview. As, for example, when one man, taking his pipe out of his mouth and shaking his head, remarked apropos of nothing, and with almost defiant conviction, war ein feiner man, der Herr Doctor, and was answered by another with your, untrank immer rathen wine. Setting aside the doctor, who had evidently turned the brains of the entire village, they were intelligent people. One thing in particular struck me, their honesty in admitting that here they spoke bad German, and advising me to go to Coburg or Leipzig for German. "Sie sprechen de Rhein clean," said one, and they all nodded their heads together like as many mandarins, and repeated rain, so rain in chorus. Of course we got upon Scotland. The hostess said, "Die Scotlander trinken gern Schnaps," which may be freely translated, "Scotchmen are horrid fond of whiskey." It was impossible, of course, to combat such a truism, and so I proceeded to explain the construction of toddy, interrupted by a cry of horror when I mentioned the hot water, and thence, as I find is always the case, to the most ghastly romancing about Scottish scenery and manners, the Highland dress, and everything national or local that I could lay my hands upon. Now that I have got my German Burns, I lean a good deal upon him for opening a conversation, and read a few translations to every yawning audience that I can gather. I am grown most insufferably national, you see. I fancy it is a punishment for my want of it at ordinary times. Now, what do you think? There was a waiter in this very hotel, but alas, he is now gone who sang from morning to night, as my informant said with a shrug at the recollection, what but es ist Langher, the German version of Auld Lang Syne. So you see, madame, the finest lyric ever written will make its way out of whatsoever corner of patois it found its birth in. Mein Herz ist im Hochland, mein Herz ist nicht hierer. Mein Herz ist im Hochland, im Grunnen Revier. I am Grunnen Revier zu Jagendes Re. Mein Herz ist im Hochland, wo immer ich gehe. I don't think I need translate that for you. There is one thing that burthens me a good deal in my patriotic garrulage, and that is the black ignorance in which I grope about everything, as, for example, when I gave yesterday a full, and I fancy, a startlingly incorrect account of Scotch education to a very stolid German on a garden bench. He sat and perspired under it, however, with much composure. I am generally glad enough 42 to fall back again, after these political interludes, upon Burns, Toddy, and the Highlands. I go every night to the theatre, except when there is no opera. I cannot stand a play yet, but I am already very much improved, and can understand a good deal of what goes on. Friday, August 2, 1872 in the evening. At the theatre I had a great laugh. Lord Allcash in Fra Diavolo, with his white hat, red guidebooks and bad German, was the piece de resistance from a humorous point of view, and I had the satisfaction of knowing that in my own small way I could minister the same amusement whenever I chose to open my mouth. I am just going off to do some German with Simpson, your affectionate son. R50 Stevenson. To Thomas Stevenson. Frankfurt Rosengasse 13, August 4, 1872. My dear father, you will perceive by the head of this page that we have at last got into lodgings, and powerfully mean ones too. If I were to call the street anything but shady, I should be boasting. The people sit at their doors in shirt-sleeves, smoking as they do in 7 Dials of a Sunday. Last night we went to bed about 10, for the first time householders in Germanerial Teutons, with no deception, spring or false bottom. About 1:30 there began such a trumpeting, shouting, pealing of bells, and scurrying hither and thither of feet, as woke every person in Frankfurt out of their first sleep, with a vague sort of apprehension that the last day was at hand. The whole street was alive, and we could hear people talking in their rooms, or crying to passers-by from their windows, all around us. At last I made out what a man was saying 43 in the next room. It was a fire in Sachsenhausen. He said Sachsenhausen is the suburb on the other side of the Main, and he wound up with one of the most tremendous falsehoods on record, higher all's ruther all is still. If it can be said to be still in an engine factory, or in the stomach of a volcano when it is meditating an eruption, he might have been justified in what he said, but not otherwise. The tumult continued unabated for near an hour, but as one grew used to it, it gradually resolved itself into 3 bells, answering each other at short intervals across the town, a man shouting at ever shorter intervals and with superhuman energy, Furim Sachsenhausen, and the almost continuous winding of all manner of bugles and trumpets, sometimes in stirring flourishes, and sometimes in mere tuneless wails. Occasionally there was another rush of feet past the window, and once there was a mighty drumming down between us and the river, as though the soldiery were turning out to keep the peace. This was all we had of the fire except a great cloud, all flushed red with the glare, above the roofs on the other side of the gas. But it was quite enough to put me entirely off my sleep, and make me keenly alive to 3 or 4 gentlemen who were strolling leisurely about my person, and every here and there leaving me somewhat as a keepsake. However, everything has its compensation, and when day came at last, and the sparrows awoke with trills and carolets, the dawn seemed to fall on me like a sleeping draught. I went to the window and saw the sparrows about the eaves, and a great troop of doves go strolling up the Pavan gas, seeking what they may devour. And so to sleep, despite fleas and fire alarms, and clocks chiming the hours out of neighbouring houses at all sorts of odd times, and with the most charming want of unanimity. We have got settled down in Frankfurt, and like the place very much. Simpson and I seem to get on very well together. We suit each other capitally, and it is 44 an awful joke to be living 2 wood advocates and 1 a baronet in this supremely mean abode. The abode is, however, a great improvement on the hotel, and I think we shall grow quite fond of it. Ever your affectionate son, R. 50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. 13 Rosengasse, Frankfurt, Tuesday morning, August 1872. Last night I was at the theatre and heard Die Juden la Juive, and was thereby terribly excited. At last, in the middle of the 5th act, which was perfectly beastly, I had to slope. I could stand even seeing the cauldron with the sham fire beneath, and the 2 hateful executioners in red. But when at last the girl's courage breaks down, and, grasping her father's arm, she cries out oh so shudderfully, I thought it high time to be out of that gala, and so I do not know yet whether it ends well or ill. But if I ever afterwards find that they do carry things to the extremity, I shall think more meanly of my species. It was raining and cold outside, so I went into a beerhall, and sat and brooded over a Schnitt half-glass for nearly an hour. An opera is far more real than real life to me. It seems as if stage illusion, and particularly this hardest to swallow and most conventional illusion of them, Alan opera would never stale upon me. I wish that life was an opera. I should like to live in one, but I don't know in what quarter of the globe I shall find a society so constituted. Besides, it would soon pall. Imagine asking for 3 cruiser cigars in recitative, or giving the washerwoman the inventory of your dirty clothes in a sustained and flowerissus aria. I am in a right good mood this morning to sit here and write to you, but not to give you news. There is a great stir of life, in a quiet, almost country fashion, all about us here. Someone is hammering a beefsteak in the 45 Risdetchesy. There is a great clink of pitchers and noise of the pumphandle at the public well in the little squarekin round the corner. The children, all seemingly within a month, and certainly none above 5, that always go halting and stumbling up and down the roadway, are ordinarily very quiet, and sit sedately puddling in the gutter, trying, I suppose, poor little devils, to understand their mutter-sprake, but they too make themselves heard from time to time in little incomprehensible antiphonies, about the drift that comes down to them by their rivers from the strange lands higher up the gas. Above all, there is here such a twittering of canaries I can see 12 out of our window, and such continual visitation of grey doves and big-nosed sparrows, as make our little by-street into a perfect aviary. I look across the gas at our opposite neighbour, as he dandles his baby about, and occasionally takes a spoonful or 2 of some pale, slimy nastiness that looks like dead porridge, if you can take the conception. These 2 are his only occupations. All day long you can hear him singing over the brat when he is not eating, or see him eating when he is not keeping baby. Besides which, there comes into his house a continual round of visitors that puts me in mind of the luncheon hour at home. As he has thus no ostensible avocation, we have named him the W.S. to give a flavour of respectability to the street. Enough of the gas. The weather is here much colder. It rained a good deal yesterday, and though it is fair and sunshiny again today, and we can still sit, of course, with our windows open, yet there is no more excuse for the siesta, and the bathe in the river, except for cleanliness, is no longer a necessity of life. The Main is very swift. In one part of the baths it is next door to impossible to swim against it, and I suspect that out in the open it would be quite impossible. Adieu, my dear mother, and believe me, ever your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. Rentier. To Charles Baxter. On the way home with Sir Walter Simpson from Germany. The 50. J.R. herein mentioned was a short-lived essay club of only 6 members. Its meetings were held in a public house in Advocates' Close. The meaning of its initials, as recently divulged by Mr. Baxter, was liberty, justice, reverence, no doubt understood by the members in some fresh and esoteric sense of their own. Boulogne-sur-Mer, Wednesday, 3rd or 4th September 1872. Blame me not that this epistle is the first you have from me. Idleness has held me fettered, but at last the times are bettered, and once more I wet my whistle. Here in France beside the sea, all the green and idle weathers I have had in sun and shower, such an easy warm subsistence, such an indolent existence, I should find it hard to sever. day from day and hour from hour. Many a tract provided ranter may upbraid me dark and sour. Many a bland utilitarian or excited millenarian perunt et imputanter. You must speak to every hour, but the very terms deceptive. You at least, my friend, will see that in sunny grassy meadows, trailed across by moving shadows, to be actively receptive is as much as man can be. He that all the winter grapples difficulties thrust and ward, needs to cheer him through his duty. Memories of sun and beauty, orchards with the russet apples lying scattered on the sward. Many such I keep in prison, keep them here at heart unseen, till my muse again rehearses, long years hence, and in my verses you shall meet them rerisen, ever comely, ever greened. You know how they never perish, how in time of later art memories consecrate and sweeten these defaced and tempest-beaten flowers of former years we cherish, half a life against our heart. Most those love fruits withered greenly, those frail, sickly amorettes, how they brighten with the distance, take new strength and new existence, till we see them sitting queenly, crowned and courted by regrets. All that loveliest and best is aureole fashion round their head. They that looked in life but plainly, how they stir our spirits vainly, when they come to us all cestus, like returning from the dead. Not the old love but another, bright she comes at memory's call, our forgotten vows reviving, to a newer, livelier living. As the dead child to the mother seems the fairest child of all, thus our Goethe, sacred master, travelling backward through his youth, surely wandered wrong in trying to renew the old undying loves that cling in memory faster than they ever lived in truth. So, en voilà, says de mauvais vers. Let us finish with a word or two in honest prose, though indeed I shall so soon be back again, and if you be in town as I hope, so soon get linked again down the Lothian road by a cigar or two and a liquor, that it is perhaps scarce worth the postage to send my letter on before me. I have just been long enough away to be satisfied and even anxious to get home again and talk the matter over with my friends. I shall have plenty to tell you, and principally plenty that I do not care to write, and I dare say you, too, will have a lot of gossip. What about Ferrier? Is the 50? J.R. think you to go naked and unashamed this winter? He with his charming idiosyncrasy was in my eyes the vine-leaf that preserved our self-respect. All the rest of us are such shadows, compared to his full-flavoured personality, but I must not spoil my own debut. I am trenching upon one of the essayets which I propose to introduce as a novelty this year before that august assembly, for we must not let it die. It is a sickly baby, but what with nursing and pap and the like, I do not see why it should not have a stout manhood after all, and perhaps a green old age. When we are old, if we ever should be that too, will be one of those cherished memories I 49 have been so rhapsodizing over. We must consecrate our room, we must make it a museum of bright recollections, so that we may go back there white-headed and say 15. After all, new countries, sun, music, and all the rest can never take down our gusty, rainy, smoky, grim old city out of the first place that it has been making for itself in the bottom of my soul, by all pleasant and hard things that have befallen me for these past 20 years or so. My heart is buried there, say, in Advocate's Close. Simpson and I got on very well together, and made a very suitable pair. I like him much better than I did when I started, which was almost more than I hoped for. If you should chance to see Bob, give him my news, or if you have the letter about you, let him see it. Ever your aft friend, R50 Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. Through the jesting tenor of this letter is to be discerned a vein of more than half serious thinking, very characteristic of R50, s alike as youth and man. 17 Heriot Row, Edinburgh, October 1872. My dear Baxter, I am gumboiled and face swollen to an unprecedented degree. It is very depressing to suffer from gibber that cannot be brought to a head. I cannot speak it, because my face is so swollen and stiff that enunciation must be deliberate, a thing your true gibberer cannot hold up his head under. And writ gibber is somehow not gibber at all. It does not come forth, does not flow, with that fine irrational freedom that it loves in speech. It does not afford relief to the packed bosom. Hence I am suffering from suppressed gibber and uneasy complaint, and like all cases of suppressed humours, this hath a nasty tendency to the brain. Therefore the more confused I get, the more I lean on thus and hences, and therefores you must not be down upon me, most 50 noble Festus, although this letter should smack of some infirmity of judgment. I speak the words of soberness and truth, and would you were not almost but altogether as I am, except this swelling. Lord, Lord, if we could change personalities, how we should hate it, how I should rebel at the office, repun under the Ulster coat, and repudiate your monkish humours thus unjustly, and suddenly thrust upon poor, infidel me. And as for Yowie, my dear Charles, a mouse that hath its lodging in a cat's ear would not be so uneasy as you in your new conditions. I do not see how your temperament would come through the feverish longings to do things that cannot then or perhaps ever be accomplished, the feverish unrests and damnable indecisions, that it takes all my easy-going spirits to come through. A vein can live out anything in the shape of a wind, and that is how I can be, and am, a more serious person than you, just as the light French seemed very serious to Sterne, light 50. Stevenson can afford to barb about over the top of any deep sea of prospect or retrospect, where ironclad 100. Baxter would incontinently go down with all hands. A fool is generally the wisest person out. The wise man must shut his eyes to all the perils and horrors that lie round him, but the cap and bells can go bobbing along the most slippery ledges, and the bauble will not stir up sleeping lions. Hooray! For motley, for a good sound insouciance, for a healthy philosophically carelessness. My dear Baxter, a word in your ear and tea you wish you were a fool. How easy the world would go on with you literally on castors. The only reason a wise man can assign for getting drunk is that he wishes to enjoy for a while the blessed immunities and sunshiny weather of the land of fooldom. But a fool who dwells ever there has no excuse at all. That is a happy land, if you like, and not so far away either. Take a fool's advice and let us strive without ceasing to get into it. Hark in your ear again, they allow people to reason 51 in that land. I wish I could take you by the hand and lead you away into its pleasant boundaries. There is no custom house on the frontier, and you may take in what books you will. There are no manners and customs, but men and women grow up like trees in a still, well-walled garden at their own sweet will. There is no prescribed or customary felino motley, cap or bauble. Out of the well of each one's own innate absurdity he is allowed and encouraged freely to draw and to communicate, and it is a strange thing how this natural fooling comes so nigh to one's better thoughts. Of wisdom, and stranger still, that all this discord of people speaking in their own natural moods and keys masses itself into a far more perfect harmony than all the dismal official unison in which they sing in other countries. Part singing seems best all the world over. I who live in England must wear the hackneyed symbols of the profession, to show that I have at least consular immunities, coming as I do out of another land, where they are not so wise as they are here, but fancy that God likes what he makes, and is not best pleased with us when we deface and dissemble all that he has given us and put about us to one common standard of highty-tighty. When was a jester obliged to finish his sentence? I cut so strong a pirouette that all my bells jingle, and come down in an attitude with one hand upon my hip. The evening's entertainment is over, and if our kind friends. Hurrah, I feel relieved. I have put out my gibber, and if you have read thus far you will have taken it in. I wonder if you will ever come this length. I shall try a trap for you and insult you here on this last page. Oh, Baxter, what a damned humbug you are. There, shall this insult bloom and die unseen, or will you come toward me, when next we meet, with a face deformed with anger and demand speedy and bloody satisfaction? Nous verrons, which is French. R50 Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. In the winter of 187,273 Stevenson was out of health again, and by the beginning of spring, there began the trouble which for the next 12 months clouded his home life. The following shows exactly in what spirit he took it. 17 Heriot Row, Edinburgh, Sunday, February 2, 1873. My dear Baxter, the thunderbolt has fallen with a vengeance now. On Friday night after leaving you in the course of conversation, my father put me 1 or 2 questions as to beliefs, which I candidly answered. I really hate all lying so much, know a new-found honesty that has somehow come out of my late illness that I could not so much as hesitate at the time, but if I had foreseen the real hell of everything since, I think I should have lied, as I have done so often before. I so far thought of my father, but I had forgotten my mother. And now, they are both ill, both silent, both as down in the mouth as if I can find no simile. You may fancy how happy it is for me. If it were not too late, I think I could almost find it in my heart to retract, but it is too late. And again, am I to live my whole life as one falsehood? Of course, it is rougher than hell upon my father, but can I help it? They don't see either that my game is not the light-hearted scoffer, that I am not, as they call me, a careless infidel. I believe as much as they do, only generally in the inverse ratio. I am, I think, as honest as they can be in what I hold. I have not come hastily to my views. I reserve, as I told them, many points until I acquire fuller information, and do not think I am thus justly to be called horrible atheist. Now, what is to take place? What a curse I am to my parents! O Lord, what a pleasant thing it is to have just damned the happiness of probably the only 2 people who care a damn about you in the world. What is my life to be at this rate? What, you rascal? Answer, I have a pistol at your throat. If all that I hold true and most desire to spread is to be such death, and worse than death in the eyes of my father and mother, what the devil am I to do? Here is a good heavy cross with a vengeance, and all rough with rusty nails that tear your fingers, only it is not I that have to carry it alone. I hold the light end, but the heavy burden falls on these 2. Don't know what I was going to say. I am an abject idiot, which all things considered is not remarkable. Ever your affectionate and horrible atheist, R. 50 Stevenson. It was the father who, from dislike of a certain Edinburgh Lewis, changed the sound and spelling of his son's second name to Louis, spoken always with the S sounded, and it was the son himself who about his 18th year dropped the use of his third name and initial altogether. See a paper on R. 50. Stevenson in Wick by Margaret H. Roberton, in Magazine of Wick Literary Society, Christmas 1903. Aikman's Annals of the Persecution in Scotland. Thomas Stevenson. Roman 2. Student days continued. New friendships ordered south. July 1873, May 1874. The year 1873 was a critical one in Stevenson's life. Late in July, he went for the second time to pay a visit to Cockfield Rectory, the pleasant Suffolk home of his cousin Mrs. Churchill Babington and her husband. Another guest at the same time was Mrs. Sitwell, my wifey and intimate friend, and connection by marriage of the hostess. I was shortly due to join the party, when Mrs. Sitwell wrote telling me of the fine young spirit she had found under her friend's roof, and suggesting that I should hasten my visit so as to make his acquaintance before he left. I came accordingly, and from that time on the fine young spirit became a leading interest both in her life and mine. He had thrown himself on her sympathies, in that troubled hour of his youth, with entire dependence almost from the first, and clung to her devotedly for the next 2 years as to an inspirer, consoler and guide. Under her influence he began for the first time to see his way in life, and to believe hopefully and manfully in his own powers and future. To encourage such hopes further, and to lend what hand one could towards their fulfillment, became quickly one of the first of cares and pleasures. It was impossible not to recognize, 55 in this very unacademical type of Scottish youth, a spirit the most interesting and full of promise. His social charm was already at its height, and quite irresistible, but inwardly he was full of trouble and self-doubt. If he could steer himself or be steered safely through the difficulties of youth, and if he could learn to write with half the charm and genius that shone from his presence and conversation, there seemed room to hope for the highest from him. He went back to Edinburgh in the beginning of September full of new hope and heart. It had been agreed that while still reading, as his parents desired, For the bar, he should try seriously to get ready for publication some essays which he had already on hand on Walt Whitman, one on John Knox, one on roads and the spirit of the road, and should so far as possible avoid topics of dispute in the home circle. But after a while the news of him was not favourable. Those differences with his father, which had been weighing almost morbidly upon his high-strung nature, were renewed. By mid-October his letters told of failing health. He came to London, and instead of presenting himself, as had been proposed, to be examined for admission to one of the London Inns of Court, he was forced to consult the late Sir Andrew Clarke, who found him suffering from acute nerve exhaustion, with some threat of danger to the lungs. He was ordered to break at once with Edinburgh for a time, and to spend the winter in a more soothing climate and surroundings. He went accordingly to Mentone, a place he had delighted in as a boy 10 years before, and during a stay of 6 months made a slow, but for the time being a pretty complete, recovery. I visited him twice during the winter, and the second time found him coming fairly to himself again 56 in the southern peace and sunshine. He was busy with the essay ordered south, and with that on Victor Hugo's romances, which was afterwards his first contribution to the Cornhill magazine, was full of 1,000 dreams and projects for future work, and was passing his invalid days pleasantly meanwhile in the companionship of 2 kind and accomplished Russian ladies, who took to him warmly, and of their children. The following record of the time is drawn from his correspondence partly with his parents and partly with myself, but chiefly from the journalitors, containing a full and intimate record of his daily moods and doings, which he was accustomed to send off weekly or oftener to Mrs. Sitwell. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. This is from his cousin's house in Suffolk. Some of the impressions then received of the contrasts between Scotland and England were later worked out in the essay The Foreigner at Home, printed at the head of Memories and Portraits. Cockfield Rectory, Sudbury, Suffolk, Tuesday, July 28, 1873. My dear mother, I am too happy to be much of a correspondent. Yesterday we were away to Melford and Lavenham, both exceptionally placid, beautiful old English towns. Melford scattered all round a big green, with an Elizabethan hall and park, great screens of trees that seem twice as high as trees should seem, and everything else like what ought to be in a novel, and what one never expects to see in reality, made me cry out how good we were to live in Scotland for the many hundredth time. I cannot get over my astonishment indeed. It increases every day at the hopeless gulf that there is between England and Scotland and English and Scotch. Nothing is the same, and I feel as strange and outlandish here as I do in France or Germany. Everything by 57, the wayside, in the houses or about the people, strikes me with an unexpected unfamiliarity. I walk among surprises, for just where you think you have them, something wrong turns up. I got a little law read yesterday, and some German this morning, but on the whole there are too many amusements going for much work. As for correspondence, I have neither heart nor time for it today. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. After leaving Cockfield, Stevenson spent a few days in London, and a few with me in a cottage I then had at Norwood. This and the following letters were written in the next days after his return home. Bob in the last paragraph is Robert Allen Mowbray Stevenson, an elder cousin to whom Louis had been from boyhood devotedly attached, afterwards known as the brilliant painter-critic and author of Velasquez, etc. 17 Harriet Row, Edinburgh, Monday, September 1, 1873. I have arrived, as you see, without accident, but I never had a more wretched journey in my life. I could not settle to read anything. I bought Darwin's last book in despair, for I knew I could generally read Darwin, but it was a failure. However, the book served me in good stead, for when a couple of children got in at Newcastle, I struck up a great friendship with them on the strength of the illustrations. These 2 children, a girl of 9 and a boy of 6, had never before travelled in a railway, so that everything was a glory to them, and they were never tired of watching the telegraph posts and trees and hedges go racing past us to the tail of the train, and the girl I found quite entered into the most daring personifications that I could make. A little way on, about Mouth, they had their first sight of the sea, and it was wonderful how loath they were to believe that what they saw was water. Indeed, it was very still and grey and solid-looking under a sky to match. It was 58 worth the fare, yet a little farther on, to see the delight of the girl when she passed into another country, with the black Tweed under our feet, crossed by the lamps of the passenger bridge. I remember the first time I had gone into another country, over the same river from the other side. Bob was not at the station when I arrived, but a friend of his brought me a letter, and he is to be in the first thing tomorrow. Do you know, I think yesterday and the day before were the 2 happiest days of my life. I would not have missed last month for eternity. Ever yours. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. The paper on roads herein mentioned had been planned during walks at Cockfield, was offered to and rejected by the Saturday Review, and ultimately accepted by Mr. Hamerton for the portfolio, and was the first regular or paid contribution of Stevenson to periodical literature. 17 Heriot Row, Edinburgh, Saturday, September 6, 1873. I have been today a very long walk with my father through some of the most beautiful ways hereabouts. The day was cold with an iron, windy sky, and only glorified now and then with autumn sunlight. For it is fully autumn with us, with a blight already over the greens, and a keen wind in the morning that makes one rather timid of one's tub when it finds its way indoors. I was out this evening to call on a friend, and coming back through the wet, crowded, lamplit streets was singing after my own fashion, Du hast diamant und Perlen, when I heard a poor cripple man in the gutter wailing over a pitiful Scotch air, his clubfoot supported on the other knee, and his whole woebegone body propped sideways against a crutch. The nearest lamp threw a strong light on his worn, sordid face, and the 3 boxes 59 of lucifer matches that he held for sale. My own false notes stuck in my chest. How well off I am, is the burthen of my songs all day long drum ist so wohl mir in der Welt, and the ugly reality of the cripple man was an intrusion on the beautiful world in which I was walking. He could no more sing than I could, and his voice was cracked and rusty and altogether perished. To think that that wreck may have walked the streets some 9 years ago, as glad at heart as I was, and promising himself a future as golden and honourable. Sunday 11, A1000. I wonder what you are doing now in church, likely at the Te Deum. Everything here is utterly silent. I can hear men's footfalls streets away. The whole life of Edinburgh has been sucked into sundry pious edifices. The gardens below my windows are steeped in a diffuse sunlight, and every tree seems standing on tiptoes, strained and silent, as though to get its head above its neighbours and listen. You know what I mean, don't you? How trees do seem silently to assert themselves on an occasion. I have been trying to write roads until I feel as if I were standing on my head, but I mean roads and shall do something to them. I wish I could make you feel the hush that is over everything, only made the more perfect by rare interruptions, and the rich, placid light and the still autumnal foliage. Houses, you know, stand all about our gardens, solid, steady blocks of houses, all look empty and asleep. Monday night, the drums and fifes up in the castle are sounding the guard call through the dark, and there is a great rattle of carriages without. I have had, I must tell you, my bed taken out of this room, so that I am alone in it with my books and 2 tables, and 2 chairs and a coal scuttle or scuttle, and a debris of broken pipe 60 in a corner, and my old school playbox, so full of papers and books that the lid will not shut down, standing reproachfully in the midst. There is something in it that is still a little gaunt and vacant. It needs a little populous disorder over it to give it the feel of homeliness, and perhaps a bit more furniture, just to take the edge off the sense of illimitable space, eternity, and a future state, and the like that is brought home to one, even in this small attic, by the wide, empty floor. You would require to know, what only I can ever know, many grim and many maudlin passages out of my past life to feel how great a change has been made for me by this past summer. Let me be ever so poor and threadpaper a soul, I am going to try for the best. These good booksellers of mine have at last got a Werther without illustrations. I want you to like Charlotte. Werther himself has every feebleness and vice that could tend to make his suicide a most virtuous and commendable action, and yet I like Werther too, I don't know why, except that he has written the most delightful letters in the world. Note, by the way, the passage under date June 21st, not far from the beginning. It finds a voice for a great deal of dumb, uneasy, pleasurable longing that we have all had, times without number. I looked that up the other day for roads, so I know the reference, but you will find it a garden of flowers from beginning to end. All through the passion keeps steadily rising. From the thunderstorm at the country house there was thunder in that story too, up to the last wild delirious interview. Either lot was no good at all, or else Werther should have remained alive after that. Either he knew his woman too well, or else he was precipitate. But an idiot like that is hopeless, and yet he wasn't an idiot. I make reparation, and will offer £18 of best wax at his tomb. Poor devil, he was only the weakester, at least, a very weak strong man. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. 17 Heriot Row, Edinburgh, Friday, September 12, 1873. I was over last night, contrary to my own wish, in Leven, Fife, and this morning I had a conversation of which, I think, some account might interest you. I was up with a cousin who was fishing in a millade, and a shower of rain drove me for shelter into a tumble-down steading attached to the 1099. There I found a labourer cleaning a byre, with whom I fell into talk. The man was to all appearance as heavy as any English clodhopper, but I knew I was in Scotland, and launched out forthright into education and politics and the aims of one's life. I told him how I had found the peasantry in Suffolk, and added that their state had made me feel quite pained and downhearted. It but to do that, he said, to anybody that thinks at a. Then, again, he said that he could not conceive how anything could daunt or cast down a man who had an aim in life. They that have had a good schoolin and do nae mair whatever they do they have done, but him that has something ayont need never be weary. I have had to mutilate the dialect much so that it might be comprehensible to you, but I think the sentiment will keep, even through a change of words, something of the heartsome ring of encouragement that it had for me, and that from a man cleaning a byre. You see what John Knox and his schools have done. Saturday, this has been a charming day for me from morning to now 5p1000. First I found your letter, and went down and read it on a seat in those public gardens of which you have heard already. After lunch, my father and I went down to the coast, and walked a little way along the shore between Granton and Cramond. This has always been with me a very favourite walk. The Firth 62 closes gradually together before you. The coast runs in a series of the most beautifully moulded bays. Hill after hill, wooded and softly outlined, trends away in front till the two shores join together. When the tide is out, there are great, gleaming flats of wet sand, over which the gulls go flying and crying, and every cape runs down into them with its little spit of wall and trees. We lay together a long time on the beach, the sea just babbled among the stones, and at one time we heard the hollow, sturdy beat of the paddles of an unseen steamer somewhere round the cape. I am glad to say that the peace of the day and scenery was not marred by any unpleasantness between us two. I am unhappily off my style, and can do nothing well. Indeed, I fear I have marred Rhodes finally by patching at it when I was out of the humour. Only, I am beginning to see something great about John Knox and Queen Mary. I like them both so much that I feel as if I could write the history fairly. Sunday, it has rained and blown chilly out of the east all day. This was my first visit to church since the last Sunday at Cockfield. I was alone, and read the Minor Prophets and thought of the past all the time. A sentimental Calvinist preached a very odd animal, as you may fancy, and to him I did not attend very closely. All afternoon I worked until 4:30, when I went out under an umbrella, and cruised about the empty, wet, glimmering streets until near dinner time. I have finished Rhodes today and send it off to you to see. The Lord knows whether it is worth anything. Some of it pleases me a good deal, but I fear it is quite unfit for any possible magazine. However, I wish you to see it, as you know the humour in which it was conceived, walking alone and very happily about the Suffolk highways and byways on several splendid sunny afternoons. Believe me, ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. Monday, I have looked over Rhodes again, and I am aghast at its feebleness. It is the trial of a very prentice hand indeed. Shall I ever learn to do anything well? However, it shall go to you for the reasons given above. To Mrs. Sitwell. After an outpouring about difficulties at home. Edinburgh, Tuesday, September 16, 1873. I must be very strong to have all this vexation and still to be well. I was weighed the other day, and the gross weight of my large person was 8 stone 6. Does it not seem surprising that I can keep the lamp alight through all this gusty weather in so frail a lantern, and yet it burns cheerily? My mother is leaving for the country this morning, and my father and I will be alone for the best part of the week in this house. Then on Friday I go south to Dumfries till Monday. I must write small, or I shall have a tremendous budget by then. P1000. I must tell you a thing I saw today. I was going down to Portobello in the train, when there came into the next compartment 3rd class an artisan, strongly marked with smallpox, and with sunken, heavy eyes, a face hard and unkind, and without anything lovely. There was a woman on the platform seeing him off. At first sight, with her one eye blind and the whole cast of her features strongly plebeian, and even vicious, she seemed as unpleasant as the man. But there was something beautifully soft, a sort of light of tenderness, as on some Dutch Madonna, that came over her face when she looked at the man. They talked for a while together through the window. The man seemed to have been asking money. "Ye ken the last time," she said, "I gave ye 2 shillings for your ludgeon, and ye said it died off into whisper, plainly Falstaff and Dame quickly over again." The man laughed unpleasantly, even 64 cruelly, and said something, and the woman turned her back on the carriage and stood a long while so, and do what I might, I could catch no glimpse of her expression, although I thought I saw the heave of a sob in her shoulders. At last, after the train was already in motion, she turned round and put 2 shillings into his hand. I saw her stand and look after us with a perfect heaven of love on her face-thighs. Poor one-eyed Madenontle. The train was out of sight. But the man, sordidly happy with his gains, did not put himself to the inconvenience of one glance to thank her for her ill-deserved kindness. I have been up at the Spec, and looked out a reference I wanted. The whole town is drowned in white wet vapour off the sea. Everything drips and soaks. The very statues seem wet to the skin. I cannot pretend to be very cheerful. I did not see one contented face in the streets, and the poor did look so helplessly chill and dripping, without a stitch to change, or so much as a fire to dry themselves at, or perhaps money to buy a meal, or perhaps even a bed. My heart shivers for them. Dumfries, Friday. All my thirst for a little warmth, a little sun, a little corner of blue sky avails nothing. Without, the rain falls with a long-drawn swish, and the night is as dark as a vault. There is no wind indeed, and that is a blessed change after the unruly, bedlamite gusts that have been charging against one round street corners, and utterly abolishing and destroying all that is peaceful in life. Nothing sours my temper like these coarse termagant winds. I hate practical joking, and your vulgarest practical joker is your flaw of wind. I have tried to write some verses, but I find I have nothing to say that has not been already perfectly said and perfectly sung in Adelaide. I have so perfect an idea out of that song. The great Alps, a wonder in the starlight river, strong from the hills, and turbulent and loudly audible at night country. A scented Frühlingsgarten of orchards and deep wood, where the nightingales 65 harbour a sort of German flavour over Aland, this love-drunken man, wandering on by. Sleeping village and silent town, pours out of his full heart, einst, oh wonder, einst, etc. I wonder if I am wrong about this being the most beautiful and perfect thing in the world, only marriage of really accordant words and music both drunk, with the same poignant, unutterable sentiment. Today in Glasgow, my father went off on some business, and my mother and I wandered about for 2 hours. We had lunch together, and were very merry over what the people at the restaurant would think of us mother and son they could not suppose us to be. Saturday, and today it came warmth, sunlight, and a strong, hearty living wind among the trees. I found myself a new being. My father and I went off a long walk, through a country most beautifully wooded and various under a range of hills. You should have seen one place where the wood suddenly fell away in front of us down a long, steep hill between a double row of trees, with one small fair-haired child framed in shadow in the foreground. And when we got to the foot, there was the little kirk and kirkyard of Irongray, among broken fields and woods, by the side of the bright, rapid river. In the kirkyard there was a wonderful congregation of tombstones, upright and recumbent on 4 legs after our Scotch fashion, and of flat-armed fir trees. One gravestone was erected by Scott at a cost, I learn, of 70 to the poor woman who served him as heroine in the heart of Midlothian, and the inscription in its stiff, Jedediah Cleshbotham fashion, is not without something touching. We went up the stream a little further to where 2 Covenanters lie buried in an oakwood, the tombstone, as the custom is, containing the details of their grim little tragedy in funnily bad rhyme, one verse of which sticks in my memory. We died their furious rage to stay, near to the kirk of Irongray. We then fetched a long compass round about through Holywood Kirk and Lincluden ruins to Dumfries, but the walk came sadly to grief as a pleasure excursion before our return. Sunday, another beautiful day. My father and I walked into Dumfries to church. When the service was done, I noted the 2 halberts laid against the pillar of the churchyard gate, and as I had not seen the little weekly pomp of civic dignitaries in our Scotch country towns for some years, I made my father wait. You should have seen the provost and 3 bailies going stately away down the sunlit street, and the 2 town servants strutting in front of them, in red coats and cocked hats, and with the halberts most conspicuously shouldered. We saw Burnet's house, a place that made me deeply sad, and spent the afternoon down the banks of the Nith. I had not spent a day by a river since we lunched in the meadows near Sudbury. The air was as pure and clear and sparkling as spring water. Beautiful, graceful outlines of hill and wood shut us in on every side, and the swift, brown river fled smoothly away from before our eyes, rippled over with oily eddies and dimples. White gulls had come up from the sea to fish, and hovered and flew hither and thither among the loops of the stream. By good fortune, too, it was a dead calm between my father and me. Do you know, I find these rows harder on me than ever. I get a funny swimming in the head when they come on that I had not before the like when I think of them. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Edinburgh, Monday, 22nd September 1873. I have just had another disagreeable tonight. It is difficult indeed to steer steady among the breakers. I am always touching ground. Generally it is my own blame, for I cannot help getting friendly with my father whom I do love, and so speaking foolishly with my mouth. I have yet to learn in ordinary conversation that reserve and silence that I must try to unlearn in the matter of the feelings. The news that roads would do reached me in good season. I had begun utterly to despair of doing anything. Certainly I do not think I should be in a hurry to commit myself about the Covenanters. The whole subject turns round about me, and so branches out to this side, and that I grow bewildered, and one cannot write discreetly about any one little corner of an historical period, until one has an organic view of the whole. I have, however, given life and health great hope of my Covenanters. Indeed, there is a lot of precious dust to be beaten out of that stack, even by a very infirm hand. Much later, I can scarcely see to write just now, so please excuse. We have had an awful scene. All that my father had to say has been put forth, not that it was anything new, only it is the devil to hear. I don't know what to do, the world goes hopelessly round about me. There is no more possibility of doing, living, being anything but a beast, and there's the end of it. It is 11, I think, for a clock struck. O Lord, there has been a deal of time through our hands since I went down to supper. All this has come from my own folly. I somehow could not think the gulf so impassable, and I read him some notes on the Duke of Argyll 8. I thought he would agree so far, and that we might have some rational discussion on the rest. And now after some hours has told me that he is a weak man, and that I am driving him too far, and that I know not what I am doing. Oh dear God, this is bad work. I have lit a pipe and feel calmer. I say, my dear friend, I am killing my father, told me tonight by the way that I alienated utterly my mother, and this is 68, the result of my attempt to start fair and fresh, and to do my best for all of them. I must wait till tomorrow ere I finish. I am tonight too excited. Tuesday, the sun is shining today, which is a great matter, and altogether the gale having blown off again, I live in a precarious lull. On the whole I am not displeased with last night. I kept my eyes open through it all, and I think, not only avoided saying anything that could make matters worse in the future, but said something that may do good. But a little better or a little worse is a trifle. I lay in bed this morning awake, for I was tired and cold and in no special hurry to rise, and heard my father go out for the papers, and then I lay and wished if he would only whistle when he comes in again. But of course he did not. I have stopped that pipe. Now you see I have written to you this time and sent it off, for both of which God forgive me. Ever your faithful friend, R50S. My father and I together can put about a year through in half an hour. Look here, you mustn't take this too much to heart. I shall be all right in a few hours. It's impossible to depress me. And of course when you can't do anything there's no need of being depressed. It's all waste tissue. 50 to Mrs. Sitwell. Edinburgh, Wednesday, September 24th, 1873. I have found another flowering isle. All this beautiful, quiet, sunlit day, I have been out in the country, down by the sea on my favourite coast between Granton and Queensferry. There was a delicate, delicious haze over the firth and sands on one side, and on the other was the shadow of the woods all riven with great 69 golden rifts of sunshine. A little faint talk of waves upon the beach, the wild strange crying of seagulls over the sea, and the hoarse wood-pigeons and shrill, sweet robins full of their autumn love-making among the trees, made up a delectable concerto of peaceful noises. I spent the whole afternoon among these sights and sounds with Simpson, and we came home from Queensferry on the outside of the coach and four, along a beautiful way full of ups and downs among woody, uneven country laid out 50 years ago, I suppose by my grandfather, on the notion of Hogarth's line of beauty. You see, my taste for roads is hereditary. Friday, I was wakened this morning by a long flourish of bugles and a roll upon the drums, reveille at the castle. I went to the window. It was a grey, quiet dawn. A few people passed already up the street between the gardens. Already I heard the noise of an early cab somewhere in the distance. Most of the lamps had been extinguished, but not all, and there were 2 or 3 lit. Windows in the opposite facade that showed where sick people and watchers had been awake all night, and knew not yet of the new, cool day. This appealed to me with a special sadness. How often in the old times my nurse and I had looked across at these, and sympathized. I wish you would read Michellet's Louis XIV's Et la Révocation de l'Edit de Nantes. I read it out in the garden, and the autumnal trees and weather, and my own autumnal humour, and the pitiable prolonged tragedies of Madame and of Molière, as they look, darkling and sombre, out of their niches in the great gingerbread facade of the grand age, go wonderfully hand in hand. I wonder if my revised paper has pleased the Saturday. If it has not, I shall be rather sorrino, very sorry indeed, but not surprised, and certainly not hurt. It will be a great disappointment, but I am glad to say that among all my queasy, troublesome feelings, I have 70 not a sensitive vanity. Not that I am not as conceited as you know me to be, only I go easy over the coals in that matter. I have been out reading Hallam in the garden, and have been talking with my old friend the gardener, a man of singularly hard favour and few teeth. He consulted me this afternoon on the choice of books, premising that his taste ran mainly on war and travel. On travel I had to own at once my ignorance. I suggested Kinglake, but he had read that, and so, finding myself here unhorsed, I turned about and at last recollected Southey's Lives of the Admirals, and the volumes of Macaulay containing the Wars of William. Can you think of any other for this worthy man? I believe him to hold me in as high an esteem as any one can do, and I reciprocate his respect, for he is quite an intelligent companion. On Saturday morning, I read Morley's article aloud to Bob in one of the walks of the public garden. I was full of it and read most excitedly, and we were ever, as we went to and fro, passing a bench where a man sat reading the Bible aloud to a small circle of the devout. This man is well known to me, sits there all day, sometimes reading, sometimes singing, sometimes distributing tracts. Bob laughed much at the opposition preachers. I never noticed it till he called my attention to the other, but it did not seem to me like opposition does it to you. Each in his way was teaching what he thought best. Last night, after reading Walt Whitman a long while for my attempt to write about him, I got Tetimonti, rushed out up to 1000. Came in, took out Leaves of Grass, and without giving the poor unbeliever time to object, proceeded to wade into him with favourite passages. I had at least this triumph, that he swore he must read some more of him. Ever your faithful friend, Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. On the question of the authorship of the Ode to the Cuckoo, which Burke thought the most beautiful lyric in our language, the debate was between the claims of John Logan, minister of South Leith, 17,451,785, and his friend and fellow worker Michael Bruce. Those of Logan have, I believe, been now vindicated past doubt. Edinburgh, Saturday, October 4, 1873. It is a little sharp today, but bright and sunny with a sparkle in the air, which is delightful after 4 days of unintermitting rain. In the streets I saw 2 men meet after a long separation. It was plain. They came forward with a little run and leaped at each other's hands. You never saw such bright eyes as they both had. It put one in a good humour to see it. 8p 1000. I made a little more out of my work than I have made for a long while back, though even now I cannot make things fall into sentences, only sprawl over the paper in bold often clauses. Then I was about in the afternoon with Baxter, and we had a good deal of fun, first rhyming on the names of all the shops we passed, and afterwards buying needles and quack drugs from open-air vendors, and taking much pleasure in their inexhaustible eloquence. Every now and then as we went, Arthur's Seat showed its head at the end of a street. Now, today the blue sky and the sunshine were both entirely wintry, and there was about the hill, in these glimpses, a sort of thin, unreal, crystalline distinctness that I have not often seen excelled. As the sun began to go down over the valley between the new town and the old, the evening grew resplendent. All the gardens and low-lying buildings sank back and became almost invisible in a mist of wonderful sun, and the castle stood up against the sky, as thin and sharp in outline as a castle cut out of paper. Baxter made a good remark about Prince's Street, that it was the most elastic street for length that he knew. Sometimes it looks, as it looked 72 tonight, interminable, a way leading right into the heart of the red sundown. Sometimes, again, it shrinks together, as if for warmth, on one of the withering, clear east-windy days, until it seems to lie underneath your feet. I want to let you see these verses from an ode to the cuckoo written by one of the ministers of Leith in the middle of last centuryth palmy days of Edinburgh, who was a friend of Hume and Adam Smith and the whole constellation. The authorship of these beautiful verses has been most truculently fought about, but whoever wrote them, and it seems as if this Logan had, they are lovely. What time the pea puts on the bloom, thou fleeced the vocal veil, an annual guest in other lands, another spring to hail. Sweet bird, thy bower is ever green, thy sky is ever clear. Thou hast no sorrow in thy song, no winter in thy year. Oh, could I fly, I'd fly with thee. We'd make on joyful wing our annual visit o'er the globe. Companions of the spring. Sunday, I have been at church with my mother, where we heard Arise, Shine, sung excellently well, and my mother was so much upset with it that she nearly had to leave church. This was the antidote, however, to 50 minutes of solid sermon vera heavy. I have been sticking in to Walt Whitman, nor do I think I have ever laboured so hard to attain so small a success. Still, the thing is taking shape, I think. I know a little better what I want to say all through, and in process of time, possibly I shall manage to say it. I must say I am a very bad workman, mais j'y do courage. I am indefatigable at 73 rewriting and bettering, and surely that humble quality should get me on a little. Monday, October 6. It is a magnificent glimmering moonlight night, with a wild, great west wind abroad, flapping above one like an immense banner, and every now and again swooping furiously against my windows. The wind is too strong perhaps, and the trees are certainly too leafless for much of that wide rustle that we both remember. There is only a sharp, angry, sibilant hiss, like breath drawn with the strength of the elements through shut teeth, that one hears between the gusts only. I am in excellent humour with myself, for I have worked hard and not altogether fruitlessly, and I wished before I turned in just to tell you that things were so. My dear friend, I feel so happy when I think that you remember me kindly. I have been up tonight lecturing to a friend on life and duties and what a man could do. A coal off the altar had been laid on my lips, and I talked quite above my average, and hope I spread, what you would wish to see spread into one person's heart, and with a new light upon it. I shall tell you a story. Last Friday I went down to Portobello in the heavy rain, with an uneasy wind blowing par Raffles off the sea, or en Raffles should it be, or what? As I got down near the beach a poor woman, oldish and seemingly, lately at least respectable, followed me and made signs. She was drenched to the skin, and looked wretched below wretchedness. You know, I did not like to look back at her. It seemed as if she might misunderstand and be terribly hurt and slighted. So I stood at the end of the street. There was no one else within sight in the wet, and lifted up my hand very high with some money in it. I heard her steps draw heavily near behind me, and when she was near enough to see, I let the money fall in the mud and went off at my best walk without ever turning round. There is nothing in the story, and yet you will understand how much 74 there is, if one chose to set it forth. You see, she was so ugly, and you know there is something terribly, miserably pathetic in a certain smile, a certain sodden aspect of invitation on such faces. It is so terrible that it is in a way sacred. It means the outside of degradation and what is worst of all in life, false position. I hope you understand me rightly. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Edinburgh, Tuesday, October 14, 1873. My father has returned in better health, and I am more delighted than I can well tell you. The one trouble that I can see no way through is that his health or my mother's should give way. Tonight, as I was walking along Prince's Street, I heard the bugles sound the recall. I do not think I had ever remarked it before. There is something of unspeakable appeal in the cadence. I felt as if something yearningly cried to me out of the darkness overhead to come thither and find rest. One felt as if there must be warm hearts and bright fires waiting for one up there, where the buglers stood on the damp pavement and sounded their friendly invitation forth into the night. Wednesday, I may as well tell you exactly about my health. I am not at all ill, have quite recovered, only I am what 2000. Less medicines call below par, which in plain English is that I am weak. With tonics, decent weather and a little cheerfulness, that will go away in its turn, and I shall be all right again. I am glad to hear what you say about the exam. Until quite lately I have treated that pretty cavalierly, for I say honestly that I do not mind being plucked. I shall just have to go up again. We travelled with the Lord Advocate the other day, and he strongly advised me in 75 my father's hearing to go to the English bar, and the Lord Advocate's advice goes a long way in Scotland. It is a sort of special legal revelation. Don't misunderstand me. I don't, of course, want to be plucked, but so far as my style of knowledge suits them, I cannot make much betterment on it in a month. If they wish scholarship more exact, I must take a new lease altogether. Thursday, my head and eyes both gave in this morning, and I had to take a day of complete idleness. I was in the open air all day, and did no thought that I could avoid, and I think I have got my head between my shoulders again. However, I am not going to do much. I don't want you to run away with any fancy about my being 99. Given a person weak and in some trouble, and working longer hours than he is used to, and you have the matter in a nutshell. You should have seen the sunshine on the hill today. It has lost now that crystalline clearness, as if the medium were spring water. You see, I am stupid. But it retains that wonderful thinness of outline that makes the delicate shape and hue savour better in one's mouth, like fine wine out of a finely blown glass. The birds are all silent now but the crows. I sat a long time on the stairs that lead down to Duddingston Locher Place, as busy as a great town during frost, but now solitary and silent, and when I shut my eyes I heard nothing but the wind in the trees, and you know all that went through me, I dare say, without my saying it. I am now all right. I do not expect any tic tonight and shall be at work again tomorrow. I have had a day of open air, only a little modified by Le Capitaine fracas before the dining-room fire. I must write no more, for I am sleepy after 2 nights, to quote my book Sinon Blanches du Moins Grises, and so I must go to bed and faithfully, hoggishly slumber, your faithful Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. On the advice of the Lord Advocate, it had been agreed that Stevenson should present himself for admission as a student at one of the London Inns of Court, and should come to town after the middle of October to be examined for that purpose. The following 2 letters refer to this purpose, and to the formalities required for effecting it. Edinburgh, Oct. 15, 1873, Wednesday. My dear Colvin, of course I knew as well as you that I was merely running before an illness, but I thought I should be in time to escape. However, I was knocked over on Monday night with a bad sore throat, fever, rheumatism, and a threatening of pleurisy, which last is, I think, gone. I still hope to be able to get away early next week, though I am not very clear as to how I shall manage the journey. If I don't get away on Wednesday at latest, I lose my excuse for going at all, and I do wish to escape a little while. I shall see about the form when I get home, which I hope will be tomorrow. I was taken ill in a friend's house, and have not yet been moved. How could a broken-down engineer expect to make anything of roads? Requiescent. When we get well, and if we get well, we shall do something better. Yours sincerely, R50 Stevenson. Ye couche of pain. To Sidney Colvin. Edinburgh, October 16, 1873, Thursday. My dear Colvin, I am at my wits' end about this abominable form of admission. I don't know what the devil it is. I haven't got one even if I did, and so can't sign. Monday night is the very earliest on which, even if I go on mending at the very great pace I have made already, I can hope to be in London myself, but possibly it is only intimation that requires to be made on Tuesday morning, and one may possess oneself of a form of admission up to the 11th hour. I send herewith a letter which I must ask you to cherish, as I count it a sort of talisman. Perhaps you may understand it, I don't. If you don't understand it, please do not trouble, and we must just hope that Tuesday morning will be early enough to do all. Of course I fear the exam will spin me. Indeed, after this bodily and spiritual crisis I should not dream of coming up at all, only that I require it as a pretext for a moment's escape, which I want much. I am so glad that Rhodes has got in. I had almost as soon have it in the portfolio as the Saturday. The P is so nicely printed, and I am gourmet in type. I don't know how to thank you for your continual kindness to me, and I am afraid I do not even feel grateful enough you have let your kindnesses come on me so easily. Yours sincerely, Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. When Stevenson a few days later came to London, it was before the physicians and not the lawyers that he must present himself, and the result of an examination by Sir Andrew Clarke was his prompt and peremptory dispatch to Mentone for a winter's rest and sunshine at a distance from all causes of mental agitation. This episode of his life gave occasion to the essay ordered south, the only one of his writings in which he took the invalid point of view or allowed his health troubles in any degree to colour his work. Travelling south by slow stages, he wrote on the way a long diary letter from which extracts follow. Avignon, November 1873. I have just read your letter upon the top of the hill beside the church and castle. The whole air was filled with sunset and the sound of bells, and I wish I could 78 give you the least notion of the southernness and provinciality of all that I saw. I cannot write while I am travelling, c'est undefaut, but so it is. I must have a certain feeling of being at home, and my head must have time to settle. The new images oppress me, and I have a fever of restlessness on me. You must not be disappointed at such shabby letters, and besides, remember my poor head and the fanciful crawling in the spine. I am back again in the stage of thinking there is nothing the matter with me, which is a good sign, but I am wretchedly nervous. Anything like rudeness I am simply babyishly afraid of, and noises, and especially the sounds of certain voices, are the devil to me. A blind poet whom I found selling his immortal works in the streets of Sens captivated me with the remarkable equable strength and sweetness of his voice, and I listened a long while and bought some of the poems, and now this voice, after I had thus got it thoroughly into my head, proved false metal and a really bad and horrible voice at bottom. It haunted me some time, but I think I am done with it now. I hope you don't dislike reading bad style like this as much as I do writing it. It hurts me when neither words nor clauses fall into their places, much as it would hurt you to sing when you had a bad cold and your voice deceived you and missed every other note. I do feel so inclined to break the pen and write no more, and here apropos begins my back. After dinner, it blows tonight from the north down the valley of the Rhône, and everything is so cold that I have been obliged to indulge in a fire. There is a fine crackle and roar of burning wood in the chimney which is very homely and companionable, though it does seem to postulate a town all white with snow outside. I have bought St. Beuve's Chateaubriand, and am 79 immensely delighted with the critic. Chateaubriand is more antipathetic to me than anyone else in the world. I begin to wish myself arrived tonight. Travelling, when one is not quite well, has a good deal of unpleasantness. One is easily upset by cross incidents, and wants that belle humour and spirit of adventure that makes a pleasure out of what is unpleasant. Tuesday, November 11th. There's a date for you. I shall be in Mentone for my birthday, with plenty of nice letters to read. I went away across the Rhône and up the hill on the other side that I might see the town from a distance. Avignon followed me with its bells and drums and bugles, for the old city has no equal for multitude of such noises. Crossing the bridge and seeing the brown turbid water foam and eddy about the piers, one could scarce believe one's eyes when one looked down upon the stream and saw the smooth blue mirroring tree and hill. Over on the other side, the sun beat down so furiously on the white road that I was glad to keep in the shadow, and when the occasion offered, to turn aside among the oliveyards. It was 9 years and 6 months since I had been in an oliveyard. I found myself much changed, not so gay, but wiser and more happy. I read your letter again, and sat a while looking down over the tawny plain, and at the fantastic outline of the city. The hills seemed just fainting into the sky. Even the great peak above Carpenter's Lord knows how many meters above the sea seemed unsubstantial and thin in the breadth and potency of the sunshine. I should like to stay longer here, but I can't. I am driven forward by restlessness and leave this afternoon about 2. I am just going out now to visit again the church, castle and hill for the sake of the magnificent panorama, and besides, because it is the friendliest spot in all Avignon to me. Later, you cannot picture to yourself anything more steeped in hard, bright sunshine than the view from the hill. The immovable inky shadow of the old bridge on the fleeting surface of the yellow river seemed more solid than the bridge itself. Just in the place where I sat yesterday evening a shaven man in a velvet cap was studying muses vidently, one of the singers for La Muette de Portici at the theatre tonight. I turned back as I went away. The white Christ stood out in strong relief on his brown cross against the blue sky, and the 4 kneeling angels and lanterns grouped themselves about the foot with a symmetry that was almost laughable. The musician read on at his music, and counted time with his hand on the stone step. Menton, November 12th. My first enthusiasm was on rising at Orange and throwing open the shutters. Such a great living flood of sunshine poured in upon me that I confess to having danced and expressed my satisfaction aloud, in the middle of which the boots came to the door with hot water, to my great confusion. Today has been one long delight, coming to a magnificent climax on my arrival here. I gave up my baggage to an hotel porter and set off to walk at once. I was somewhat confused as yet as to my directions, for the station of course was new to me, and the hills had not sufficiently opened out to let me recognize the peaks. Suddenly, as I was going forward slowly in this confusion of mind, I was met by a great volley of odours out of the lemon and orange gardens, and the past linked on to the present, and in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, the whole scene fell before me into order and I was at home. I nearly danced again. I suppose I must send off this tonight to notify my arrival in safety and good humour, and I think in good health, before relapsing into the old weekly vein. I hope this time to send you a weekly dose of sunshine from the 81 South, instead of the jet of Snell Edinburgh east wind that used to was, ever your faithful friend, R50 S. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson, Hotel du Pavillon, Menton, November 13, 1873. My dear mother, the place is not where I thought. It is about where the old post office was. The Hotel de Landers is no more an hotel. I have found a charming room in the Hotel du Pavillon, just across the road from the Prince's villa. It has one window to the south and one to the east, with a superb view of Menton and the hills, to which I moved this afternoon. In the old great place there is a kiosk for the sale of newspapers. A string of omnibuses, perhaps 30, go up and down under the planetaries of the Turin Road on the occasion of each train. The promenade has crossed both streams, and bids fair to reach the Cap Martin. The old chapel near Freeman's house at the entrance to the Gorbio Valley is now entirely submerged under a shining new villa, with pavilion annexed, over which, in all the pride of oak and chestnut and divers coloured marbles, I was shown this morning by the obliging proprietor. The Prince's palace itself is rehabilitated, and shines afar with white window curtains from the midst of a garden, all trim borders and greenhouses and carefully kept walks. On the other side the villas are more thronged together, and they have arranged themselves, shelf after shelf, behind each other. I see the glimmer of new buildings, too, as far eastward as Grimaldi, and a viaduct carries, I suppose, the railway past the mouth of the Bone Caves. F. Bacon, Lord Chancellor, made the remark that time was the greatest innovator. It is perhaps as meaningless a remark as was ever made, but as Bacon made it, I suppose it is better than any that I could make. Does it not seem as if things were fluid? They are displaced and altered in 10 years, so that one has difficulty, even with a memory so very vivid and retentive for that sort of thing as mine, in identifying places where one lived a long while in the past, and which one has kept piously in mind during all the interval. Nevertheless, the hills, I am glad to say, are unaltered, though I dare say the torrents have given them many a shrewd scar, and the rains and thaws dislodged many a boulder from their heights, if one were only keen enough to perceive it. The sea makes the same noise in the shingle, and the lemon and orange gardens still discharge in the still air their fresh perfume, and the people have still brown comely faces, and the pharmacy grows still dispenses English medicines, and the invalids eheu still sit on the promenade and trifle with their fingers in the fringes of shawls and wrappers, and the shop of Pascal Amaranth still, in its present bright consummate flower of aggrandizement and new paint, offers everything that it has entered into people's hearts to wish for in the idleness of a sanatorium, and the Château des Morts is still at the top of the town, and the fort and the jetty are still at the foot, only there are now 2 jetties, and I am out of breath. To be continued in our next. For myself, I have come famously through the journey, and as I have written this letter for the first time for ever so long with ease and even pleasure, I think my head must be better. I am still no good at coming down hills or stairs, and my feet are more consistently cold than is quite comfortable. But these apart, I feel well, and in good spirits all round. I have written to Nice for letters and hope to get them tonight. Continue to address post restant. Take care of yourselves. This is my birthday, by the way. Oh, I said that before. Adieu, ever your affectionate son. R50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Menton, November 13, 1873. I must pour out my disgust at the absence of a letter. My birthday nearly gone, and devil a letter, I beg pardon. After all, now I think of it, it is only a week since I left. I have here the nicest room in Menton. Let me explain. Ah, there's the bell for the table d'hote. Now to see if there is anyone conversable within these walls. In the interval my letters have come, none from you but one from Barb, which both pained and pleased me. He cannot get on without me at all, he writes. He finds that I have been the whole world for him, that he only talked to other people in order that he might tell me afterwards about the conversation. Should I really don't know quite what to feel. I am so much astonished, and almost more astonished that he should have expressed it than that he should feel it. He never would have said it, I know. I feel a strange sense of weight and responsibility. Ever your faithful friend. R50 S. To Mrs. Sitwell. In the latter part of this letter will be found the germ of the essay ordered south. Menton, Sunday, November 23, 1873. My dear friend, I sat a long while up among the olive yards today at a favourite corner, where one has a fair view down the valley and on to the blue floor of the sea. I had a Horace with me, and read a little. But Horace, when you try to read him fairly under the open heaven, sounds urban, and you find something of the escaped townsman in his descriptions of the country, just as somebody said that Morris sea pieces were all taken 84 from the coast. I tried for long to hit upon some language that might catch ever so faintly the indefinable shifting colour of olive leaves, and above all, the changes and little silverings that pass over them, like blushes over a face, when the wind tosses great branches to and fro. But the muse was not favourable. A few birds scattered here and there at wide intervals on either side of the valley sang the little broken songs of late autumn, and there was a great stir of insect life in the grass at my feet. The path up to this coign of vantage, where I think I shall make it a habit to ensconce myself a while of a morning, is for a little while common to the peasant and a little clear brooklet. It is pleasant, in the tempered grey daylight of the olive shadows, to see the people picking their way among the stones and the water and the brambles, the women especially, with the weights poised on their heads, and walking all from the hips with a certain graceful deliberation. Tuesday, I have been to Nice today to see Dr. Bennet. He agrees with Clark that there is no disease, but I finished up my day with a lamentable exhibition of weakness. I could not remember French, or at least I was afraid to go into any place lest I should not be able to remember it, and so could not tell when the train went. At last I crawled up to the station and sat down on the steps, and just steeped myself there in the sunshine until the evening began to fall and the air to grow chilly. This long rest put me all right, and I came home here triumphantly and ate dinner well. There is the full, true, and particular account of the worst day I have had since I left London. I shall not go to Nice again for some time to come. Thursday, I am today quite recovered and got into Menton today for a book, which is quite a creditable walk. As an intellectual being I have not yet begun to re-exist. My immortal soul is still very nearly extinct, but we must hope the best. Now do take warning by 85 me. I am set up by a beneficent providence at the corner of the road, to warn you to flee from the hebetude that is to follow. Being sent to the south is not much good unless you take your soul with you see, and my soul is rarely with me here. I don't see much beauty. I have lost the key. I can only be placid and inert, and see the bright days go past uselessly one after another. Therefore don't talk foolishly with your mouth any more about getting liberty by being ill and going south via the sickbed. It is not the old free-born bird that gets thus to freedom, but I know not what manacled and hidebound spirit, incapable of pleasure, the clay of a man. Go south, why I saw more beauty with my eyes healthfully alert to see in 2 wet windy February afternoons in Scotland than I can see in my beautiful olive gardens and grey hills in a whole week in my low and lost estate, as the Shorter Catechism puts it somewhere. It is a pitiable blindness, this blindness of the soul. I hope it may not be long with me. So remember to keep well, and remember rather anything than not to keep well. And again I say, anything rather than not to keep well. Not that I am unhappy, mind you. I have found the words already placid and inert, that is what I am. I sit in the sun and enjoy the tingle all over me, and I am cheerfully ready to concur with anyone who says that this is a beautiful place, and I have a sneaking partiality for the newspapers, which would be all very well if one had not fallen from heaven and were not troubled with some reminiscence of the ineffable aurora. To sit by the sea and to be conscious of nothing but the sound of the waves, and the sunshine over all your body is not unpleasant, but I was an archangel once. Friday, if you knew how old I felt, I am sure this is what age brings with it, thy's carelessness, this disenchantment, this continual bodily weariness. I am a 86 man of 70, oh Medea, kill me or make me young again. 9. Today has been cloudy and mild, and I have lain a great while on a bench outside the garden wall, my usual place now, and looked at the dove-coloured sea and the broken roof of cloud, but there was no seeing in my eye. Let us hope tomorrow will be more profitable. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. The history of the scruples and ideas of duty in regard to money expressed in the following letter is set forth and further explained in retrospect in the fragment called Lay Morals, written in 1879. The Walt Whitman essay here mentioned is not that afterwards printed in Men and Books, but an earlier and more enthusiastic version. Mr. Dowson, of whom Stevenson lost sight after these Riviera days, was the father of the unfortunate poet Ernest Dowson. His acquaintance was the first result of Stevenson's search for anyone conversable in the hotel. Menton, Sunday, November 30, 1873. My dear friend, today is as hot as it has been in the sun, and as I was a little tired and seedy, I went down and just drank in sunshine. A strong wind has risen out of the west. The great big dead leaves from the roadside planes scuttled about and chased one another over the gravel round me with a noise like little waves under the keel of a boat, and jumped up sometimes onto my lap and into my face. I lay down on my back at last and looked up into the sky. The white corner of the hotel, with a wide projection at the top, stood out in dazzling relief, and there was nothing else, save a few of the plain leaves that had got up wonderfully high and turned and eddied and flew here and there like little pieces of gold leaf, to break the extraordinary sea of blue. It was bluer than anything in the world here, wonderfully 87 blue, and looking deeply peaceful, although in truth there was a high wind blowing. I am concerned about the plain leaves. Hitherto it has always been a great feature to see these trees standing up head and shoulders and chest, head and body, in fact above the wonderful blue-grey greens of the olives, in one glory of red gold. Much more of this wind, and the gold, I fear, will be all spent. I must write you another little word. I have found here a new friend, to whom I grow daily more devoted. George Sand. I go on from one novel to another, and think the last I have read the most sympathetic and friendly in tone, until I have read another. It is a life in dreamland. Have you read Mademoiselle Merquam? Monday, I did not quite know last night what to say to you about Emile. Merquam, if you want to be unpleasantly moved, read it. I am gloomy and out of spirits tonight in consequence of a ridiculous scene at the table d'hôte, where a parson whom I rather like took offence at something I said, and we had almost a quarrel. It was mopped up and stifled like spilt wine with a napkin, but it leaves an unpleasant impression. I have again ceased all work, because I felt that it strained my head a little, and so I have resumed the tedious task of waiting with folded hands for better days. But thanks to George Sand and the sunshine, I am very jolly. That last word was so much out of key that I could sit no longer, and went away to seek out my clergyman and apologize to him. He was gone to bed. I don't know what makes me take this so much to heart. I suppose it's nerves or pride or something, but I am unhappy about it. I am going to drown my sorrows in consulo and burn some incense in my pipe to the god of contentment and forgetfulness. I do not know, but I hope, if I can only get better, I shall be a help to you soon in every way and no more a trouble and burthen. All my difficulties about life have so cleared away, the scales have fallen from my eyes, and the broad road of my duty lies out straight before me without cross or hindrance. I have given up all hope, all fancy rather, of making literature my hold. I see that I have not capacity enough. My life shall be, if I can make it, my only business. I am desirous to practice now rather than to preach, for I know that I should ever preach badly, and men can more easily forgive faulty practice than dull sermons. If Calvin does not think that I shall be able to support myself soon by literature, I shall give it up and go, horrible as the thought is to me, into an office of some sort. The first and main question is that I must live by my own hands. After that come the others. You will not regard me as a madman, I am sure. It is a very rational aberration at least to try to put your beliefs into practice. Strangely enough, it has taken me a long time to see this distinctly with regard to my whole creed, but I have seen it at last, praised be my sickness and my leisure. I have seen it at last, the sun of my duty has risen, I have enlisted for the first time, and after long coquetting with the shilling, under the banner of the Holy Ghost, 10. If you had seen the moon last night, it was like transfigured sunshine, as clear and mellow, only showing everything in a new wonderful significance. The shadows of the leaves on the road were so strangely black that Dowson and I had difficulty in believing that they were not solid, or at least pools of dark mire. And the hills and the trees, and the white Italian houses with lit windows. Oh, nothing could bring home to you the keenness and the reality and the wonderful Unheimlichkeit of all these. When the moon rises every night over the Italian coast, it makes a long path over the sea as yellow as gold. How I happened to be out in the moonlight yesterday was that Dowson and I spent the evening with an odd man called Bates, who played Italian music to us with great feeling, all which was quite a dissipation in my still existence. Friday, I cannot endure to be dependent much longer, it stops my mouth, something I must find shortly, I mean when I am able for anything. However, I am much better already, and have been writing not altogether my worst although not very well. Walt Whitman is stopped. I have bemired it so atrociously by working at it when I was out of humour that I must let the colour dry, and alas, what I have been doing in its place doesn't seem to promise any money. However, it is all practice and it interests myself extremely. I have now received 80, some 55 of which still remain. All this is more debt to civilization and my fellow men. When shall I be able to pay it back? You do not know how much this money question begins to take more and more importance in my eyes every day. It is an old phrase of mine that money is the atmosphere of civilized life, and I do hate to take the breath out of other people's nostrils. I live here at the rate of more than 3 a week, and I do nothing for it. If I didn't hope to get well and do good work yet and more than repay my debts to the world, I should consider it right to invest an extra franc or 2 in laudanum. But I will repay it. Always your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. Menton, December 1873. My dear Baxter, at last I must write. I must say straight out that I am not recovering as I could wish. I am no stronger than I was when I came here, and I 90 pay for every walk, beyond say 1/4 of a mile in length by 1 or 2 or even 3 days of more or less prostration. Therefore let nobody be down upon me for not writing. I was very thankful to you for answering my letter, and for the princely action of Simpson in writing to me, I mean before I had written to him, I was ditto to an almost higher degree. I hope one or another of you will write again soon, and remember I still live in hope of reading Graham Murray's address. I have not made a joke, upon my living soul, since I left London. Oh, except one, a very small one that I had made before, and that I very timidly repeated in a half-exhilarated state towards the close of dinner, like one of those dead-alive flies that we see pretending to be quite light and full of the frivolity of youth in the first sunshiny days. It was about mothers' meetings, and it was damned small, and it was my ewe lamb. The Lord knows I couldn't have made another to save my life, and a clergyman quarrelled with me, and there was as nearly an explosion as could be. This has not fostered my leaning towards pleasantry. I felt that it was a very cold, hard world that night. My dear Charles, is the sky blue at Mentone? Was that your question? Well, it depends upon what you call blue. It's a question of taste, I suppose. Is the sky blue? You poor critter, you never saw blue sky worth being called blue in the same day with it. And I should rather fancy that the sun did shine, I should. And the moon doesn't shine either. Oh no, this last is sarcastic. Mentone is one of the most beautiful places in the world, and has always had a very warm corner in my heart since first I knew it 11 years ago. Th. December. I live in the same hotel with Lord 10. He has black whiskers, and has been successful in raising some kids, rather a melancholy success. They are weedy-looking kids in Highland clo'. They have a tutor with 91 them who respires piety, and that kind of humble your lordship's most obedient sort of gentlemanliness that noblemen's tutors have generally. They all get livings, these men, and silvery hair and a gold watch from their attached pupil, and they sit in the porch and make the watch repeat for their little grandchildren, and tell them long stories, beginning, when I was private tutor in the family of etc., and the grandchildren cock snooks at them behind their backs and go away whenever they can to get the groom to teach them bad words. Sidney Colvin will arrive here on Saturday or Sunday, so I shall have someone to jaw with, and seriously this is a great want. I have not been all these weeks in idleness, as you may fancy, without much thinking as to my future, and I have a great deal in view that may or may not be possible that I do not yet know, but that is at least an object and a hope before me. I cannot help recurring to seriousness a moment before I stop, for I must say that living here a good deal alone, and having had ample time to look back upon my past, I have become very serious all over. If I can only get back my health by God, I shall not be as useless as I have been. Ever yours, Mon Via. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Menton, December 1873, Sunday. The first violet. There is more sweet trouble for the heart in the breath of this small flower than in all the wines of all the vineyards of Europe. I cannot contain myself. I do not think so small a thing has ever given me such a princely festival of pleasure. I feel as if my heart were a little bunch of violets in my bosom, and my brain is pleasantly intoxicated with the wonderful odour. I suppose I am writing nonsense, but it does not seem nonsense to me. Is it not a wonderful odour? 92, is it not something incredibly subtle and perishable? It is like a wind blowing to one out of fairyland. No one need tell me that the phrase is exaggerated if I say that this violet sings. It sings with the same voice as the March blackbird, and the same adorable tremor goes through one's soul at the hearing of it. Monday, or yesterday, I was under the influence of opium. I had been rather seedy during the night and took a dose in the morning, and for the first time in my life it took effect upon me. I had a day of extraordinary happiness, and when I went to bed there was something almost terrifying in the pleasures that besieged me in the darkness. Wonderful tremors filled me, my head swam in the most delirious but enjoyable manner, and the bed softly oscillated with me, like a boat in a very gentle ripple. It does not make me write a good style apparently, which is just as well, lest I should be tempted to renew the experiment, and some verses which I wrote turn out on inspection to be not quite equal to Kubla Khan. However, I was happy, and the recollection is not troubled by any reaction this morning. Wednesday, do you know, I think I am much better. I really enjoy things, and I really feel dull occasionally, neither of which was possible with me before, and though I am still tired and weak, I almost think I feel a stirring among the dry bones. Oh, I should like to recover, and be once more well and happy and fit for work, and then to be able to begin really to my life, to have done, for the rest of time, with preluding and doubting, and to take hold of the pillars strongly with Samsonto burn my ships with whoever did it. Oh, I begin to feel my spirits come back to me again at the thought. Thursday, I sat along the beach this morning under some reeds or canes, I know not which they are. Everything was so tropical, nothing visible but the glaring white shingle, the blue sea, the blue sky, and the green plumes of the canes, thrown out against the latter some 10 or 15 feet above my head. The noise of the surf alone broke the quiet. I had somehow got Uber allen Gipfeln ist row into my head, and I was happy for I do not know how long, sitting there and repeating to myself these lines. It is wonderful how things somehow fall into a full satisfying harmony, and out of the fewest elements there is established a sort of small perfection. It was so this morning. I did not want anything further. To Mrs. Sitwell. In the third week of December I went out to join my friend for a part of the Christmas vacation, and found him without tangible disease, but very weak and ailing. Ill health and anxiety, however, neither then nor at any time diminished his charm as a companion. He left Menton to meet me at the old town of Monaco, where we spent a few days, and from whence these stray notes of nature and human nature were written. Monaco, Tuesday, December 1873. We have been out all day in a boat. Lovely weather and almost dead calm, only the most infinitesimal and indeterminate of oscillations moved us hither and thither. The sails were duly set and flapped about idly overhead. Our boatman was a man of a delightful humour, who told us many tales of the sea, notably one of a doctor who was an Englishman, and who seemed almost an epitome of vice-drunken, dishonest, and utterly without faith, and yet he was a charmant Garcon. He told us many amusing circumstances of the doctor's incompetence and dishonesty, and imitated his accent with a singular success. I couldn't quite see that he was a charming Garcon come character, uncharmant Garcon. We landed on that Cap Martin, the place of firs and rocks and myrtle and rosemary of which I spoke to you. As we pulled along in the fresh shadow, the wonderfully clean scents blew out upon us, as if from islands of spice only how much better than cloves and cinnamon. Friday, Calvin and I are sitting on a seat on the 94 battlemented gardens of old Monaco. The day is grey and clouded, with a little red light on the horizon, and the sea, hundreds of feet below us, is a sort of purple dove colour. Shrub geraniums, firs and aloes cover all available shelves and terraces, and where these become impassable, the prickly pear precipitates headlong downwards its bunches of oval plates, so that the whole face of the cliff is covered with an arrested fall please excuse. Clumsy language, a sort of fall of the evil angels petrified midway on its career. White gulls sail past below us every now and then, sometimes singly, sometimes by twos and threes, and sometimes in a great flight. The sharp perfume of the shrub geraniums fills the air. I cannot write in any sense of the word, but I am as happy as can be and wish to notify the fact before it passes. The sea is blue, grey, purple and green, very subdued and peaceful. Earlier in the day it was marbled by small keen specks of sun and larger spaces of faint irradiation, but the clouds have closed together now, and these appearances are no more. Voices of children and occasional crying of gulls, the mechanical noise of a gardener somewhere behind us in the scented thicket, and the faint report and rustle of the waves on the precipice far below, only break in upon the quietness to render it more complete and perfect. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. After spending a few days in one of the more retired hotels of Monte Carlo, we went on to Mentone and settled at the Hotel Murraybow, long since, I believe, defunct, near the eastern extremity of the town. The little American girl mentioned in the last paragraph is the same we shall meet later under her full name of Marie Johnstone. Hotel Murraybow, Menton, January 2nd, 1874. Here I am over in the East Bay of Mentone, where I am not altogether sorry to find myself. I move so little 95 that I soon exhaust the immediate neighbourhood of my dwelling places. Our reason for coming here was, however, very simple. Hobson's choice, Mentone during my absence has filled marvellously. Continue to address P.R. Menton, and try to conceive it as possible that I am not a drivelling idiot. When I wish an address changed, it is quite on the cards that I shall be able to find language explicit enough to express the desire. My whole desire is to avoid complication of addresses. It is quite fatal. If two PRS have contradictory orders, they will continue to play battledore and shuttlecock with an unhappy epistle, which will never get farther afield but perish there miserably. You act too much on the principle that whatever I do is done unwisely, and that whatever I do not has been culpably forgotten. This is wounding to my natural vanity. I have not written for 3 days, I think, but what days? They were very cold, and I must say I was able thoroughly to appreciate the blessings of Mentone. Old Smoko this winter would evidently have been very summery with me. I could not stand the cold at all. I exhausted all my own and all Calvin's clothing. I then retired to the house and then to bed, in a condition of sorrow for myself unequalled. The sun is forth again laus Dio and the wind is milder, and I am greatly re-established. A certain asperity of temper still lingers, however, which Calvin supports with much mildness. In this hotel I have a room on the first floor. Luxury, however, is not altogether regardless of expense. We only pay 13 francs per day, 3.12 more than at the pavilion on the third floor, and beggars must not be choosers. We were very nearly houseless the night we came, and it is rarely that such winds of adversity blow men into kings' palaces. Looking over what has gone before, it seems to me 96 that it is not strictly polite. I beg to withdraw all that is offensive. At table d'hote we have some people who amuse us much, 2 Americans who would try to pass for French people, and their daughter, the most charming of little girls. Both Calvin and I have planned an abduction already. The whole hotel is devoted to her, and the waiters continually do smuggle out comfits and fruit and pudding to her. All well, ever your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. The M. Larin herein mentioned was of course the distinguished Scotch politician and social reformer, Duncan M. Larin, for 16 years 1000, P. for Edinburgh. Menton, Sunday, January 4, 1874. My dear mother, we have here fallen on the very pink of hotels. I do not say that it is more pleasantly conducted than the pavilion, for that were impossible. But the rooms are so cheery and bright and new, and then the food. I never, I think, so fully appreciated the phrase "the fat of the land" as I have done since I have been here installed. There was a dish of eggs at dinner the other day, over the memory of which I lick my lips in the silent watches. Now that the cold has gone again, I continue to keep well in body, and already I begin to walk a little more. My head is still a very feeble implement, and easily set aspinning, and I can do nothing in the way of work beyond reading books that may, I hope, be of some use to me afterwards. I was very glad to see that M. Laren was sat upon, and principally for the reason why. Deploring as I do much of the action of the trades unions, these conspiracy clauses and the whole partiality of the Master and Servant 97 Act are a disgrace to our equal laws. Equal laws become a byword when what is legal for one class becomes a criminal offence for another. It did my heart good to hear that man tell M. Laren how, as he had talked much of getting the franchise for working men, he must now be content to see them use it now they had got it. This is a smooth stone well planted in the foreheads of certain dilettante radicals, after M. Laren's fashion, who are willing to give the working men words and wind, and votes and the like, and yet think to keep all the advantages, just or unjust, of the wealthier classes without abatement. I do hope wise men will not attempt to fight the working men on the head of this notorious injustice. Any such step will only precipitate the action of the newly enfranchised classes, and irritate them into acting hastily, when what we ought to desire should be that they should act warily and little for many years to come, until education and habit may make them the more fit. All this intended for my father is much after the fashion of his own correspondence. I confess it has left my own head exhausted. I hope it may not produce the same effect on yours. But I want him to look really into this question, both sides of it, and not the representations of rabid middle-class newspapers, sworn to support all the little tyrannies of wealth, and I know he will be convinced that this is a case of unjust law, and that, however desirable the end may seem to him, he will not be Jesuit enough to think that any end will justify an unjust law. Here ends the political sermon of your affectionate and somewhat dogmatical son, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. In the first week of January, I went for some necessary work to Paris, with the intention of returning towards the end of the month. The following letter introduces the Russian sisters, Madame 98 Zasetsky and Madame Garskine, whose society and that of their children was to do so much to cheer Stevenson during his remaining months on the Riviera. The French painter Robinet, sometimes in his day known as Le Raphael des Cailloux, from the minuteness of detail which he put into his Provencal coast landscapes, was a chivalrous and affectionate soul, in whom R50 S delighted in spite of his fervent clerical and royalist opinions. Menton, January 7, 1874. My dear mother, I received yesterday 2 most charming letters, the nicest I have had since I left December 26th and January 1st. This morning I got January 3rd. Into the bargain with Marie, the American girl who is grace itself, and comes leaping and dancing simply like a wave like nothing else, and who yesterday was queen out of the Epiphany cake, and chose Robinet the French painter as her favori with the most pretty confusion, par sublento the bargain with Marie. We have 2 little Russian girls, with the youngest of whom, a little polyglot button of a 3-year-old, I had the most laughable little scene at lunch today. I was watching her being fed with great amusement, her face being as broad as it is long, and her mouth capable of unlimited extension, when suddenly, her eye catching mine, the fashion of her countenance was changed, and regarding me with a really admirable appearance of offended dignity, she said something in Italian which made everybody laugh much. It was explained to me that she had said I was very polison to stare at her. After this she was somewhat taken up with me, and after some examination she announced emphatically to the whole table in German that I was a Madchen, which word she repeated with shrill emphasis, as though fearing that her proposition would be called in question Madchen, 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 Madchen. This hasty conclusion as to my sex she was led afterwards to revise, I am informed, but her new opinion, which seems to have been something nearer the truth, was announced in a third language quite unknown 99 to me, and probably Russian. To complete the scroll of her accomplishments, she was brought round the table after the meal was over, and said good-bye to me in very commendable English. The weather I shall say nothing about, as I am incapable of explaining my sentiments upon that subject before a lady, but my health is really greatly improved. I begin to recognize myself occasionally now and again, not without satisfaction. Please remember me very kindly to Professor Swan. I wish I had a story to send him, but story, Lord bless you, I have none to tell, sir, unless it is the foregoing adventure with the little polyglot. The best of that depends on the significance of parlison, which is beautifully out of place. Saturday, 10th January. The little Russian kid is only 2.5. She speaks 6 languages. She and her sister T8 and May Johnstone T8 are the delight of my life. Last night I saw them all dancing. Oh, it was jolly. Kids are what is the matter with me. After the dancing, we all that is the 2 Russian ladies, Robinette the French painter, Mr. and Mrs. Johnstone, 2 governesses, and fitful kids joining us at intervals played a game of the stool of repentance in the Gallic idiom. I have not told you that Calvin is gone. However, he is coming back again, has left clothes in pawn to me, ever your affectionate son. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Menton, Sunday, 11th January 1874. In many ways this hotel is more amusing than the Pavilion. There are the children to begin with, and then there are games every evening, the stool of repentance, question and answer, etc. And then we speak French, 100, although that is not exactly an advantage in so far as personal brilliancy is concerned. I am in lovely health again today. I walked as far as the Pont St. Louis very nearly, besides walking and knocking about among the olives in the afternoon. I do not make much progress with my French, but I do make a little, I think. I was pleased with my success this evening, though I do not know if others shared the satisfaction. The 2 Russian ladies are from Georgia all the way. They do not at all answer to the description of Georgian slaves, however, being graceful and refined, and only good-looking after you know them a bit. Please remember me very kindly to the Jenkins, and thank them for having asked about me. Tell Mrs. J. that I am engaged perfecting myself in the Gallic idiom, in order to be a worthier vatal for the future. Monsieur Farley, our host, is a vatal, by the way. He cooks himself, and is not insensible to flattery on the score of his table. I began, of course, to complain of the wine part of the routine of life at Mentone. I told him that where one found a kitchen so exquisite, one astonished oneself that the wine was not up to the same form. Et voilà précisement mon cote fable, monsieur, he replied with an indescribable amplitude of gesture. Que voulez-vous, moi je suis cuisinier. It was as though Shakespeare, called to account for some such peccadillo as the Bohemian seaport, should answer magnificently that he was a poet. So Farley lives in a golden zone of a certain sort, a golden, or rather torrid zone, whence he issues twice daily purple as to his face, and all these clouds and vapours and ephemeral winds pass far below him and disturb him not. He has another hobby, however, his garden, round which it is his highest pleasure to lead the unwilling guest. Whenever he is not in the kitchen, he is hanging round loose, seeking whom he may show his garden to. Much 101 of my time is passed in studiously avoiding him, and I have brought the art to a very extreme pitch of perfection. The fox, often hunted, becomes wary, ever your affectionate son. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Menton, Tuesday, 13th January 1874. I lost a Philippine to little Mary Johnstone last night. So today I sent her a rubbishing doll's toilet, and a little note with it, with some verses telling how happy children made every one near them happy also, and advising her to keep the lines, and some day, when she was grown a stately demoiselle, it would make her glad to know she gave pleasure long ago, all in a very lame fashion, with just a note of prose at the end, telling her to mind her doll and the dog, and not trouble her little head just now to understand the bad verses. For some time when she was ill, as I am now, they would be plain to her and make her happy. She has just been here to thank me, and has left me very happy. Children are certainly too good to be true. Yesterday I walked too far and spent all the afternoon on the outside of my bed, went finally to rest at 9, and slept nearly 12 hours on the stretch. Bennett the doctor, when told of it this morning, augured well for my recovery. He said youth must be putting in strong. Of course I ought not to have slept at all. As it was, I dreamed horridly, but not my usual dreams of social miseries and misunderstandings, and all sorts of crucifixions of the spirit, but of good, cheery physical things-off, long successions of vaulted, dimly lit cellars full of black water, in which I went swimming among toads, and unutterable, cold, blind fishes. Now and then these cellars opened up into sort of domed music hall places, where one could land for a little on the slope of the orchestra. 102, but a sort of horror prevented one from staying long, and made one plunge back again into the dead waters. Then my dream changed, and I was a sort of Siamese pirate, on a very high deck with several others. The ship was almost captured, and we were fighting desperately. The hideous engines we used and the perfectly incredible carnage that we effected by means of them kept me cheery, as you may imagine, especially as I felt all the time my sympathy with the boarders, and knew that I was only a prisoner with these horrid Malays. Then I saw a signal being given, and knew they were going to blow up the ship. I leaped right off, and heard my captors splash in the water after me as thick as pebbles, when a bit of river bank has given way beneath the foot. I never heard the ship blow up, but I spent the rest of the night swimming about some piles with the whole sea full of Malays, searching for me with knives in their mouths. They could swim any distance under water, and every now and again, just as I was beginning to reckon myself safe, a cold hand would be laid on my anklug. However, my long sleep, troubled as it was, put me all right again, and I was able to work acceptably this morning and be very jolly all day. This evening I have had a great deal of talk with both the Russian ladies. They talked very nicely and are bright, likeable women both. They come from Georgia. Wednesday, 10. We have all been to tea tonight at the Russians' villa. Tea was made out of a samovar, which is something like a small steam engine, and whose principal advantage is that it burns the fingers of all who lay their profane touch upon it. After tea, Madame Z played Russian airs, very plaintive and pretty, so the evening was Muscovite from beginning to end. Madame G's daughter danced a tarantella, which was very pretty. Whenever Nelichka christened, she never cries except from pain. All that one has to do is to start Malbrook sen Vaten Gera. She cannot resist the attraction. 103. She is drawn through her sobs into the air. And in a moment there is Nelly singing, with the glad look that comes into her face always when she sings, and all the tears and pain forgotten. It is wonderful, before I shut this up, how that child remains ever interesting to me. Nothing can stale her infinite variety, and yet it is not very various. You see her thinking what she is to do or to say next with a funny grave air of reserve, and then the face breaks up into a smile, and it is probably Berikino, said with that sudden little jump of the voice that one knows in children as the escape of a jack-in-the-box, and somehow I am quite happy after that. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Menton, January 1874, Wednesday. My dear friend, it is still so cold, I cannot tell you how miserable the weather is. I have begun my Walt Whitman again seriously. Many winds have blown since I last laid it down, when sickness took me in Edinburgh. It seems almost like an ill-considered jest to take up these old sentences, written by so different a person under circumstances so different, and try to string them together and organize them into something anyway whole and comely. It is like continuing another man's book. Almost every word is a little out of tune to me now, but I shall pull it through for all that, and make something that will interest you yet on this subject that I had proposed to myself, and partly planned already, before I left for Cockfield last July. I am very anxious to hear how you are. My own health is quite very good. I am a healthy octogenarian, very old I thank you, and of course not so active as a young man, but hale withal, a lusty December. This is so, such is R50S. I am a little bothered about Bob, a little afraid that he is living too poorly. The fellow he chums with spends only 2 francs a day on food, with a little excess every day or two to keep body and soul together, and though Bob is not so austere, I am afraid he draws it rather too fine himself. Friday, we have all got our photographs. It is pretty fair, they say, of me, and as they are particular in the matter of photographs, and besides partial judges, I suppose I may take that for proven. Of Nelly there is one quite adorable. The weather is still cold. My Walt Whitman at last looks really well. I think it is going to get into shape in spite of the long gestation. Sunday, still cold and grey, and a high imperious wind off the sea. I see nothing particularly couleur de rose this morning, but I am trying to be faithful to my creed and hope. Oh yes, one can do something to make things happier and better, and to give a good example before men and show them how goodness and fortitude and faith remain undiminished after they have been stripped bare of all that is formal and outside. We must do that. You have done it already, and I shall follow and shall make a worthy life, and you must live to approve of me. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. The following are two different impressions of the Mediterranean, dated on two different Mondays in January. Yes, I am much better, very much better, I think I may say, although it is funny how I have ceased to be able to write with the improvement of my health. Do you notice how for some time back you have had no descriptions of anything? The reason is that I can't describe anything. No words come to me when I see a thing. I want awfully to tell you today about a little piece of green sea, and gulls, and clouded sky with 105, the usual golden mountain breaks to the southward. It was wonderful. The sea near at hand was living emerald. The white breasts and wings of the gulls as they circled high above even were dyed bright green by the reflection. And if you could only have seen, or if any right word would only come to my pen to tell you how wonderfully these illuminated birds floated hither and thither under the grey purples of the sky. Today has been windy but not cold. The sea was troubled and had a fine fresh saline smell like our own seas, and the sight of the breaking waves, and above all the spray that drove now and again in my face, carried me back to storms that I have enjoyed, oh how much, in other places. Still, as Madame Zasetsky justly remarked, there is something irritating in a stormy sea whose waves come always to the same spot and never farther. It looks like playing at passion. It reminds one of the loathsome sham waves in a stage ocean. To Sidney Colvin. Menton, January 1874. My dear Colvin, I write to let you know that my cousin may possibly come to Paris before you leave. He will likely look you up to hear about me, etc. I want to tell you about him before you see him, as I am tired of people misjudging him. You know me now. Well, Bob is just such another mutton, only somewhat farther wandered. He has all the same elements of character that I have. No two people were ever more alike, only that the world has gone more unfortunately for him, although more evenly. Besides which, he is really a gentleman and an admirable true friend, which is not a common article. I write this as a letter of introduction in case he should catch you ere you leave. Monday, no letters today. Sacher-Chin, dear de Dioand, I have written with exemplary industry, but I am hoping that no news is good news and shall continue so to hope until all is blue. Ever yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. It had been a very cold Christmas at Monaco and Monte Carlo, and Stevenson had no adequate overcoat, so it was agreed that when I went to Paris I should try and find him a warm cloak or wrap. I amused myself looking for one suited to his taste for the picturesque and piratical in apparel, and found one in the style of 183,040, dark blue and flowing, and fastening with a snake buckle. Menton, January 1874, Friday. My dear Colvin, thank you very much for your note. This morning I am stupid again, can do nothing at all, am no good comme plumatif. I think it must be the cold outside. At least that would explain my addled head and intense laziness. Oh, why did you tell me about that cloak? Why didn't you buy it? Isn't it in Julius Caesar that Pompey blames no not Pompey but a friend of Pompey's, well, Pompey's friend? I mean the friend of Pompey blames somebody else who was his friend, that is who was the friend of Pompey's friend, because he, the friend of Pompey's friend, had not done something right off, but had come and asked him, Pompey's friend, whether he, the friend of Pompey's friend, ought to do it or no. There I fold my hands with some complacency. That's a piece of very good narration. I am getting into good form. These classical instances are always distracting. I was talking of the cloak. It's awfully dear. Are there no cheap and nasty imitations? Think of that if, however, it were the opinion of competent persons that the great cost of the mantle in question was no more than proportionate 107 to its durability. If it were to be a joy forever, if it would cover my declining years and survive me in anything like integrity for the comfort of my executors, if I have the word, if the price indicates as it seems the quality of perdurability in the fabric, if in fact it would not be extravagant, but only the leariest economy to lay out 5.15 in a single mantle without seam and without price, and if it really fastens with an agrafe I would buy it, but not unless, if not a cheap imitation would be the move. Ever yours. R50S. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. The following is in answer to a set of numbered questions, of which the first three are of no general interest. Menton, Monday, January 19, 1874. Answers to a series of questions. Nelitschka, or Nelitska, as you know already by this time, is my adorable kid's name. Her laugh does more good to one's health than a month at the seaside. As she said today herself, when asked whether she was a boy or a girl, after having denied both with gravity, she is an angel. Oh no, her brain is not in a chaos. It is only the brains of those who hear her. It is all plain sailing for her. She wishes to refuse or deny anything, and there is the English no thank you ready to her hand. She wishes to admire anything, and there is the German scorn. She wishes to sow which she does with admirable seriousness and clumsiness, and there is the French cowder. She wishes to say she is ill, and there is the Russian bulla. She wishes to be down on anyone, and there is the Italian barricino. She wishes to play at a railway train, and there is her own original word 108 Kali say the O with a sort of Gaelic twirl. And all these words are equally good. I am called 1000, Stevenson by everybody except Nelitschka, who calls me 1000, barricino. The weather today is no end, as bright and as warm as ever. I have been out on the beach all afternoon with the Russians. Madame Garskine has been reading Russian to me, and I cannot tell prose from verse in that delectable tongue, which is a pity. Johnson came out to tell us that Corsica was visible, and there it was over a white, sweltering sea, just a little darker than the pallid blue of the sky, and when one looked at it closely, breaking up into sun-brightened peaks. I may mention that Robinette has never heard an Englishman with so little accent as I have. What do you say to that? I don't suppose I have said 5 sentences in English today, all French, all bad French, alas. I am thought to be looking better. Madame Zasetsky said I was all green when I came here first, but that I am all right in colour now, and she thinks fatter. I am very partial to the Russians. I believe they are rather partial to me. I am supposed to be an esprit observateur, a mon age c'est étonnant comme je suis observateur. The 2nd volume of Clement Marot has come. Where and oh, where is the first? Ever your affectionate Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. The bottle here mentioned is a story that had been some time in hand, called The Curate of Anstruther's Bottle, afterwards abandoned like so many early attempts of the same kind. Menton, January 1874. My dear S100, I suppose this will be my last note then. I think you will find everything very jolly here. I 109 am very jolly myself. I worked 6 hours today. I am occupied in transcribing the bottle, which is pleasant work to me. I find much in it that I still think excellent and much that I am doubtful about. My convention is so terribly difficult that I have to put out much that pleases me, and much that I still preserve, I only preserve with misgiving. I wonder if my convention is not a little too hard and too much in the style of those decadent curiosities, poems without the letter E, poems going with the alphabet and the like. And yet the idea, if rightly understood and treated as a convention always and not as an abstract principle, should not so much hamper one as it seems to do. The idea is not, of course, to put in nothing, but what would naturally have been noted and remembered and handed down, but not to put in anything that would make a person stop and say how could this be known. Without doubt, it has the advantage of making one rely on the essential interest of a situation, and not cocker up and validify feeble intrigue with incidental fine writing and scenery, and pyrotechnic exhibitions of inappropriate cleverness and sensibility. I remember Bob once saying to me that the quadrangle of Edinburgh University was a good thing, and our having a talk as to how it could be employed in different arts. I then stated that the different doors and staircases ought to be brought before a reader of a story not by mere recapitulation, but by the use of them, by the descent of different people one after another by each of them, and that the grand feature of shadow and the light of the one lamp in the corner should also be introduced only as they enabled people in the story to see one another or prevented them, and finally that whatever could not thus be worked into the evolution of the action had no right to be commemorated at all. After all, it is a story you are telling, not a place you are to describe, and everything that does not attach itself to the story is out of place. This is a lecture, not a letter, and it seems rather like sending Coles to Newcastle to write a lecture to a subsidized professor. I hope you have seen Bob by this time. I know he is anxious to meet you, and I am in great anxiety to know what you think of his prospects, frankly, of course. As for his person, I don't care a damn what you think of it. I am case-hardened in that matter. I wrote a French note to Madame Zasetsky the other day, and there were no errors in it. The complete Gaul, as you may see, ever yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Menton, January 1874. Last night I had a quarrel with the American on politics. It is odd how it irritates you to hear certain political statements made. He was excited, and he began suddenly to abuse our conduct to America. I of course admitted right and left that we had behaved disgracefully as we had, until somehow I got tired of turning alternate cheeks and getting duly buffeted. And when he said that the Alabama money had not wiped out the injury, I suggested, in language I remember of admirable directness and force, that it was a pity they had taken the money in that case. He lost his temper at once, and cried out that his dearest wish was a war with England, whereupon I also lost my temper, and thundering at the pitch of my voice, I left him and went away by myself to another part of the garden. A very tender reconciliation took place, and I think there will come no more harm out of it. We are both of us nervous people, and he had had a very long walk and a good deal of beer at dinner. That explains the scene a little. But I regret having employed so much of the voice with which I have been endowed, as I fear every person in 111, the hotel was taken into confidence as to my sentiments, just at the very juncture when neither the sentiments nor perhaps the language had been sufficiently considered. Friday, you have not yet heard of my book. 4 great Scotsmen: John Knox, David Hume, Robert Burns, Walter Scott. These, their lives, their work, the social media in which they lived and worked, with, if I can so make it, the strong current of the race making itself felt underneath and throughout this is my idea. You must tell me what you think of it. The Knox will really be new matter, as his life hitherto has been disgracefully written, and the events are romantic and rapid, the character very strong, salient and worthy, much interest as to the future of Scotland, and as to that part of him which was truly modern under his Hebrew disguise. Hume, of course, the urbane, cheerful, gentlemanly, letter-writing 18th century, full of attraction, and much that I don't yet know as to his work. Burns, the sentimental side that there is in most Scotsmen, his poor troubled existence, how far his poems were his personally, and how far national, the question of the framework of society in Scotland and its fatal effect upon the finest natures. Scott again, the ever delightful man, sane, courageous, admirable, the birth of romance in a dawn that was a sunset, snobbery, conservatism, the wrong thread in history and notably in that of his own land. Voilà, Madame le menu, comment le trouvez-vous, il y a de la bonne viande si on parvient à la cuire convenablement. R50 S. To Thomas Stevenson. Menton, Monday, January 26, 1874. My dear father, business letter finished. Receipt acknowledged without much ado, and I think with a certain commercial decision and brevity. The signature is good but not original. I should rather think I had lost my heart to the wee princess. Her mother demanded the other day a quond les noces, which Mrs. Stevenson will translate for you in case you don't see it yourself. I had a political quarrel last night with the American. It was a real quarrel for about 2 minutes. We relieved our feelings and separated, but a mutual feeling of shame led us to a most moving reconciliation, in which the American vowed he would shed his best blood for England. In looking back upon the interview, I feel that I have learned something. I scarcely appreciated how badly England had behaved, and how well she deserves the hatred the Americans bear her. It would have made you laugh if you could have been present and seen your unpatriotic son thundering anathemas in the moonlight against all those that were not the friend of England. Johnson being nearly as nervous as I, we were both very ill after it, which added a further pathos to the reconciliation. There is no good in sending this off today, as I have sent another letter this morning already. Oh, a remark of the princess amused me the other day. Somebody wanted to give Nelichka garlic as a medicine. Quoi, une petite amour comme ça, quan n'y pourrait pas baiser, il n'y a pas de sens en cela. I am reading a lot of French histories just now, and the spelling keeps one in a good humour all day long. I mean the spelling of English names. Your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Menton, January 29, 1874, Thursday. Marot Vol. 1 arrived. The post has been at its old games. A letter of the 31st and one of the 2nd arrive at the same moment. I have had a great pleasure. Mrs. Andrews had a 113 book of Scotch airs, which I brought over here, and set Madame Z to work upon. They are so like Russian airs that they cannot contain their astonishment. I was quite out of my mind with delight. The flowers of the forest old lang syne Scots, while hey wandering Willie Jock o' Hazeldean my boy Tammy, which my father whistles so often I had no conception how much I loved them. The air which pleased Madame Zasetsky the most was Hey, Johnny Cope, are you walkin' yet? It is certainly no end, and I was so proud that they were appreciated. No triumph of my own, I am sure, could ever give me such vainglorious satisfaction. You remember, perhaps, how conceited I was to find Auld Lang Syne popular in its German dress, but even that was nothing to the pleasure I had yesterday at the success of our dear airs. The edition is called The Songs of Scotland Without Words for the Pianoforte, edited by J. T. Shorn, published by Wood in George Street. As these people have been so kind to me, I wish you would get a copy of this and send it out. If that should be too dear or anything, Mr. Mowbray would be able to tell you what is the best substitute, would he not? This I really would like you to do, as Madame proposes to hire a copyist to copy those she likes, and so it is evident she wants them. Ever your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Thomas Stevenson. With reference to the political allusions in the following, it will be remembered that this was the date of Mr. Gladstone's dissolution, followed by his defeat at the polls, notwithstanding his declared intention of abolishing the Income Tax. Menton, February 1st, 1874. I am so sorry to hear of poor Mr. 1000's death. He was really so amiable and kind that no one could help liking 114 him and carrying away a pleasant recollection of his simple, happy ways. I hope you will communicate to all the family how much I feel with them. Madame Zasetsky is Nelichka's mamma. They have both husbands and they are in Russia, and the ladies are both here for their health. They make it very pleasant for me here. Today we all went a drive to the Cap Martin, and the Cap was adorable in the splendid sunshine. I read J. H. A. Macdonald's speech with interest. His sentiments are quite good, I think. I would support him against M. Laron at once. What has disgusted me most as yet about this election is the detestable proposal to do away with the income tax. Is there no shame about the easy classes? Will those who have 999 thousandths of the advantage of our society never consent to pay a single tax unless it is to be paid also by those who have to bear the burthen and heat of the day, with almost none of the reward? And the selfishness here is detestable, because it is so deliberate. A man may not feel poverty very keenly, and may live a quiet self-pleasing life in pure thoughtlessness, but it is quite another matter when he knows thoroughly what the issues are, and yet wails pitiably because he is asked to pay a little more, even if it does fall hardly sometimes, than those who get almost none of the benefit. It is like the healthy child crying because they do not give him a goody, as they have given to his sick brother to take away the taste of the dose. I have not expressed myself clearly, but for all that you ought to understand, I think. Friday, February 6th. The wine has arrived and a dozen of it has been transferred to me. It is much better than Farleet's stuff. We had a masquerade last night at the Villa Marina. Nellie in a little red satin cap, in a red satin suit of boy's clothes, with a funny little black tail that stuck out behind her, and wagged as she danced about the room, and gave her a look of Puss in Boots. 115 Pella as a contadina, Monsieur Robinet as an old woman, and Mademoiselle as an old lady with blue spectacles. Yesterday we had a visit from one of whom I had often heard from Mrs. Seller Andrew Lang. He is good-looking, delicate, Oxfordish, etc. My cloak is the most admirable of all garments, for warmth unequalled, for a sort of pensive Roman stateliness, sometimes warming into romantic guitarism. It is simply without concurrent, it starts alone. If you could see me in my cloak it would impress you. I am hugely better, I think. I stood the cold these last few days without trouble instead of taking to bed as I did at Monte Carlo. I hope you are going to send the Scotch music. I am stupid at letter writing again, I don't know why. I hope it may not be permanent. In the meantime you must take what you can get and be hopeful. The Russian ladies are as kind and nice as ever your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Menton, February 6, 1874, Friday. Last night we had a masquerade at the Villa Marina. Pella was dressed as a contadina and looked beautiful, and little Nelly, in red satin cap and wonderful red satin jacket, and little breeches as of a nondescript impossible boy, to which Madame Garskine had slyly added a little black tail that wagged comically behind her as she danced about the room, and got deliriously tilted up over the middle bar of the back of her chair as she sat at tea, with an irresistible suggestion of Puss in Bootswell. Nelly thus masqueraded to get back to my sentence again, was all that I could have imagined. She held herself so straight and stalwart, and had such an infinitesimal dignity of carriage, and then her big baby face, already quite definitely marked with her sex, came in so funnily atop that she got clear away from all my power 116 of similes, and resembled nothing in the world but Nelly in masquerade. Then there was Robinette in a white nightgown, old woman's cap much, in my vernacular, snuff-box and crutch doubled up, and yet leaping and gyrating about the floor with incredible agility. And lastly, Mademoiselle in a sort of elderly walking dress and with blue spectacles. And all this incongruous, impossible world went tumbling and dancing, and going hand in hand, in flying circles to the music, until it was enough to make one forget one was in this wicked world, with conservative majorities and Presidents MacMahon, and all other abominations about one. Also last night will be memorable to me for another reason, Madame Zasetsky having given me a light as to my own intellect. They were talking about things in history remaining in their minds, because they had assisted them to generalizations, and I began to explain how things remained in my mind, yet more vividly for no reason at all. She got interested and made me give her several examples. Then she said with her little falsetto of discovery, "Mais c'est que vous êtes tout simplement enfant. This mot I have reflected on at leisure, and there is some truth in it. Long may I be so. Yesterday too I finished Ordered South and at last had some pleasure and contentment with it. S100 has sent it off to Macmillan's this morning, and I hope it may be accepted. I don't care whether it is or no except for the all-important Luca. The end of it is good, whether the able editor sees it or no. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Menton, February 22nd, 1874. My dear mother, I am glad to hear you are better again. Nobody can expect to be quite well in February. That is the only consolation I can offer you. Madame Garskine is ill, I am sorry to say, and was confined to bed all yesterday, which made a great difference to our little society. Apropos of which, what keeps me here is just precisely the said society. These people are so nice and kind and intelligent, and then as I shall never see them any more I have a disagreeable feeling about making the move. With ordinary people in England, you have more or less chance of re-encountering one another. At least you may see their death in the papers, but with these people, they die for me and I die for them when we separate. Andrew Lang, OU of little comprehension, called on Calvin. You had not told me before about the fatuous person who thought roads like Ruskingerley the vaguest of contemporaneous humanity. Again my letter writing is of an enfeebled sort. Ever your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Menton, March 1st, 1874. My dear mother, the weather is again beautiful, soft, warm, cloudy and soft again in provincial sense. Very interesting I find Robertson, and Dugald Stewart's life of him a source of unquenchable laughter. Dugald Stewart is not much better than Macrae 12, and puts me much in mind of him. By the way, I want my father to find out whether any more of Knox's works was ever issued than the 5 volumes, as I have them. There are some letters that I am very anxious to see, not printed in any of the 5, and perhaps still in MS. I suppose you are now home again in Old Reekie. That abode of bliss does not much attract me yet a bit. Calvin leaves at the end of this week, I fancy. How badly yours sincerely writes. Oh, Madame Zasetsky has a theory that Dumbarton Drums is an epitome of my character and talents. She plays it and goes into ecstasies over it, taking everybody to witness that each note as she plays it is the moral of Berikino. Berikino is my stereotype name in the world now. I am announced as 1000. Berikino. A German handmaiden came to the hotel the other night asking for 1000. Berikino, said handmaiden, supposing in good faith that sich was my name. Your letter come. Oh, I am all right now about the parting because it will not be death as we are to write. Of course the correspondence will drop off, but that's no odds it breaks the back of the trouble. Ever your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Menton, Monday, March 9, 1874. We have all been getting photographed, and the proofs are to be seen today. How they will look I know not. Madame Zasetsky arranged me for mine, and then said to the photographer, "C'est mon fils. Il vient de voir Dix neuf ans. Il est tout fier de sa jeune moustache. Tâches de la faire paraître," and then bolted, leaving me solemnly alone with the artist. The artist was quite serious, and explained that he would try to faire ressortir ce que veut Madame la Princesse to the best of his ability. He bowed very much to me after this in quality of Prince, you see. I bowed in return and handled the flap of my cloak after the most princely fashion I could command. Ever your affectionate son, R. 50 S. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. Menton, March 20, 1874. 1. My cloak. An exception occurs to me to the frugality described a letter or maybe two ago. My 119 cloak. It would certainly have been possible to have got something less expensive. Still, it is a fine thought for absent parents that their son possesses simply the greatest vestment in Menton. It is great in size, and unspeakably great in design. Qua raiment it has not its equal. 3. About Spain. Well, I don't know about me and Spain. I am certainly in no humour and in no state of health for voyages and travels. Towards the end of May end, up to which time I seem to see my plans, I might be up to it or I might not. I think not myself. I have given up all idea of going on to Italy, though it seems a pity when one is so near, and Spain seems to me in the same category. But for all that, it need not interfere with your voyage thither. I would not lose the chance if I wanted. 4. Money. I am much obliged. That makes 180 now. This money irks me, one feels it more than when living at home. However, if I have health, I am in a fair way to make a bit of a livelihood for myself. Now please don't take this up wrong. Don't suppose I am thinking of the transaction between you and me. I think of the transaction between me and mankind. I think of all this money wasted in keeping up a structure that may never be worth it, all this good money sent after bad. I shall be seriously angry if you take me up wrong. 5. Roads. The familiar false concord is not certainly a form of colloquialism that I should feel inclined to encourage. It is very odd. I wrote it very carefully, and you seem to have read it very carefully, and yet none of us found it out. The deuce is in it. 6. Russian prince. A cousin of these ladies is come to stay with them, Prince Leon Galitzin. He is the image of whom, guess no do you give it up, Hillhouse. 7. Miscellaneous. I send you a picture of me in the 120 cloak. I think it is like a hunchback. The moustache is clearly visible to the naked eye. Diable. What do I hear in my lug? A mosquitoth first of the season. Bad luck to him. Good nisht and joy byu. I am going to bed. Ever your affectionate son, Robert Louis Stevenson. Note to 3. I had counted on being back at Imbro by the last week or so of May. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. This describes another member of the Russian party, recently arrived at Menton, who did his best, very nearly with success, to persuade Stevenson to join him in the study of law for some terms under the celebrated Professor Göring at Göttingen. Menton, March 28, 1874. My dear mother, beautiful weather, perfect weather, sun, pleasant cooling winds, health very good, only incapacity to write. The only new cloud on my horizon, I mean this in no menacing sense, is the Prince. I have philosophical and artistic discussions with the Prince. He is capable of talking for 2 hours upon end, developing his theory of everything under heaven from his first position, which is that there is no straight line. Doesn't that sound like a game of my father's? I beg your pardon, you haven't read it. I don't mean my father, I mean Tristram Shandy's. He is very clever, and it is an immense joke to hear him unrolling all the problems of life, philosophy, science, what you will, in this charmingly cutandry, here-wearing kind of manner. He is better to listen to than to argue withal. When you differ from him, he lifts up his voice and thunders, and you know that the thunder of an excited foreigner often miscarries. One stands aghast, marvelling how such a colossus of a man, 121 in such a great commotion of spirit, can open his mouth so much and emit such a still small voice at the hinder end of it all. All this while he walks about the room, smokes cigarettes, occupies divers chairs for divers brief spaces, and casts his huge arms to the four winds like the sails of a 1099. He is a most sportive prince. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Menton, April 1874, Monday. My last night at Menton, I cannot tell how strange and sad I feel. I leave behind me a dear friend whom I have but little hope of seeing again between the eyes. Today I hadn't arranged all my plans till 5 o'clock. I hired a poor old cabman, whose uncomfortable vehicle and sorry horse make everyone despise him, and set off to get money and say farewells. It was a dark, misty evening. The mist was down over all the hills, the peach trees in beautiful pink bloom. Arranged my plans, that merits a word by the way if I can be bothered. I have half arranged to go to Göttingen in summer to a course of lectures. Galitzin is responsible for this. He tells me the professor is to law what Darwin has been to natural history, and I should like to understand Roman law, and a knowledge of law is so necessary for all I hope to do. My poor old cabman, his one horse made me 3/4 of an hour too late for dinner, but I had not the heart to discharge him and take another. Poor soul, he was so pleased with his pourboire. I have made Madame Zasetsky promise to employ him often, so he will be something the better for me, little as he will know it. I have read Ordered South. It is pretty decent, I think, but poor, stiff, limping stuff at best not half so well straightened up as Rhodes. However, the stuff is good. God help us all, this is a rough world. Address Hotel St. Ramin Rue St. Roch, Paris. I draw the line. A chapter finished. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. The lines. That bit of childishness has made me laugh. Do you blame me? See Scott himself, in the preface to the author's edition, i.e. on his book The Reign of Law. Compare the paragraph in Ordered South describing the state of mind of the invalid doubtful of recovery, and ending, he will pray for Medea. When she comes, let her either rejuvenate or slay. Alluding to Heinz Ritter von dem Heiligen Geist. Post restant. Thomas McCry 500, author of the Life of John Knox, Life of Andrew Melville, etc. Roman 3. Student days concluded. Home again literature and law. May 1874, June 1875. Returning to Edinburgh by way of Paris in May 1874, Stevenson went to live with his parents at Swanston and Edinburgh and resumed his reading for the bar. Illness and absence had done their work, and the old harmony of the home was henceforth quite re-established. In his spare time during the next year he worked hard at his chosen art, trying his hand at essays, short stories, criticisms, and prose poems. In all this experimental writing, he had neither the aims nor the facility of the journalist, but strove always after the higher qualities of literature, and was never satisfied with what he had done. To find for all he had to say words of vital aptness and animation to communicate as much as possible of what he has somewhere called the incommunicable thrill of things was, from the first his endeavour in literature, nay more, it was the main passion of his life, and the instrument that should serve his purpose could not be forged in haste. Neither was it easy for this past master of the random, the unexpected, the brilliantly back-foremost and topsy-turvy in talk, to learn in writing the habit of orderly arrangement and organic sequence which even the lightest forms of literature cannot lack. In the course of this summer Stevenson's excursions included a week or two spent with me at Hampstead, during which he joined the Savile Club and made some acquaintance with London literary society, a yachting trip with his friend Sir Walter Simpson in the Western Islands of Scotland, a journey to Barmouth and Llandudno with his parents, and in the late autumn a walking tour in Buckinghamshire. The Scottish winter 187,475 tried him severely, as Scottish winters always did, but was enlivened by a new, and what was destined to be a very fruitful and intimate friendship, the origin of which was described in the following letters, namely that of Mr. W. E. Henley. In April 1875 he made his first visit, in the company of his cousin R.A. 1000, Stevenson to the artist haunts of the forest of Fontainebleau, whence he returned to finish his reading for the Scottish bar, and face the examination which was before him in July. During all this year, as will be seen, his chief, almost his exclusive, correspondence and confidence continued to be the same as in the preceding winter. To Sidney Colvin. Written in Paris on his way home to Edinburgh. Some of our talk at Mentone had run on the scheme of a spectacle play, on the story of the burning of the temple of Diana at Ephesus by Herostratus, the type of insane vanity in excelsis. Hotel St. Romain, Paris, end of April 1874. My dear Colvin, I am a great deal better but still have to take care. I have got quite a lot of Victor Hugo done, and not I think so badly. Pitching into this work has straightened me up a good deal. It is the devil's own weather, but that is a trifle. I must know when Cornhill must see it. I can send some of it in a week 125 easily, but I still have to read The Laughing Man 13, and I mean to wait until I get to London and have the loan of that from you. If I buy anything more, this production will not pay itself. The first part is not too well written, though it has good stuff in it. My people have made no objection to my going to Göttingen, but my body has made, I think, very strong objections, and you know if it is cold here it must be colder there. It is a sore pity, that was a great chance for me and it is gone. I know very well that between Galitzin and this swell professor I should have become a good specialist in law, and how that would have changed and bettered all my work it is easy to see. However, I must just be content to live as I have begun, an ignorant chicey penny-a-liner. May the Lord have mercy on my soul. Going home not very well is an astonishing good hold for me. I shall simply be a prince. Have you had any thought about Diana of the Ephesians? I will straighten up a play for you, but it may take years. A play is a thing just like a story. It begins to disengage itself and then unrolls gradually in block. It will disengage itself some day for me, and then I will send you the nugget, and you will see if you can make anything out of it. Ever yours, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. This and the following letters were written after Stevenson's return to Scotland. The essay ordered south appeared in Macmillan's magazine at this date, that on Victor Hugo's romances in the Cornhill a little later. Swanston, May 1874, Monday. We are now at Swanston Cottage, Lothianburn, Edinburgh. The garden is but little clothed yet, for you 126 know here we are 600 feet above the sea. It is very cold and has sleeted this morning, everything wintry. I am very jolly, however, having finished Victor Hugo, and just looking round to see what I should next take up. I have been reading Roman Law and Calvin this morning. Evening, I went up the hill a little this afternoon. The air was invigorating, but it was so cold that my scalp was sore. With this high wintry wind, and the grey sky, and faint northern daylight, it was quite wonderful to hear such a clamour of blackbirds coming up to me out of the woods, and the bleating of sheep being shorn in a field near the garden, and to see golden patches of blossom already on the firs, and delicate green shoots upright and beginning to frond out, among last year's russet. Bracken, flights of crows were passing continually between the wintry leaden sky and the wintry cold-looking hills. It was the oddest conflict of seasons. A wee rabbit this year's making, beyond question ran out from under my feet, and was in a pretty perturbation, until he hit upon a lucky juniper and blotted himself there promptly. Evidently this gentleman had not had much experience of life. I have made an arrangement with my people. I am to have 80 for a year. I only asked for 80 on mature reflection, and as I should soon make a good bit by my pen, I shall be very comfortable. We are all as jolly as can be together, so that is a great thing gained. Wednesday, yesterday, I received a letter that gave me much pleasure from a poor fellow student of mine, who has been all winter very ill, and seems to be but little better even now. He seems very much pleased with Ordered South. A month ago, he says, I could scarcely have ventured to read it. Today I felt on reading it as I did on the first day that I was able to sun myself a little in the open air, and much more to the like effect. It is very gratifying. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. Mr. John Morley had asked for a notice by R50 S for the fortnightly review, which he was then editing, of Lord Lytton's newly published volume, Fables in Song. Swanston, Lothianburn, Edinburgh, May 1874. All right, I'll see what I can do. Before I could answer I had to see the book, and my good father, after trying at all our libraries, bought it for me. I like the book, That is some of it, and I'll try to lick up 4 or 5 pages for the fortnightly. It is still as cold hereaway, and the spring hammering away at the new year in despite. Poor spring, scattering flowers with red hands and preparing for summer's triumphs all in a shudder herself. Health still good, and the humour for work enduring. Jenkin wrote to say he would second me in such a kind little notelet. I shall go in for it, the Savile, I mean, whether Victor Hugo is accepted or not, being now a man of means. Have I told you, by the way, that I have now an income of 84, or as I prefer to put it for dignity's sake, 2,100 francs a year? In lively hope of better weather and your arrival hereafter, I remain yours ever, R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Swanston, Wednesday, May 1874. Struggling away at fables in song. I am much afraid I am going to make a real failure, the time is so short and I am so out of the humour. Otherwise very calm and jolly, cold still impossible. Thursday, I feel happier about the fables and it is warmer a bit, but my body is most decrepit and I can just manage to be cheery and tread down hypochondria underfoot by work. I lead such a funny life, utterly 128 without interest or pleasure outside of my work. Nothing indeed but work all day long, except a short walk alone on the cold hills, and meals, and a couple of pipes with my father in the evening. It is surprising how it suits me, and how happy I keep. Friday, my dear Stevenson, how do you do? Do you annoying yourself or no? When we go to the Oliveses it always remembers us you. Nellie and my aunt went away, and when the organ come and play the Soldat it mak us think of Nellie. It is so sad I almost went away. I make my baths, and then we go to Franzensbad. Will you come to see us? There is Pella's letter facsimile, punctuation, spelling and all. MME. Garskine's was rather sad and gave me the blues a bit. I think it very likely I may run over to Franzensbad for a week or so this autumn, if I am wanted, that is to say. I shall be able to afford it easily. I have got on rather better with the fables. Perhaps it won't be a failure, though, I fear. Today the sun shone brightly, although the wind was cold. I was up the hill a good time. It is very solemn to see the top of one hill steadfastly regarding you over the shoulder of another. I never before today fully realized the haunting of such a gigantic face, as it peers over into a valley and seems to command all corners. I had a long talk with the shepherd about foreign lands and sheep. A Russian had once been on the farm as a pupil. He told me that he had the utmost pity for the Russian's capacities, since dictionary and all he had never managed to understand him. It must be remembered that my friend the shepherd spoke Scotch of the broadest, and often enough employs words which I do not understand myself. Saturday, I have received such a nice long letter 4 sides from Leslie Stephen today about my Victor Hugo. It is accepted. This ought to have made me gay, but it hasn't. I am not likely to be much of a tonic tonight. I have been very cynical over myself today, 129 partly, perhaps, because I have just finished some of the deedest rubbish about Lord Lytton's fables that an intelligent editor ever shot into his waste-paper basket. If Morley prints it, I shall be glad, but my respect for him will be shaken. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. Enclosing Mr. Leslie Stephen's letter accepting the article on Victor Hugo, the first of Stevenson's many contributions to the Cornhill magazine. Edinburgh, May 1874. My dear Colvin, I send you 50. Stephen's letter, which is certainly very kind and jolly to get 14. I wrote 130 some stuff about Lord Lytton, but I had not the heart to submit it to you. I sent it direct to Morley with a Spartan billet. God knows it is bad enough, but it cost 131 me labour incredible. I was so out of the vein, it would have made you weep to see me digging the rubbish out of my 7 wits with groanings unutterable. I certainly mean to come to London, and likely before long if all goes well. So on that ground I cannot force you to come to Scotland. Still, the weather is now warm and jolly, and of course it would not be expensive to live here so long as that did not bore you. If you could see the hills out of my window tonight you would start incontinent. However, do as you will, and if the mountain will not come to Mahomet, Mahomet will come to the mountain in due time, Mahomet being me and the mountain you, QE 500, FRS ever yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Swanston, May 1874, Tuesday. Another cold day, yet I have been along the hillside, wondering much at idiotic sheep, and raising partridges at every second step. One little plover is the object of my firm adherence. I pass his nest every day, and if you saw how he flies by me, and almost into my face, crying and flapping his wings, to direct my attention from his little treasure, you would have as kind a heart to him as one. Today I saw him not, although I took my usual way, and I am afraid that some person has abused his 132 simple wiliness, and harried, as we say in Scotland, the nest. I feel much righteous indignation against such imaginary aggressor. However, one must not be too chary of the lower forms. Today I sat down on a tree stump at the skirt of a little strip of planting, and thoughtlessly began to dig out the touchwood with an end of twig. I found I had carried ruin, death, and universal consternation into a little community of ants, and this set me a-thinking of how close we are environed with frail lives, so that we can do nothing without spreading havoc over all manner of perishable homes and interests and affections, and so on to my favourite mood of unholy terror for all action and all inaction, equally a sort of shuddering revulsion from the necessary responsibilities of life. We must not be too scrupulous of others, or we shall die. Conscientiousness is a sort of moral opium, an excitant in small doses perhaps, but at bottom a strong narcotic. Saturday, I have been 2 days in Edinburgh, and so had not the occasion to write to you. Morley has accepted the Fables, and I have seen it in proof, and think less of it than ever. However, of course, I shall send you a copy of the magazine without fail, and you can be as disappointed as you like, or the reverse if you can. I would willingly recall it if I could. Try, by way of change, Byron's Mazepa, you will be astonished. It is grand and no mistake, and one sees through it a fire and a passion and a rapid intuition of genius that makes one rather sorry for one's own generation of better writers, and I don't know what to say. I was going to say smaller men, but that's not right. Read it and you will feel what I cannot express. Don't be put out by the beginning, persevere and you will find yourself thrilled before you are at an end with it. Sunday, the white mist has obliterated the hills and lies heavily round the cottage, as though it were laying siege to it. The trees wave their branches in the 133 wind, with a solemn melancholy manner, like people swaying themselves to and fro in pain. I am alone in the house, all the world being gone to church, and even in here at the side of the fire, the air clings about one like a wet blanket. Yet this morning, when I was just awake, I had thought it was going to be a fine day. First, a cock crew loudly and beautifully and often, then followed a long interval of silence and darkness. The grey morning began to get into my room, and then from the other side of the garden a blackbird executed one long flourish, and in a moment, as if a spring had been touched or a sluice-gate opened, the whole garden just brimmed and ran over with bird-songs. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. For a part of June, Stevenson had come south, spending most of his time in lodgings with me at Hampstead, where he got the idea for part of his essay notes on the movements of young children, and making his first appearance at the Savile Club. Trouble awaited him after his return. Swanston, June 1874, Wednesday. News reaches me that Bob is laid down with diphtheria, and you know what that means. Night, I am glad to say that I have on the whole a good account of Bob, and I do hope he may pull through in spite of all. I went down and saw the doctor, but it is not thought right that I should go in to see him in case of contagion. You know it is a very contagious malady. Thursday, it is curious how calm I am in such a case. I wait with perfect composure for farther news. I can do nothing. Why should I disturb myself? And yet if things go wrong I shall be in a fine way, I can tell you. How curiously we are built up into our false positions. The other day, having toothache and the black dog on my back generally, I was rude to one of the servants at 130 for the dinner table. And nothing, of course, can be more disgusting than for a man to speak harshly to a young woman who will lose her place if she speak back to him, and of course I determined to apologize. Well, do you know, it was perhaps 4 days before I found courage enough, and I felt as red and ashamed as could be. Why? Because I had been rude. Not a bit of it, because I was doing a thing that would be called ridiculous in thus apologizing. I did not know I had so much respect of middle-class notions before. This is my right hand which I must cut off. Hold the arm, please. Anssit Weisthris. The offensive member is amputated. Let us hope I shall never be such a cad any more as to be ashamed of being a gentleman. Night, I suppose I must have been more affected than I thought, At least I found I could not work this morning and had to go out. The whole garden was filled with a high westerly wind, coming straight out of the hills and richly scented with furzier winds, as we would say. The trees were all in a tempest and roared like a heavy surf, the paths all strewn with fallen apple blossom and leaves. I got a quiet seat behind a yew and went away into a meditation. I was very happy after my own fashion, and whenever there came a blink of sunshine or a bird whistled higher than usual, or a little powder of white apple blossom came over the hedge and settled about me in the grass, I had the gladdest little flutter at my heart and stretched myself for very voluptuousness. I wasn't altogether taken up with my private pleasures, however, and had many a look down ugly vistas in the future for Bob and others. But we must all be content and brave, and look eagerly for these little passages of happiness by the wayside, and go on afterwards, savouring them under the tongue. Friday, our garden has grown beautiful at last, beautiful with fresh foliage and daisied grass. The sky is still cloudy and the day perhaps even a little gloomy. 135, but under this grey roof, in this shaded temperate light, how delightful the new summer is. When I shall come to London must always be problematical like all my movements, and of course this sickness of Bob's makes it still more uncertain. If all goes well, I may have to go to the country and take care of him in his convalescence, but I shall come shortly. Do not hurry to write to me. I had rather you had 10 minutes more of good, friendly sleep than a longer letter, and you know I am rather partial to your letters. Yesterday, by the by, I received the proof of Victor Hugo. It is not nicely written, but the stuff is capital, I think. Modesty is my most remarkable quality, I may remark in passing. I was out, behind the yew hedge, reading the Comtesse de Rudolstadt when I found my eyes grow weary, and looked up from the book. Oh, the rest of the quiet greens and whites of the daisied surface! I was very peaceful, but it began to sprinkle rain, and so I feigned to come in for a moment and chat with you. By the way, I must send you Consulo. You said you had quite forgotten it, if I remember aright, and surely a book that could divert me when I thought myself on the very edge of the grave, from the work that I so much desired and was yet unable to do, and from many painful thoughts, should somewhat support and amuse you under all the hard things that may be coming upon you. If you should wonder why I am writing to you so voluminously, know that it is because I am not suffering myself to work, and in idleness, as in death, etc. Saturday, I have had a very cruel day. I heard this morning that yesterday Bob had been very much worse, and I went down to Portobello with all sorts of horrible presentiments. I was glad when I turned the corner and saw the blinds still up. He was definitely better, if the word definitely can be used about such a detestably insidious complaint. I have ordered Consulo for you, 136, and you should have it soon this week. I mean next week, of course. I am thinking when you will receive this letter, not of now when I am writing it. I am so tired, but I am very hopeful. All will be well some time, if it be only when we are dead. One thing I see so clearly: death is the end neither of joy nor sorrow. Let us pass into the clouds and come up again as grass and flowers. We shall still be this wonderful, shrinking, sentient matter. We shall still thrill to the sun, and grow relaxed and quiet after rain, and have all manner of pains and pleasures that we know not of now. Consciousness and ganglia and such like are after all but theories, and who knows, this God may not be cruel when all is done. He may relent and be good to us a la fin des fins. Think of how he tempers our afflictions to us, of how tenderly he mixes in bright joys with the grey web of trouble and care that we call our life. Think of how he gives who takes away. Out of the bottom of the miry clay I write this, and I look forward confidently. I have faith after all. I believe, I hope I will not have it reft from me. There is something good behind it all, bitter and terrible as it seems. The infinite majesty, as it will be always in regard to us, the bubbles of an hour, the infinite majesty must have moments, if it were no more, of greatness, must sometimes be touched with a feeling for our infirmities, must sometimes relent and be clement to those frail playthings that he has made, and made so bitterly alive. Must it not be so, my dear friend? Out of the depths I cry. I feel it now when I am most painfully conscious of his cruelty. He must relent, he must reward. He must give some indemnity, if it were but in the quiet of a daisy, tasting of the sun and the soft rain and the sweet shadow of trees, for all the dire fever that he makes us bear in this poor existence. We make too much of this human life of ours. It may be that two clods together, two flowers together, two grown trees together touching each other deliciously with their spread leaves, It may be that 137 these dumb things have their own priceless sympathies, surer and more untroubled than ours. I don't know quite whether I have wandered. Forgive me, I feel as if I had relieved myself, so perhaps it may not be unpleasant for you either. Believe me, ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Swanston, Sunday, June 1874. Dear friend, I fear to have added something to your troubles by telling you of the grief in which I find myself, but one cannot always come to meet a friend smiling, although we should try for the best cheer possible. All today I have been very weary, resting myself after the trouble and fatigue of yesterday. The day was warm enough, but it blew a whole gale of wind, and the noise and the purposeless rude violence of it somehow irritated and depressed me. There was good news, however, though the anxiety must still be long. Oh, peace, peace, whither are you fled, and where have you carried my old quiet humour? I am so bitter and disquiet, and speak even spitefully to people. And somehow, though I promise myself amendment, day after day finds me equally rough and sour to those about me. But this would pass with good health and good weather, and at bottom I am not unhappy. The soil is still good although it bears thorns, and the time will come again for flowers. Wednesday, I got your letter this morning and have to thank you so much for it. Bob is much better, and I do hope out of danger. Today has been more glorious than I can tell you. It has been the first day of blue sky that we have had, and it was happiness for a week to see the clear bright outline of the hills, and the glory of sunlit foliage, and the darkness of green shadows, and the big white clouds that went voyaging overhead deliberately. My 2 cousins from Portobello were here, and 138 they and I and Maggie ended the afternoon by lying half an hour together on a shawl. The big cloud had all been carded out into a thin luminous white gauze, miles away, and miles away too seemed the little black birds that passed between this and us as we lay with faces upturned. The similarity of what we saw struck in us a curious similarity of mood, and in consequence of the small size of the shawl, we all lay so close that we half pretended, half felt, we had lost our individualities and had become merged and mixed up in a quadruple existence. We had the shadow of an umbrella over ourselves, and when anyone reached out a brown hand into the golden sunlight overhead, we all feigned that we did not know whose hand it was, until at last I don't really think we quite 999. Little black insects also passed over us, and in the same half-wanton manner we pretended we could not distinguish them from the birds. There was a splendid sunlit silence about us, and as Catherine said, the heavens seemed to be dropping oil on us, or honeydew, it was all so bland. Thursday evening, I have seen Bob again, and I am charmed at his convalescence. Le bon Dieu has been so bon this time, here's his health. Still the danger is not over by a good way, it is so miserable a thing for reverses. I hear the wind outside roaring among our leafy trees as the surf on some loud shore. The hilltop is whelmed in a passing rain shower, and the mist lies low in the valleys. But the night is warm, and in our little sheltered garden it is fair and pleasant, and the borders and hedges and evergreens and boundary trees are all distinct in an equable diffusion of light from the buried moon, and the day not altogether passed away. My dear friend, as I hear the wind rise and die away in that tempestuous world of foliage, I seem to be conscious of I know not what breath of creation. I know what this warm wet wind of the west betokens. I know how already in this morning's 139 sunshine we could see all the hills touched and accentuated with little delicate golden patches of young fern, how day by day the flowers thicken and the leaves unfold, how already the year is at tiptoe on the summit of its finished youth, and I am glad and sad to the bottom of my heart at the knowledge. If you knew how different I am from what I was last year, how the knowledge of you has changed and finished me, you would be glad and sad also. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. The strain of anxiety recorded in the 2 last letters had given a shake to Stevenson's own health, and it was agreed that he should go for a yachting tour with Sir Walter Simpson in the Inner Hebrides. Edinburgh, June 1874, Thursday. I have been made so miserable by Chopin's Marquet Funèbre. Try 2 of Schubert's songs, Ich Ungluckselige Atlas and Du Scones Fischermadschenthi are very jolly. I have read aloud my death cycle from Walt Whitman this evening. I was very much affected myself, never so much before, and it fetched the auditory considerable. Reading these things that I like aloud when I am painfully excited is the keenest artistic pleasure I know. It does seem strange that these dependent art singing, acting, and in its small way reading aloud seem the best rewarded of all arts. I am sure it is more exciting for me to read than it was for W. to write, and how much more must this be so with singing? Friday, I am going in the yacht on Wednesday. I am not right yet, and I hope the yacht will set me up. I am too tired tonight to make more of it. Goodbye, ever your faithful friend. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. Edinburgh, June 1874, Friday. My dear Colvin, I am seedy, I may say. I am quite unfit for any work or any pleasure, and generally very sick. I am going away next week on Wednesday for my cruise, which I hope will set me up again. I should like a proof here up to Wednesday morning, or at Greenock, Tontine Hotel, up to Friday morning, as I don't quite know my future address. I hope you are better, and that it was not that spell of work you had that did the harm. It is to my spurt of work that I am readable for my harm. Walt Whitman is at the bottom of it all, cre nom. What a pen I have, a new pen, God be praised, how smoothly it functions. Would that I could work as well. Chorus, would that both of us could work as well, would that all of us could work as well. Ever yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. P.S. Bob is better, but he might be better yet. All goes smoothly except my murrend health. To Mrs. Sitwell. Swanston, summer 1874. My dear friend, I am back again here, as brown as a berry with sun and in good form. I have been and gone and lost my portmanteau, with Walt Whitman in it and a lot of notes. This is a nuisance. However, I am pretty happy, only wearying for news of you and for your address. Friday, a la bonne heure, I hear where you are and that you are apparently fairish well. That is good at least. I am full of Reformation work, up to the eyes in it, and begin to feel learned. A beautiful day outside, though something cold. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. Of the projects here mentioned, that of the little book of essays on the enjoyment of the world never took shape, nor were those contributions towards it which he printed in the portfolio ever republished until after the writer's death. The Appeal to the Clergy of the Church of Scotland was printed in 1874, published as a pamphlet in February 1875, and attracted, I believe, no attention whatever. The Fables must have been some of the earliest numbers of the series, continued at odd times till near the date of his death and published posthumously. I do not know which, but should guess the House of Eld, Yellow Paint, and perhaps those in the vein of Celtic mystery, The Touchstone, The Poor Thing, The Song of Tomorrow. Swanston, summer 1874, Tuesday. My dear Colvin, what is new with you? There is nothing new with me. Knox and his females begin to get out of restraint altogether. The subject expands so damnably, I know not where to cut it off. I have another paper for the PTFL on the stocks, a sequel to the two others, also, that is to say, a word in season as to contentment, and a hint to the careless to look around them for disregarded pleasures. Seeley wrote to me asking me to propose something. I suppose he means well, I suppose I don't know what he means. But I shall write to him, if you think it wise, when I send him this paper, saying that my writing is more a matter of God's disposition than of man's proposal, that I had from Rhodes upward ever intended to make a little budget of little papers, all with this intention before them, call it ethical or aesthetic as you will. And thus I shall leave it to him if he likes to regard this little budget, as slowly they come forth, as a unity in its own small way. 12 or 20 such essays, some of them mainly ethical and expository, put together in a little book with narrow print in each page, antique vine leaves about, and the following title: Roman 12 or Roman 20 Essays on the Enjoyment of the World. By Robert Louis Stevenson. A motto in italics. Publisher. Place and date. You know the class of old book one. Have in my head, I smack my lips, would it not be nice? I am going to launch on Scotch ecclesiastical affairs in a tract addressed to the clergy, in which doctrinal matters being laid aside, I contend simply that they should be just and dignified men at a certain crisis, this for the honour of humanity. Its authorship must of course be secret, or the publication would be useless. You shall have a copy of course, and may God help you to understand it. I have done no more to my fables. I find I must let things take their time. I am constant to my schemes, but I must work at them fitfully as the humour moves. To return, I wonder, if I have to make a budget of such essays as I dream, whether Seeley would publish them, I should give them unity, by the doctrinal essays, nor do I think these would be the least agreeable. You must give me your advice and tell me whether I should throw out this delicate feeler to R.S., or if not, what I am to say to this proposal business. I shall go to England or Wales, with parents shortly, after which dash to Poland before setting in for the dismal session at Edinburgh. Spirits good, with a general sense of hollowness underneath, vanity of vanities, etc. Ever yours, Robert Louis Stevenson. P.S. Parents capital, thanks principally to them, yours truly, still rather bitter but less so. To Sidney Colvin. The last paragraph of the following means that Dr. Appleton, the amiable and indefatigable editor of the Academy, then recently founded, had been a little disturbed in mind by some of the contributions of his brilliant young friend, but allowed his academic conscience to be salved by the fact of their signature. Swanston, summer 1874. My dear Colvin, am I mad? Have I lived thus long, and have you known me thus long, to no purpose? Do you imagine I could ever write an essay a month, or promise an essay even every 3 months? I declare I would rather die than enter into any such arrangement. The essays must fall from me, essay by essay, as they ripen, and all that my communication with Seeley would effect would be to make him see more in them than mere occasional essays, or at least look far more faithfully, in which spirit men rarely look in vain. Both Rhodes and my little girls are a part of the scheme which dates from early at Mentone. My word to Seeley, therefore, would be to inform him of what I hope will lie ultimately behind them, of how I regard them as contributions towards a friendlier and more thoughtful way of looking about one, etc. One other purpose of telling him would be that I should feel myself more at liberty to write as I please, and not bound to drag in a tag about art every time to make it more suitable. Tying myself down to time is an impossibility. You know my own description of myself as a person with a poetic character and no poetic talent, just as my prose muse has all the ways of a poetic one, and I must take my essays as they come to me. If I got 12 of 'em done in 2 years, I should be pleased. Never, please, let yourself imagine that I am fertile. I am constipated in the brains. Look here, Appleton dined here last night and was delightful after the manner of our Appleton. I was none 140 for the less pleased, because I was somewhat amused, to hear of your kind letter to him in defence of my productions. I was amused at the tranquil dishonesty with which he told me that I must put my name to all I write, and then all will be well. Yours ever, R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Written on an expedition to Wales with his parents. Train between Edinburgh and Chester, August 8, 1874. My father and mother reading. I think I shall talk to you for a moment or two. This morning at Swanston, the birds, poor creatures, had the most troubled hour or two. Evidently there was a hawk in the neighbourhood, not one sang, and the whole garden thrilled with little notes of warning and terror. I did not know before that the voice of birds could be so tragically expressive. I had always heard them before express their trivial satisfaction with the blue sky and the return of daylight. Really, they almost frightened me. I could hear mothers and wives in terror for those who were dear to them. It was easy to translate, I wish it were as easy to write, but it is very hard in this flying train, or I would write you more. Chester, I like this place much, but somehow I feel glad when I get among the quiet 18th century buildings, in cosy places with some elbow room about them, after the older architecture. This other is bedevilled and furtive, it seems to stoop. I am afraid of trapdoors, and could not go pleasantly into such houses. I don't know how much of this is legitimately the effect of the architecture, little enough possibly for the most part of it comes from bad historical novels and the disquieting statuary that garnishes some facades. On the way today, I passed through my dear Cumberland country. Nowhere to as great a degree can one find the combination of lowland and highland beauties. The outline of the blue hills is broken by the outline of many tumultuous tree clumps, and the broad spaces of moorland are balanced by a network of deep hedgerows that might rival Suffolk. In the foreground, how a railway journey shakes and discomposes one mind and body. I grow blacker and blacker in humour as the day goes on, and when at last I am let out, and have the fresh air about me, it is as though I were born again, and the sick fancies flee away from my mind like swans in spring. I want to come back on what I have said about 18th century and Middle-Age houses. I do not know if I have yet explained to you the sort of loyalty, of urbanity, that there is about the one to my mind, the spirit of a country orderly and prosperous, a flavour of the presence of magistrates and well-to-do merchants in bagwigs, the clink of glasses at night in firelit parlours, something certain and civic and domestic, is all about these quiet, staid, shapely houses with no character but their exceeding shapeliness and the comely external utterance that they make of their internal comfort. Now the others are, as I have said, both furtive and bedevilled, they are sly and grotesque, they combine their sort of feverish grandeur with their sort of secretive baseness, after the manner of a Charles IX. They are peopled for me with persons of the same fashion. Dwarfs and sinister people in cloaks are about them, and I seem to divine crypts, and, as I said, trapdoors. O God be praised that we live in this good daylight and this good peace. Barmouth, August 9th. Today we saw the cathedral at Chester, and far more delightful, saw and heard a certain inimitable verger who took us round. He was full of a certain recondite, faraway humour that did not 146 quite make you laugh at the time, but was somehow laughable to recollect. Moreover, he had so far a just imagination, and could put one in the right humour for seeing an old place, very much as, according to my favourite text, Scott's novels and poems do for one. His account of the monks in the scriptorium, with their cowls over their heads, in a certain sheltered angle of the cloister where the big cathedral building kept the sun off the parchments, was all that could be wished, and so too was what he added of the others pacing solemnly behind them and dropping, ever and again, on their knees before a little shrine there is in the wall, to keep them in the frame of mind. You will begin to think me unduly biased in this verger's favour if I go on to tell you his opinion of me. We got into a little side chapel whence we could hear the choir children at practice, and I stopped a moment listening to them with, I dare say, a very bright face, for the sound was delightful to me. Ah, says he, you're a very fond of music. I said I was. Yes, I could tell that by your head, he answered. There's a deal in that head, and he shook his own solemnly. I said it might be so, but I found it hard at least to get it out. Then my father cut in brutally, said anyway I had no ear, and left the verger so distressed and shaken in the foundations of his creed that, I hear, he got my father aside afterwards, and said he was sure there was something in my face, and wanted to know what it was if not music. He was relieved when he heard that I occupied myself with literature, which word, note here, I do now spell correctly. Good night, and here's the verger's health. Friday, yesterday received the letter you know of. I have finished my portfolio paper, not very good but with things in it. I don't know if they will take it, and I have got a good start made with my John Knox articles. The weather here is rainy and miserable and windy. It is warm and not over boisterous for a certain sort of 147 pleasure. This place, as I have made my first real inquisition into it tonight, is curious enough. All the days I have been here, I have been at work, and so I was quite new to it. Saturday, a most beautiful day. We took a most beautiful drive, also up the banks of the river. The heather and furze are in flower at once and make up a splendid richness of colour on the hills. The trees were beautiful. There was a bit of winding road with larches on one hand and oaks on the other. The oaks were in shadow and printed themselves off at every corner on the sunlit background of the larches. We passed a little family of children by the roadside. The youngest of all sat a good way apart from the others on the summit of a knoll. It was ensconced in an old tea-box, out of which issued its head and shoulders in a blue cloak and scarlet hat. Oh, if you could have seen its dignity! It was deliciously humorous, and this little piece of comic self-satisfaction was framed in wonderfully by the hills and the sunlit estuary. We saw another child in a cottage garden. She had been sick, it seemed, and was taking the air quietly for health's sake. Over her pale face she had decorated herself with all available flowers and weeds, and she was driving one chair as a horse, sitting in another by way of carriage. We cheered her as we passed, and she acknowledged the compliment like a queen. I like children better every day, I think, and most other things less. John Knox goes on, and a horrible story of a nurse which I think almost too cruel to go on with. I wonder why my stories are always so nasty. I am still well and in good spirits. I say, by the way, have you any means of finding Madame Garskin's address? If you have, communicate with me. I fear my last letter has been too late to catch her at Franzensbad, and so I shall have to go without my visit altogether, which would vex me. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Barmouth, September 1874, Tuesday. I wonder if you ever read Dickens' Christmas books. I don't know that I would recommend you to read them, because they are too much perhaps. I have only read 2 of them yet and feel so good after them and would do anything, yes, and shall do everything, to make it a little better for people. I wish I could lose no time. I want to go out and comfort someone. I shall never listen to the nonsense they tell one about not giving money. I shall give money. Not that I haven't done so always, but I shall do it with a high hand now. It is raining here, and I have been working at John Knox and at the horrid story I have in hand, and walking in the rain. Do you know this story of mine is horrible? I only work at it by fits and starts, because I feel as if it were a sort of crime against humanity. It is so cruel. Wednesday. I saw such nice children again today. One little fellow alone by the roadside, putting a stick into a spout of water and singing to himself so wrapped up that we had to poke him with our umbrellas to attract his attention. And again, 2 solid, fleshly, grave, double-chinned burgomasters in black, with black hats on riding together in what they call, I think, a double perambulator. My father is such fun here. He is always skipping about into the drawing-room and speaking to all the girls and telling them God knows what about us all. My mother and I are the old people who sit aloof, receive him as a sort of prodigal when he comes back to us, and listen indulgently to what he has to tell. Llandudno, Thursday. A cold, bleak place of stucco villas with wide streets to let the wind in at you. A beautiful journey, however, coming hither. Friday, Seeley has taken my paper, which is, as I now think, not to beat about the bush bad. However, 149 there are pretty things in it, I fancy. We shall see what you shall say. Sunday, I took my usual walk before turning in last night and dallied over it a little. It was a cool, dark, solemn night, starry, but the sky charged with big black clouds. The lights in house windows you could see, but the houses themselves were lost in the general blackness. A church clock struck 11 as I went past, and rather startled me. The whiteness of the road was all I had to go by. I heard an express train roaring away down the coast into the night, and dying away sharply in the distance. It was like the noise of an enormous rocket or a shot world, one would fancy. I suppose the darkness made me a little fanciful, but when at first I was puzzled by this great sound in the night, between sea and hills, I thought half seriously that it might be a world-broken Lucethi's world to wit. I stood for, I suppose, 5 seconds with this looking for of destruction in my head, not exactly frightened but put out, and I wanted badly not to be overwhelmed where I was, unless I could cry out a farewell with a great voice over the ruin and make myself heard. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. John Knox and J.K. herein mentioned are the 2 papers on John Knox and his relations with women, first printed in Macmillan's Magazine and afterwards in Familiar Studies of Men and Books. Swanston, Wednesday autumn, 1874. I have been hard at work all yesterday, and besides had to write a long letter to Bob, so I found no time until quite late and then was sleepy. Last night it blew a fearful gale. I was kept awake about a couple of hours, and could not get to sleep for the horror of the wind's noise. The whole house shook, and mind you, our house is a 150 house, a great castle of jointed stone that would weigh up a street of English houses, so that when it quakes as it did last night it means something. But the quaking was not what put me about. It was the horrible howl of the wind round the corner, the audible haunting of an incarnate anger about the house, the evil spirit that was abroad, and above all the shuddering silent pauses when the storm's heart stands dreadfully still for a moment. Oh, how I hate a storm at night! They have been a great influence in my life, I am sure, for I can remember them so far back long before I was 6 at least, for we left the house in which I remember listening to them times without number when I was 6. And in those days the storm had for me a perfect impersonation, as durable and unvarying as any heathen deity. I always heard it, as a horseman riding past with his cloak about his head, and somehow always carried away, and riding past again, and being baffled yet once more ad infinitum all night long. I think I wanted him to get past, but I am not sure. I know only that I had some interest either for or against in the matter, and I used to lie and hold my breath, not quite frightened, but in a state of miserable exaltation. My first John Knox is in proof, and my second is on the anvil. It is very good of me so to do, for I want so much to get to my real tour and my sham tour, the real tour first. It is always working in my head, and if I can only turn on the right sort of style at the right moment, I am not much afraid of it. One thing bothers me, what with hammering at this J.K. and writing necessary letters, and taking necessary exercise that even not enough. The weather is so repulsive to me, cold and windy. I find I have no time for reading except times of fatigue, when I wish merely to relax myself. Owned I read over again for this purpose Flaubert's Tentation de Saint Antoine. It struck me a good deal at first, but this second time it has fetched me immensely. I am but just done with it, so you will know the large proportion of salt to take 151 with my present statement, that it's the finest thing I ever read. Of course it isn't that, it's full of longueurs, and is not quite read up, as we say in Scotland, not quite articulated, but there are splendid things in it. I say, do take your macaroni with oil, do please, it's beastly with butter. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Mr. later Sir George Grove was for some years before, and after this date, the editor of Macmillan's magazine, but the true monument to his memory is of course his Dictionary of Music. After the Knox articles no more contributions from R50. S appeared in this magazine, partly, I think, because Mr. Alexander Macmillan disapproved of his essay on Burns, published the following year. The portfolio paper here mentioned is that entitled On the Enjoyment of Unpleasant Places. Swanston, Autumn 1874, Thursday. My dear friend, I have another letter from Grove about my John Knox, which is flattering in its way. He is a very gushing and spontaneous person. I am busy with another portfolio paper for which I can find no name. I think I shall require to leave it without. I am afraid I shall not get to London on my way to Poland, but I must try to manage it on my way back. I must see you anyway before I tackle this sad winter work, just to get new heart. As it is, I am as jolly as three, in good health, fairish working trim, and on good, very good, terms with my people. Look here, I must have people well. If they will keep well, I am all right. If they want well, I'll do as well as I can and forgive them, and try to be something of a comfortable thought in spite. So with that cheerful sentiment, good night, dear friend, and good health to you. Saturday, your letter today, thank you. It is a horrid day outside. You talk of my setting to a book as if I could. Don't you know that things must come to 150 to me? I can do but little, I mostly wait and look out. I am struggling with a portfolio paper just now, which will not come straight somehow and will get too gushy, but a little patience will get it out of the kink and sober it down, I hope. I have been thinking over my movements and am not sure but that I may get to London on my way to Poland after all. Hurrah! But we must not halloo till we are out of the wood. This may be only a clearing. God help us all, it is a funny world. To see people skipping all round us with their eyes sealed up with indifference, knowing nothing of the earth or man or woman, going automatically to offices and saying they are happy or unhappy out of a sense of duty. I suppose, surely at least from no sense of happiness or unhappiness, unless perhaps they have a tooth that twinges. Is it not like a bad dream? Why don't they stamp their foot upon the ground and awake? There is the moon rising in the east, and there is a person with their heart broken and still glad and conscious of the world's glory up to the point of pain, and behold, they know nothing of all this. I should like to kick them into consciousness, for damp gingerbread puppets as they are. S100 is down on me for being bitter. Who can help it sometimes, especially after they have slept ill? I am going to have a lot of lunch presently, and then I shall feel all right again, and the loneliness will pass away as often before. It is the flesh that is weak. Already I have done myself all the good in the world by this scribble, and feel alive again and pretty jolly. Sunday, what a day, cold and dark as midwinter. I shall send with this 2 new photographs of myself for your opinion. My father regards this life as a shambling sort of omnibus which is taking him to his hotel. Is that not well said? It came out in a rather pleasant and entirely amicable discussion which we had this afternoon on a walk. The colouring of the world today is of course hideous. We saw only one pleasant sight, a couple 153 of lovers under a thorn tree by the wayside, he with his arm about her waist. They did not seem to find it so cold as we. I have made a lot of progress today with my portfolio paper. I think some of it should be nice, but it rambles a little. I like rambling if the country be pleasant, don't you? Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. October 27, 1874, Edinburgh, Thursday. It is cold but very sunshiny and dry. I wish you were here. It would suit you and it doesn't suit me, if we could change. This is the fast day Thursday preceding biannual Holy Sacrament that isnobody does any work. They go to church twice, they read nothing secular except the newspapers, that is the nuance between fast day and Sunday, they eat like fighting cocks. Behold how good a thing it is and becoming well to fast in Scotland. I am progressing with John Knox and women know. 2. I shall finish it, I think, in a fortnight hence, and then I shall begin to enjoy myself. JK and W number 2 is not uninteresting, however. It only bores me because I am so anxious to be at something else which I like better. I shall perhaps go to church this afternoon from a sort of feeling that it is rather a wholesome thing to do of an afternoon. It keeps one from work, and it lets you out so late that you cannot weary yourself walking, and so spoil your evening's work. Friday, I got your letter this morning, and whether owing to that, or to the fact that I had spent the evening before in comparatively riotous living, I managed to work 5 hours and a half well and without fatigue, besides reading about an hour more at history. This is a thing to be proud of. We have had lately some of the most beautiful sunsets. Our autumn sunsets here are always admirable in 154 colour. Tonight there was just a little lake of tarnished green deepening into a blood orange at the margins, framed above by dark clouds, and below by the long roofline of the Egyptian buildings on what we call the Mound, the statues on the top of Her Britannic Majesty, and diverse nondescript sphinxes, printing themselves off black against the lit space. Saturday it has been colder than ever, and tonight there is a truculent wind about the house, shaking the windows and making a hollow, inarticulate grumbling in the chimney. I cannot say how much I hate the cold. It makes my scalp so tight across my head, and gives me such a beastly rheumatism about my shoulders, and wrinkles and stiffens my face. Oh, I have such a sehnsucht for Mentone, where the sun is shining and the air still, and a friend writes to me people are complaining of the heat. Sunday, I was chased out by my lamp again last night. It always goes out when I feel in the humour to write to you. Today I have been to church, which has not improved my temper, I must own. The clergyman did his best to make me hate him, and I took refuge in that admirable poem, The Song of Deborah and Barak. I should like to make a long scroll of painting, say, to go all round a cornice illustrative of this poem, with the people seen in the distance going stealthily on footpaths while the great highways go vacant, with the archers besetting the drawwells, with the princes in hiding on the hills among the bleeding sheepflocks, with the overthrow of Sisera, the stars fighting against him in their courses, and that ancient river, the river Kishon, sweeping him away in anger, with his mother looking and looking down the long road in the red sunset, and never a banner and never a spear clump coming into sight, and her women with white faces round her, ready with lying comfort, to say nothing of the people on white asses. Oh, I do hate this damned life that I lead. Work, 155, that's all right, it's amusing, but I want women about me and I want pleasure. John Knox had a better time of it than I, with his godly females all leaving their husbands to follow after him. I would John Knox. I hate living like a hermit. Write me a nice letter if ever you are in the humour to write to me and it doesn't hurt your head. Goodbye, ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. The projected visit to his Russian friend in Poland did not come off, and shortly after the preceding letter, Stevenson went for a few days' walking tour in the Chiltern Hills of Buckinghamshire, as recorded in his essay An Autumn Effect. He then came on for a visit to London. London, November 1874. When I left you, I found an organ grinder in Russell Square playing to a child, and the simple fact that there was a child listening to him, that he was giving this pleasure, entitled him, according to my theory, as you know, to some money. So I put some coppers on the ledge of his organ without so much as looking at him, and I was going on when a woman said to me, "Yes, sir, he do look bad, don't he? Scarcely fit like to be working." And then I looked at the man, and oh, he was so ill, so yellow and heavy-eyed and drooping. I did not like to go back somehow, and so I gave the woman a shilling and asked her to give it to him for me. I saw her do so and walked on, but the face followed me, and so when I had got to the end of the division, I turned and came back as hard as I could, and filled his hand with money to 13 shillings, I should think. I was sure he was going to be ill, you know, and he was a young man, and I dare say he was alone, and had no one to love him. I had my reward, for a few yards farther on, here was another organ grinder playing a dance tune, and perhaps 156 a dozen children all dancing merrily to his music singly, and by twos and threes, and in pretty little figures together. Just what my organ grinder in my story wanted to have happened to him, It was so gay and pleasant in the twilight under the street lamp. I am very well, have eaten well, and am so sleepy I can write no more. This I write to let you know I am no worse, all the better, ever your faithful friend. R50 S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Edinburgh, November 1874, Sunday. I was never more sorry to leave you, but I never left you with a better heart than last night. I had a long journey and a cold one, but never was sick nor sorry the whole way. It was a long one because when we got to Berwick, we had to go round through the hills by Kelso, as there was a block on the main line. I knew nothing of this, and you may imagine my bewilderment when I came to myself, the train standing and whistling dismally in the black morning, before a little vacant half-lit station, with a name up that I had never heard before. My fellow traveller woke up and wanted to know what was wrong. "Oh, it's nothing," I said, "nothing at all, it's an evil dream." However, we had the thing explained to us at the end of ends, and trailed on in the dark among the snowy hills, stopping every now and again and whistling in an appealing kind of way, as much as to say, God knows where we are. For God's sake, don't run into us. Until at last we came to a dead standstill, and remained so for perhaps an hour and a quarter. This wakened us up for a little, and we managed at last to attract the attention of one of the officials whom we could see picking their way about the snow with lanterns. This man, very wide awake and hale and lusty, informed us we were waiting for another conductor, as our own guard 157 did not know the line. "Where is the new guard coming from?" we ask. "Oh, close by, only he was married last night." And immediately we heard much hoarse laughter in the dark about us, and the moving lanterns were shaken to and fro, as if in a wind. This poor conductor. However, I recomposed myself for slumber, and did not rewake much before Edinburgh, where I was discharged 3 hours too late, and found my father waiting for me in the snow, with a very long face. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. I forget what the Japanese prints were which I had been sending to Stevenson at his wish, but they sound like specimens of Hiroshige and Kuniyoshi. The taste for these things was then quite new, and had laid hold on him strongly. Edinburgh, November 1874. My dear Colvin, thank you, and God bless you forever. This is a far better lot than the last. I have chosen 4 complete sets out of it for setting, quite admirable. The others are not quite one's taste. I find the colour far from always being agreeable. It is a great toss-up. They have sent me duplicates of first a mad little scene with a white horse, a red monarch and a blue arm of the sea in it, and second of a night scene with water, flowers and a black and white umbrella, and a wonderful grey distance and a wonderful general affecton of my best, in fact. Do not now force yourself to make any more purchases for me, but if ever you see a thing you would like to lecture off, remember I am the person who is ready to buy it and let you have the use of it. Keep this in view always. I am working very hard for me, and am very happy over my pictures. Goodbye, mon vieux, ever yours, Robert Louis Stevenson. PSIN fact, if ever you see anything exceptionally fine, purchase for R50. I owe you lots of money besides this, don't I? John Knox is red and sparkling on the anvil, and the hammer goes about 6 hours on him. R50 S. To Mrs. Sitwell. During his days in London, Stevenson had gone with Mrs. Sitwell to revisit the Elgin marbles, and had carried off photographs of them to put up in his room at Edinburgh. King Matthias hunting horn has perished like so many other stories of this time. Edinburgh, November 1874, Tuesday. Well, I've got some women now, and they're better than nothing. 3 without heads who have been away getting framed, and you know they are more to me after a fashion than they can be to you, because after a fashion also they are women. I have come now to think the sitting figure, in spite of its beautiful drapery, rather a blemish, rather an interruption to the sentiment. The 2 others are better than one has ever dreamed. I think these 2 women are the only things in the world that have been better than, in Bible phrase, it had entered into my heart to conceive. Who made them? Was it Pheidias? Or do they not know? It is wonderful what company they are, a noble company. And then I have now 3 Japanese pictures that are after my own heart, and I get up from time to time and turn a bit of favourite colour over and over, roll it under my tongue, savour it till it gets all through me, and then back to my chair and to work. This afternoon about 6 there was a small orange moon, lost in a great world of blue evening. A few leafless boughs and a bit of garden railing crisscross its face, and below it there was blueness and the spread lights of Leith, lost in blue haze. To the east, the town, also subdued to the same blue, piled itself up, with here and there a lit window, until it could print off its outline 159 against a faint patch of green and russet that remained behind the sunset. I must tell you about my way of life, which is regular to a degree. Breakfast 8. During breakfast and my smoke afterwards till 10 when I begin work, I read Reformation. From 10 I work until about 1:45. From 1 until 2 I lunch and read a book on Schopenhauer or one on positivism. 2 to 3 work. 3 to 6 anything. If I am in before 6 I read about Japan. 6 dinner and a pipe with my father and coffee until 7. 7 to 9 work. After that either supper and a pipe at home or out to Simpson's or Baxter's. Bed between 11 and 12. Wednesday, 2 good things have arrived to me today, your letter for one and the end of John Knox for another. I cannot write English because I have been speaking French all evening with some French people of my knowledge. It's a sad thing the state I get into, when I cannot remember English and yet do not know French. And it is worse when it is complicated, as at present, with a pen that will not write. If you knew how I have to paint, and how I have to maneuver to get the stuff legible at all. Thursday, I have said the Fates are only women after a fashion, and that is one of the strangest things about them. They are wonderfully womanly, are more womanly than any woman, and those girt draperies are drawn over a wonderful greatness of body instinct with sex. I do not see a line in them that could be a line in a man. And yet when all is said, they are not women for us. They are of another race, immortal, separate. One has no wish to look at them with love, only with a sort of lowly adoration, physical, but wanting what is the soul of all love, whether admitted to oneself or not, hope. In a word, the desire of the moth for the star. O great white stars of eternal marble, O shapely, colossal women, and yet not women. It is not love that 160 we seek from them. We do not desire to see their great eyes troubled with our passions, or the great impassive members contorted by any hope or pain or pleasure. Only now and again to be conscious that they exist, to have knowledge of them far off in cloudland, or feel their steady eyes shining, like quiet watchful stars, above the turmoil of the earth. I write so ill, so cheap and miserable and penny-a-linerish is this John Knox that I have just sent, that I am low. Only I keep my heart up by thinking of you, and if all goes to the worst, shall I not be able to lay my head on the great knees of the middle Phaeto, these great knees I know all Baudelaire meant now with his Gintito, lay my head on her great knees, and go to sleep. Friday, I have finished the story of King Matthias hunting horn, whereof I spoke to you, and I think it should be good. It excites me like wine or fire or death or love or something. Nothing of my own writing ever excited me so much. It does seem to me so weird and fantastic. Saturday, I know now that there is a more subtle and dangerous sort of selfishness in habit than there ever can be in disorder. I never ceased to be generous when I was most de règle. Now when I am beginning to settle into habits, I see the danger in front of me own might cease to be generous and grow hard and sordid in time and trouble. However, thank God it is life I want, and nothing posthumous, and for 2 good emotions I would sacrifice 1,000 years of fame. Moreover, I know so well that I shall never be much as a writer that I am not very sorely tempted. My only chance is in my stories, and so you will forgive me if I postpone everything else to copy out King Matthias. I have learned by experience that a story should be copied out and finished fairly off at the first heat if ever. I am even thinking of finishing up 6 161 perhaps and trying the publishers. What do you say? Give me your advice. Sunday, goodbye. A long story to tell but no time to tell it, well and happy. Adieu, ever your faithful friend. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Edinburgh, Sunday, November 1874. Here is my long story. Yesterday night, after having supped, I grew so restless that I was obliged to go out in search of some excitement. There was a half-moon lying over on its back, and incredibly bright in the midst of a faint grey sky set with faint stars, a very inartistic moon that would have damned a picture. At the most populous place of the city I found a little boy, 3 years old perhaps, half frantic with terror, and crying to everyone for his mammy. This was about 11, mark you. People stopped and spoke to him and then went on, leaving him more frightened than before. but I and a good-humoured mechanic came up together, and I instantly developed a latent faculty for setting the hearts of children at rest. Master Tommy Murphy, such was his name, soon stopped crying, and allowed me to take him up and carry him, and the mechanic and I trudged away along Prince's Street to find his parents. I was soon so tired that I had to ask the mechanic to carry the bairn, and you should have seen the puzzled contempt with which he looked at me for knocking in so soon. He was a good fellow, however, although very impracticable and sentimental, and he soon bethought him that Master Murphy might catch cold after his excitement, so we wrapped him up in my greatcoat. Tobago Street was the address he gave us, and we deposited him in a little grocer's shop and went through all the houses in the street without being able to find any one of the name of Murphy. Then I set off to the 162 Head Police Office, leaving my greatcoat in pawn about Master Murphy's person. As I went down one of the lowest streets in the town, I saw a little bit of life that struck me. It was now 12:30, a little shop stood still half open, and a boy of 4 or 5 years old was walking up and down before it imitating cockcrow. He was the only living creature within sight. At the police offices no word of Master Murphy's parents, so I went back empty-handed. The good groceress who had kept her shop open all this time could keep the child no longer. Her father, bad with bronchitis, said he must forth. So I got a large scone with currants in it, wrapped my coat about Tommy, got him up on my arm, and away to the police office with him. Not very easy in my mind, for the poor child, young as he was, could scarce speak, was full of terror for the office, as he called it. He was now very grave and quiet and communicative with me, told me how his father thrashed him, and divers household matters. Whenever he saw a woman on our way, he looked after her over my shoulder, and then gave his judgment. That's know her, adding sometimes, she has a ween why her. Meantime I was telling him how I was going to take him to a gentleman who would find out his mother for him quicker than ever I could, and how he must not be afraid of him, but be brave, as he had been with me. We had just arrived at our destination. We were just under the lamp when he looked me in the face and said appealingly, "Hell no, put me in the office." And I had to assure him that he would not, even as I pushed open the door and took him in. The sergeant was very nice, and I got Tommy comfortably seated on a bench, and spirited him up with good words and the scone with the currants in it. And then, telling him I was just going out to look for Mammy, I got my greatcoat and slipped away. Poor little boy, he was not called for, I learn, until 10 this morning. This is very ill written, and I've missed 163 half that was picturesque in it. But to say truth, I am very tired and sleepy. It was 2 before I got to bed. However, you see, I had my excitement. Monday, I have written nothing all morning. I cannot settle to it. Yes, I will though, and I 999. I want to say something more to you about the 3 women. I wonder so much why they should have been women and halt between 2 opinions in the matter. Sometimes I think it is because they were made by a man for men. Sometimes, again, I think there is an abstract reason for it, and there is something more substantive about a woman than ever there can be about a man. I can conceive a great mythical woman, living alone among inaccessible mountain-tops or in some lost island in the pagan seas, and ask no more. Whereas if I hear of a Hercules, I ask after Iole or Deianira. I cannot think him a man without women. But I can think of these 3 deep-breasted women, living out all their days on remote hilltops, seeing the white dawn and the purple even, and the world outspread before them forever, and no more to them forever than a sight of the eyes, a hearing of the ears, a faraway interest of the inflexible heart, not pausing, not pitying, but austere with a holy austerity, rigid with a calm and passionless rigidity. And I find them none the less women to the end. And think, if one could love a woman like that once, see her once grow pale with passion, and once wring your lips out upon hers, would it not be a small thing to die? Not that there is not a passion of a quite other sort, much less epic, far more dramatic and intimate, that comes out of the very frailty of perishable women, out of the lines of suffering that we see written about their eyes, and that we may wipe out if it were but for moment, out of the thin hands, wrought and tempered in agony to a fineness of perception that the indifferent or the merely happy cannot know, out of the tragedy that 164 lies about such a love, and the pathetic incompleteness. This is another thing, and perhaps it is a higher. I look over my shoulder at the 3 great headless Madonnas, and they look back at me and do not move. See me, and through and over me, the foul life of the city dying to its embers already as the night draws on, and over miles and miles of silent country, set here and there with lit towns, thundered through here and there with night expresses scattering fire and smoke, and away to the ends of the earth and the furthest star, and the blank regions of nothing, and they are not moved. My quiet, great-kneed, deep-breasted, well-draped ladies of necessity, I give my heart to you. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Edinburgh, December 23, 1874. Monday, I have come from a concert, and the concert was rather a disappointment. Not so my afternoon skating Duddingston, our big loch, is bearing, and I wish you could have seen it this afternoon, covered with people in thin driving snow flurries, the big hill grim and white and alpine overhead in the thick air, and the road up the gorge, as it were into the heart of it, dotted black with traffic. Moreover, I can skate a little bit, and what one can do is always pleasant to do. Tuesday, I got your letter today and was so glad thereof. It was of good omen to me also. I worked from 10 to 1. My classes are suspended now for Christmas holidays, and wrote 4 or 5 portfolio pages of my Buckinghamshire affair. Then I went to Duddingston and skated all afternoon. If you had seen the moon rising, a perfect sphere of smoky gold in the dark air above the trees, and the white loch thick with skaters, and the great hill snow-sprinkled overhead, it was a sight for a king. Wednesday, I stayed on Duddingston today till after nightfall. The little booths that hucksters set up round the edge were marked each one by its little lamp. There were some fires too, and the light, and the shadows of the people who stood round them to warm themselves, made a strange pattern all round on the snow-covered ice. A few people with torches began to travel up and down the ice, a lit circle travelling along with them over the snow. A gigantic moon rose, meanwhile, over the trees and the kirk on the promontory among perturbed and vacillating clouds. The walk home was very solemn and strange. Once, through a broken gorge, we had a glimpse of a little space of mackerel sky, moonlit on the other side of the hill, the broken ridges standing grey and spectral between, and the hilltop over all snow-white and strangely magnified in size. This must go to you tomorrow, so that you may read it on Christmas Day for company. I hope it may be good company to you. Thursday, outside it snows thick and steadily. The gardens before our house are now a wonderful fairy forest, and oh, this whiteness of things, how I love it, how it sends the blood about my body. Maurice de Guerin hated snow. What a fool he must have been. Somebody tried to put me out of conceit with it by saying that people were lost in it. As if people don't get lost in love, too, and die of devotion to art, as if everything worth were not an occasion to some people's end. What a wintry letter this is, only I think it is winter seen from the inside of a warm greatcoat, and there is, at least, a warm heart about it somewhere. Do you know what they say in Christmas stories is true? I think one loves their friends more dearly at this season. Ever your faithful friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. The portfolio article here mentioned is an autumn effect C essays of travel. The Italian story so delightedly begun was by and by condemned and destroyed like all the others of this time. Edinburgh, January 1875, Monday. Have come from a concert. Cynico sang Tant bien que mal, a perfido spurgiuro, and then we had the Eroica Symphony No. 3. I can, and need, say no more. I am rapt out of earth by it. Beethoven is certainly the greatest man the world has yet produced. I wonder, is there anything so superb? I can find no word for it more specific than superball. I know is that all my knowledge is transcended. I finished today and sent off, and a mighty mean detail it is, to set down after Beethoven's Grand Passion my portfolio article about Buckinghamshire. In its own way I believe it to be a good thing, and I hope you will find something in it to like. It touches in a dry enough manner upon most things under heaven, and if you like me I think you ought to like this intellectualno. I withdraw the wordthigh's artistic dog of mine. Thothathaw up here, and farewell skating, and farewell the clear dry air and the wide, bright, white snow surface, and all that was so pleasant in the past. Wednesday, yesterday I wasn't well, and tonight I have been ever so busy. There came a note from the Academy, sent by John H. Ingram, the editor of the edition of Poe's works I have been reviewing, challenging me to find any more faults. I have found nearly 60, so I may be happy, but that makes me none the less sleepy, so I must go to bed. Friday, I am awfully out of the humour to write. I am very inert although quite happy. I am informed by those who are more expert that I am bilious. By N, let it be so, I am still content, and though I can do no original work, I get forward making notes for my knocks at a good trot. Saturday, I am so happy. I am no longer here in Edinburgh. I have been all yesterday evening and this forenoon in Italy, 400 years ago, with one Sannazaro, a sculptor, painter, poet, etc., and one Ippolita, a beautiful duchess. Oh, I like it badly. I wish you could hear it at once. Or rather, I wish you could see it immediately in beautiful type on such a page as it ought to be, in my first little volume of stories. What a change this is from collecting dull notes for John Knox, as I have been all the early part of the week, the difference between life and death. I am quite well again and in such happy spirits as who would not be, having spent so much of his time at that convent on the hills with these sweet people. Vous verrez, and if you don't like this story, well, I give it up if you don't like it. Not but what there's a long way to travel yet. I am no farther than the threshold. I have only set the men and the game has still to be played, and a lot of dim notions must become definite and shapely, and a deal be clear to me that is anything but clear as yet. The story shall be called, I think, When the Devil Was Well, in allusion to the old proverb. Goodbye. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. 17 Heriot Row, Edinburgh, January 1875. My dear Colvin, I have worked too hard. I have given myself 1 day of rest, and that was not enough, so I am giving myself another. I shall go to bed again likewise so soon as this is done, and slumber most potently. 9p 1000, slept all afternoon like a lamb. About my coming south, I think the still small unanswerable voice of coins will make it impossible until the session is over end of March, but for all that, I think I shall hold out jolly. I do not want you to come and bother yourself. Indeed, it is still not quite certain 168 whether my father will be quite fit for you, although I have now no fear of that really. Now don't take up this wrongly, I wish you could come, and I do not know anything that would make me happier, but I see that it is wrong to expect it, and so I resign myself, some time after. I offered Appleton a series of papers on the modern French-schooled Parnassians. I think they call them de Banville, Copy, Solary and Sully Prudhomme, but he has not deigned to answer my letter. I shall have another portfolio paper so soon as I am done with this story that has played me out. The story is to be called When the Devil Was Well. Scene, Italy, Renaissance. Colour, purely imaginary of course, my own unregenerate idea of what Italy then was. Oh, when shall I find the story of my dreams, that shall never halt nor wander nor step aside, but go ever before its face, and ever swifter and louder, until the pit receives it, roaring. The portfolio paper will be about Scotland and England. Ever yours. R50 Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. Edinburgh, January 1875. I wish I could write better letters to you. Mine must be very dull. I must try to give you news. Well, I was at the annual dinner of my old academy schoolfellows last night. We sat down 10 out of 7 to 2. The others are scattered all over the places of the earth, some in San Francisco, some in New Zealand, some in India. One in the backwoods. It gave one a wide look over the world to hear them talk so. I read them some verses. It is great fun. I always read verses, and in the vinous enthusiasm of the moment they always propose to have them printed. Si qui n'arrive jamais du rester. In the morning they are more calm. Sunday, it occurs to me that one reason why there is 169 no news in my letters is because there is so little in my life. I always tell you of my concerts. I was at another yesterday afternoon, a recital of Halle and Norman Neruda. I went in the evening to the pantomime with the Mackintoshes cousins of mine. Their little boy, aged 4, was there for the first time. To see him with his eyes fixed and open like saucers, and never varying his expression save in so far as he might sometimes open his mouth a little wider, was worth the money. He laughed only Ansuhen, the giant's dwarf, fed his master, as though he were a child. Coming home, he was much interested as to who made the fairies, and wanted to know if they were like berries. I should like to know how much this question was due to the idea of their coming up from under the stage, and how much to a vague idea of rhyme. When he was told that they were not like berries, he then asked if they had not been flowers before they were fairies. It was a good deal in the vein of Herbert Spencer's Primitive Man, all this. I am pretty well, but have not got back to work much since Tuesday. I work far too hard at the story, but I wish I had finished it before I stopped, as I feel somewhat out of the swing now. Ever your faithful Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. Another of the literary projects which came to naught. no one of the stories mentioned having turned out according to Stevenson's dream and desire at its first conception, or even having been preserved for use afterwards, as the foundation of riper work. Clytie is of course the famous Roman bust from the Townley collection in the British Museum. Edinburgh, January 1875. My dear Calvin, thanks for your letter. I too am in such a state of business that I know not when to find the time to write. Look here, Seeley does not seem to me to have put that paper of mine in this month, so I 170 remain unable to pay you, which is a sad pity and must be forgiven me. What am I doing? Well, I wrote my second John Knox, which is not a bad piece of work for me, begun and finished ready for press in 9 days. Then I have since written a story called King Matthias Hunting Horn, and I am engaged in finishing another called The Two Falconers of Cairnstein. I find my stories affect me rather more perhaps than is wholesome. I have only been 2 hours at work today, and yet I have been crying and am shaking badly, as you can see in my handwriting, and my back is a bit bad. They give me pleasure though, quite worth all results. However, I shall work no more today. I am to get 1,000 when I pass advocate, it seems, which is good. Oh, I say, will you kindly tell me all about the bust of Clytie? Then I had the wisdom to stop and look over Japanese picture books until lunchtime. Well, tell me all about Clytie. How old is it? Who did it? What's it about? Etc. Send it on a sheet that I can forward without indiscretion to another, as I desire the information for a friend whom I wish to please. Now look here, when I have 12 stories ready, these 12. Old. Scotch. Tip. Top. Tail. 2. What the wreck had brought to Arrows. 3. Past and present in Sandown Bay. 4. The gale. 5. A man out of the sea. To W. E. Henley. Kinnaird Cottage, Pitlochry, July 1881. My dear Henley, I hope then to have a visit from you, if before August here, if later at Bremer, Toop. And now Moan Barn, I must babble about The Merry Men, my favourite work. It is a fantastic sonata about the sea and wrecks. Chapter 1. Eilean Arost Island, the Roost, the Merry Men, the Three People, their Living Sea Superstitions. Chapter 2. What the wreck had brought to Arrows. Eh boy, what had it? Silver and clerks and brocades, and what a conscience, what a mad brain. Chapter 3. Past and present in Sandown Bay, new wreck, and the old so old Armada treasure ship. Sant Matrinid the grave in the heather strangers 318 there. Chapter 4. The Galeth doomed ship that stormed the drunken madman on the headcrease in the night. Chapter 5. A man out of the sea, but I must not breathe to you my plot. It is, I fancy, my first real shoot at a story. An odd thing, sir, but I believe my own, though there is a little of Scott's pirate in it, as how should there not? He had the root of romance in such places. Arrows is Earaid, where I lived lang syne. 40 The Ross of Grisopal is the Ross of Mull, Ben Ryan, Ben Moore. I have written to the middle of chapter 4. Like enough, when it is finished I shall discard all chapterings, for the thing is written straight through. It must unhappily be rewritten too well written not to be. The chair is only 3 months in summer, that is why I try for it. If I get it, which I shall not, I should be independent at once. Sweet thought, I liked your Byron well, your Berlioz better. No one would remark these cuts. Even I, who was looking for it, knew it not at all to be a torso. The paper strengthens me in my recommendation to you to follow Calvin's hint. Give us an 1830, you will do it well, and the subject smiles widely on the world. 1830, a chapter of artistic history by William Ernest Henley, or of social and artistic history, as the thing might grow to you. Sir, you might be in the Athenaeum yet with that, and believe me, you might and would be far better the author of a readable book. Yours ever. R50S. The following names have been invented for Wog by his dear papa. Grunt a pig when he is scratched. Rosemouth when he comes flying up with his roseleaf tongue depending, and Hoof and boots when he has had his foots wet. How would tails for winter nights do? To W. E. Henley. The spell of good health did not last long, and with a break of the weather came a return of catarrhal troubles and hemorrhage. This letter answers some criticisms made by his correspondent on the Merry Men as drafted in MS. Pitlochry, if you please, August 1881. Dear Henley, to answer a point or two. First, the Spanish ship was sloop-rigged and clumsy because she was fitted out by some private adventurers, not over-wealthy and glad to take what they could get. Is that not right? Tell me if you think not. That at least was how I meant it. As for the boat cloaks, I am afraid they are, as you say, false imagination. But I love the name, nature, and being of them so dearly, that I feel as if I would almost rather ruin a story than omit the reference. The proudest moments of my life have been passed in the stern sheets of a boat with that romantic garment over my shoulders. This, without prejudice to one glorious day, when standing upon some water stairs at Lerwick, I signalled with my pocket-handkerchief for a boat to come ashore for me. I was then aged 15 or 16, conceive my glory. Several of the phrases you object to are proper nautical or longshore phrases, and therefore, I think, not out of place in this longshore story. As for the two members which you thought at first so ill-united, I confess they seem perfectly so to me. I have chosen to sacrifice a long-projected story of adventure because the sentiment of that is identical with the sentiment of my uncle. My uncle himself is not the story as I see it, only the leading episode of that story. It's really a story of wrecks as they appear to the dweller on the coast. It's a view of the sea. Goodness knows when I shall be able to rewrite. I must first get over this copper-headed cold. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. The reference to Landor in the following is to a volume of mine in Macmillan's series, English Men of Letters. This and the next 2 or 3 years were those of the Fenian dynamite outrages at the Tower of London, the House of Lords, etc. Kinnaird Cottage, Pitlochry, August 1881. My dear Colvin, this is the first letter I have written this good while. I have had a brutal cold, not perhaps very wisely treated, lots of blood for me, I mean. I was so well, however, before that I seemed to be sailing through with it splendidly. My appetite never failed. Indeed, as I got worse, it sharpened a sort of reparatory instinct. Now I feel in a fair way to get round soon. Monday, August 2nd, is it? We set out for the Spittal of Glenshie and reach Bremer on Tuesday. The Bremer address we cannot learn. It looks as if Bremer were all that was necessary. If particular, you can address 17 Heriot Row. We shall be delighted to see you whenever, and as soon as ever you can make it possible. I hope heartily you will survive me, and do not doubt it. There are 7 or 8 people it is no part of my scheme in life to survive 8 if I could but heal me of my bellowses. I could have a jolly life have it even now when I can work and stroll a little, as I have been doing till this cold. I have so many things to make life sweet to me, it seems a pity I cannot have that other one thing, health. But though you will be angry to hear it, I believe, for myself at least, what is best. I believed it all through my worst days, and I am not ashamed to profess it now. Landor has just turned up, but I had read him already. I like him extremely. I wonder if the cuts were perhaps not advantageous. It seems quite full enough, but then you know I am a compressionist. If I am to criticize, it is a little staid, but the classical is apt to look so. It is in curious contrast to that inexpressive, 321 unplanned wilderness of Forster's, clear, readable, precise, and sufficiently human. I see nothing lost in it, though I could have wished, in my Scotch capacity, a trifle clearer and fuller exposition of his moral attitude, which is not quite clear from here. He and his tyrannicide, I am in a mad fury about these explosions. If that is the new world, damn O'Donovan Rossa, damn him behind and before, above, below, and roundabout, damn, derasnate and destroy him, root and branch, self and company, world without end. Amen. I write that for sport if you like, but I will pray in earnest, O Lord, if you cannot convert, kindly delete him. Stories naturally at Holt. Henley has seen one and approves. I believe it to be good myself, even real good. He has also seen and approved one of Fanny's. It will make a good volume. We have now. Thrawn Janet with Stephen, proof today. The shadow on the bed, Fanny's copying. The merry men scrolled. The body snatchers scrolled. In Jeremy's. The travelling companion. The torn surplice, not final title. Yours ever. R50S. To Dr. Alexander Japp. Dr. Japp, known in literature at this date, and for some time afterwards under his pseudonym H. A. Page, Later, under his own name, the biographer of De Quincey had written to R50's criticizing statements of fact and opinion in his essay on Thoreau, and expressing the hope that they might meet and discuss their differences. In the interval between the last letter and this, Stevenson, with all his family, had moved to Bremer. The cottage, Castleton of Bremer, Sunday, August 1881. My dear sir, I should long ago have written to thank you for your kind and frank letter, but in my 322 state of health papers are apt to get mislaid, and your letter has been vainly hunted for until this Sunday morning. I regret I shall not be able to see you in Edinburgh. One visit to Edinburgh has already cost me too dear in that invaluable particular health, but if it should be at all possible for you to push on as far as Bremer, I believe you would find an attentive listener, and I can offer you a bed, a drive, and necessary food, etc. If, however, you should not be able to come thus far, I can promise you two things. First, I shall religiously revise what I have written, and bring out more clearly the point of view from which I regarded Thoreau. Second, I shall in the preface record your objection. The point of view, and I must ask you not to forget that any such short paper is essentially only a section through a man, was this: I desired to look at the man through his books. Thus, for instance, when I mentioned his return to the pencil-making, I did it only in passing. Perhaps I was wrong, because it seemed to me not an illustration of his principles, but a brave departure from them. Thousands of such there were, I do not doubt. Still, they might be hardly to my purpose, though, as you say so, some of them would be. Our difference as to pity, I suspect, was a logomachy of my making. No pitiful acts on his part would surprise me. I know he would be more pitiful in practice than most of the whiners, but the spirit of that practice would still seem to be unjustly described by the word pity. When I try to be measured, I find myself usually suspected of a sneaking unkindness for my subject, but you may be sure, sir, I would give up most other things to be so good a man as Thoreau. Even my knowledge of him leads me thus far. Should you find yourself able to push on to Bremer, it may even be on your way, believe me. Your visit will be most welcome. The weather is cruel, but the place 323 is, as I dare say you know, the very Whale of Scotland bar Tumbleside. Yours very sincerely, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. Sitwell. The cottage, Castleton of Bremer, August 1881. Well, I have been pretty mean, but I have not yet got over my cold so completely as to have recovered much energy. It is really extraordinary that I should have recovered as well as I have in this blighting weather. The wind pipes, the rain comes in squalls, great black clouds are continually overhead, and it is as cold as March. The country is delightful, more cannot be said. It is very beautiful, a perfect joy when we get a blink of sun to see it in. The Queen knows a thing or two, I perceive. She has picked out the finest habitable spot in Britain. I have done no work and scarce written a letter for 3 weeks, but I think I should soon begin again. My cough is now very trifling. I eat well and seem to have lost but little flesh in the meanwhile. I was wonderfully well before I caught this horrid cold. I never thought I should have been as well again. I really enjoyed life and work, and of course I now have a good hope that this may return. I suppose you heard of our ghost stories. They are somewhat delayed by my cold and a bad attack of laziness, embroidery, etc., under which Fanny had been some time prostrate. It is horrid that we can get no better weather. I did not get such good accounts of you as might have been. You must imitate me. I am now one of the most conscientious people at trying to get better you ever saw. I have a white hat, it is much admired, also a plaid and a heavy stoop, so I take my walks abroad, witching the world. Last night I was beaten at chess, and am still grinding under the blow. Ever your faithful friend, R50s. To Edmund Gosse. The cottage, the late Miss M. Gregor's. Castleton of Bremer, August 10, 1881. My dear Gosse, come on the 24th, there is a dear fellow. Everybody else wants to come later, and it will be a godsend for, sir, yours sincerely. You can stay as long as you behave decently, and are not sick of, sir, your obedient, humble servant. We have family worship in the home of, sir, yours respectfully. Bremer is a fine country, but nothing to what you will also see the maps of, sir, yours in the Lord. A carriage and 2 spanking hacks draw up daily at the hour of 2 before the house of, sir, yours truly. The rain rains and the winds do beat upon the cottage of the late Miss Macgregor, and of, Sir, yours affectionately. It is to be trusted that the weather may improve ere you know the holes of, Sir, yours emphatically. All will be glad to welcome you, not excepting Sir, yours ever. You will now have gathered the lamentable intellectual collapse of, Sir, yours indeed. And nothing remains for me but to sign myself, Sir, yours, Robert Louis Stevenson. N.B. Each of these clauses has to be read with extreme glibness, coming down whack upon the Sir. This is very important. The fine stylistic inspiration will else be lost. I commit the man who made, the man who sold, and the woman who supplied me with my present excruciating gilt nib to that place where the worm never dies. The reference to a deceased Highland lady tending 325, as it does to foster unavailing sorrow, may be with advantage omitted from the address, which would therefore run the cottage, Castleton of Bremer. To Edmund Gosse. The cottage, Castleton of Bremer, August 19, 1881. If you had an uncle who was a sea captain and went to the North Pole, you had better bring his outfit. Verbum sapientibus, I look towards you. R50 Stevenson. To Edmund Gosse. Bremer, August 19, 1881. My dear Weg, I have by an extraordinary drollery of fortune sent off to you by this day's post a P100, inviting you to appear in sealskin, but this had reference to the weather, and not at all, as you may have been led to fancy, to our rustic raiment of an evening. As to that question I would deal in so far as in me lies, fairly with all men. We are not dressy people by nature, but it sometimes occurs to us to entertain angels. In the country, I believe, even angels may be decently welcomed in tweed. I have faced many great personages, for my own part, in a tasteful suit of ceecloth with an end of carpet pending from my gullet. Still, we do maybe twice a summer burst out in the direction of Blacksand, yet we do it seldom. In short, let your own heart decide, and the capacity of your portmanteau. If you came in camel's hair, you would still, although conspicuous, be welcome. The sooner the better after Tuesday, yours ever, Robert Louis Stevenson. To W. E. Henley. The following records the beginning of work upon Treasure Island, the name originally proposed for which was the Sea Cook. Bremer, August 25, 1881. My dear Henley, of course I am a rogue. Why, Lord, it's known, man, but you should remember I have had a horrid cold. Now I am better, I think, and see here nobody, not you nor Lang nor the devil, will hurry me with our crawlers. They are coming. 4 of them are as good as done, and the rest will come when ripe. But I am now on another lay for the moment, purely owing to Lloyd this one, but I believe there's more coin in it than in any amount of crawlers. Now see here, the Sea Cook or Treasure Island, a story for boys. If this don't fetch the kids, why, they have gone rotten since my day. Will you be surprised to learn that it is about buccaneers, that it begins in the Admiral Benbow public house on Devon coast, that it's all about a map, and a treasure and a mutiny and a derelict ship and a current, and a fine old Squire Trelawney the real tree, purged of literature and sin, to suit the infant mind, and a doctor and another doctor and a sea cook with one leg, and a season with the chorus yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum at the third ho you heave at the capstan bars, which is a real buccaneer's song, only known to the crew of the late Captain Flint, died of rum at Key West, much regretted. Friends will please accept this intimation. And lastly, would you be surprised to hear in this connection the name of Routledge? That's the kind of man I am, blast your eyes. 2 chapters are written and have been tried on Lloyd with great success. The trouble is to work it off without oaths. Buccaneers without oaths, bricks without straw. But youth and the fond parent have to be consulted. And now look, Herethys is next day, and 3 chapters are written and read. Chapter 1, The Old Sea Dog at the Admiral Benbow. Chapter 2, Black Dog appears and disappears. Chapter 3, The Black Spot, all now heard by Lloyd F. and my father and mother with high approval. It's quite silly and horrid fun, and what I want is the best book about the buccaneers that can be had, the latter BS above all, Blackbeard and Sitch, and get Nut or Bain to send it skimming by the fastest post. And now I know y'all write to me for the sea cook's sake. Your Admiral Guinea is curiously near my line, but of course I am fooling, and your Admiral sounds like a sublime gent, stick to him like Waxhell do. My Trelawney is, as I indicate, several thousand seamils off the lie of the original or your Admiral Guinea, and besides, I have no more about him yet but one mention of his name, and I think it likely he may turn yet farther from the model in the course of handling. A chapter a day I mean to do, they are short, and perhaps in a month the sea cook may to Routled go, yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. My Trelawney has a strong dash of landour as I see him from here. No women in the story, Lloyd's orders, and who so blithe to obey. It's awful fun boys' stories, you just indulge the pleasure of your heart, that's all, no trouble, no strain. The only stiff thing is to get it in dead that I don't see, but I look to a volcano. Oh sweet, oh generous, oh human toils. You would like my blind beggar in chapter 3. I believe, no writing, just drive along as the words come and the pen will scratch. R50S. Author of Boys' Stories. To Dr. Alexander Japp. This correspondent had paid his visit as proposed, discussed the Thoreau differences, listened delightedly to the first chapters of 328 Treasure Island, and proposed to offer the story for publication to his friend Mr. Henderson, proprietor and editor of Young Folks. Bremer, September 1881. My dear Dr. Japp, my father has gone, but I think I may take it upon me to ask you to keep the book. Of all things you could do to endear yourself to me, you have done the best, for my father and you have taken a fancy to each other. I do not know how to thank you for all your kind trouble in the matter of the sea cook, but I am not unmindful. My health is still poorly, and I have added intercostal rheumatism, a new attraction which sewed me up nearly double for 2 days, and still gives me a list to starboard. Let us be ever nautical. I do not think with the start I have there will be any difficulty in letting Mr. Henderson go ahead whenever he likes. I will write my story up to its legitimate conclusion, and then we shall be in a position to judge whether a sequel would be desirable, and I would then myself know better about its practicability from the storyteller's point of view. Yours ever very sincerely, R50 Stevenson. To W. E. Henley. This tells of the farther progress of Treasure Island, of the price paid for it, and of the modest hopes with which it was launched. The poet is Mr. Goss. The project of a highway story, Jerry Abershaw, remained a favourite one with Stevenson until it was superseded 3 or 4 years later by another, that of the Great North Road, which in its turn had to be abandoned, from lack of health and leisure, after some 6 or 8 chapters had been written. Bremer, September 1881. My dear Henley, thanks for your last. The 100 fell through or dwindled at least into somewhere about 30. However, that I've taken as a mouthful, so you may look out for the Sea Cook or Treasure Island, a tale of the buccaneers in Young Folks. The terms are 32.92 tens, a page of 4,500 words. That's not noble, is it? But I have my copyright safe. I don't get illustrate to blessing, that's the price I have to pay for my copyright. I'll make this boy's book business pay, but I have to make a beginning. When I am done with Young Folks, I'll try Routledge or someone. I feel pretty sure the Sea Cook will do to reprint, and bring something decent at that. Japp is a good soul. The poet was very gay and pleasant. He told me much. He is simply the most active young man in England, and one of the most intelligent. He shall o'er Europe, shall o'er earth extend 41 he is now extending over adjacent parts of Scotland. I propose to follow up the Sea Cook at proper intervals by Jerry Abershaw, a tale of Putney Heath which or its site I must visit, The Leading Light, a tale of the coast, the squaw men, or the Wild West, and other instructive and entertaining work. Jerry Abershaw should be good, eh? I love writing boys' books. This first is only an experiment. Wait till you see what I can make with my hand in. I'll be the Harrison Ainsworth of the future, and a chalk better by St. Christopher, or at least as good. Y'all see that even by the Sea Cook. Jerry Abershaw, oh what a title, Jerry Abershaw, DN it sir, it's a poem. The 2 most lovely words in English, and what a sentiment. Hark you how the hoofs ring. Is this a blacksmith's? No, it's a wayside inn. Jerry Abershaw. It was a clear, frosty evening, not 100 miles from Putney, etc. Jerry Abershaw. Jerry Abershaw, Jerry Abershaw. The Sea Cook is now in its 16th chapter and bids for well up in the 30s. Each 3 chapters is worth 2 tens, so we've 12 tens, already. Don't read Marryat's Pirate anyhow. It is written in sand with a saltspoon, arid, feeble, vain, tottering production. 330, but then we're not always all there. He was all somewhere else that trip. It's damnable, Henley, I don't go much on the Sea Cook, but Lord, it's a little fruitier than The Pirate by Capon, Marryat. Since this was written, the cook is in his 19th chapter, Yo-heave-ho. R50s. To W. E. Henley. Stevenson's uncle, Dr. George Balfour, had recommended him to wear a specially contrived and hideous respirator for the inhalation of pinal. Bremer, 1881. Dear Henley, with a pig's snout on, I am starting for London, where I likely shall arrive on Saturday, if still alive. Perhaps your pirate doctor might see me on Sunday, if all's right. I should then lunch with you and with she, who's dearer to you than you are to me. I shall remain but little time in London, as a wretched clime, but not so wretched, for none are as that of beastly old Bremer. My doctor sends me skipping. I have many facts to meet your eye. My pig snout's now upon my face, and I inhale with fishy grace, my gills out flapping right and left. Alpin Sylvest, I am bereft of a great deal of charm by this, not quite the bull's eye for a kiss, but like a gnome of olden time, or bogey in a pantomime. For ladies' love I once was fit, but now am rather out of it. Where'er I go, revolted curs snap round my military spurs. The children all retire in fits, and scream their bellowses to bits. Little I care, the worst's been done. Now let the cold impoverished sun drop frozen from his orbit, let fury and fire, cold, wind and wet, and cataclysmal mad reverses rage through the federate universes. Let loss and triumph, cakes and ale, whiskey and hock and claret fail. Tobacco, love and letters perish, with all that any man could cherish. You it may touch not me, I dwell too deep already deep in hell, and nothing can befall, oh damn, to make me uglier than I am. R50s. This refers to an oronasal respirator for the inhalation of pinewood oil, Oleum pinni sylvestris. To Thomas Stevenson. With all his throat and lung troubles actively renewed, Stevenson fled to Davos again in October. This time he and his wife and stepson occupied a small house by themselves, the Chalet am Stein, near the Buell Hotel. The election to the Edinburgh professorship was still pending, and the following note to his father shows that he thought for a moment of giving the electors a specimen of his qualifications, in the shape of a magazine article on the Appin murderer theme, afterwards turned to more vital account in the tales of Kidnapped and Catriona. Chalet am Stein, Davos, October 1881. My dear father, it occurred to me last night in bed that I could write The Murder of Red Carlin, a story of the forfeited estates. This I have all that is necessary for, with the following exceptions: Trials of the Sons of Roy Robb with Anecdotes, Edinburgh 1818, and the second volume of Blackwood's Magazine. You might also look in Arnott's Criminal Trials up in my room, and see what observations he has on the case trial of James Stewart in Appin for murder of Campbell of Glenure, 1752. If he has none, perhaps you could see if Burton has it in his 2 vols of trial stories. I hope he hasn't, but care not, do it over again anyway. The 2 named authorities I must see. With these I could soon pull off this article, and it shall be my first for the electors. Ever affectionate son. R50s. To Edmund Gosse. Some of the habitual readers of Young Folks had written objecting to the early installments of Treasure Island, and the editor had come forward in their defense. Davos printing office, managed by Samuel Lloyd, Osborne Co., The Chalet Neuve, 9 1881. Dear Weg, if you are taking young folks, for God's sake twig the editorial style. It is incredible. We are all left panting in the rear. Twig, oh twig it. His name is Clinton. I should say the most melodious prose writer now alive. It's like buttermilk and blacking. It sings and hums away in that last sheet like a great old kettle full of bilge water. You know, none of us could do it, boy. See number 571, last page, an article called Sir Claude the Conqueror, and read it aloud in your best rhythmic tones. Mon cher, c'est épatant. Observe in the same number how Will J. Shannon girds at your poor friend, and how the rhythmic Clinton steps chivalrously forth in his defence. First the Rev. 333 Purcell, then Will J. Shannon, thick fall the barbed arrows. I wish I could play a game of chess with you. If I survive, I shall have Clinton to dinner. It is plain I must make hay while the sun shines. I shall not long keep a footing in the world of penny writers or call them arbalists. It is a world full of surprises, a romantic world. Weg, I was known there, even one. The arbalists then sometimes peruse our works. It is only fair, since I so much batten upon theirs. Talking of which, in heaven's name, get the bondage of Brandon 3 vols, by Bracebridge Hemming. It's the devil and all for drollery. There is a superior sick of the Jesuits, straight out of Skelt. And now look here, I had 3 points. Clinton disposed of 20 Benge. Franklindo, you want him. Third, a radiant notion begot this morning over an atlas. Why not, you who know the lingo, give us a good legendary and historical book on Iceland? It would or should be as romantic as a book of Scots, as strange and stirring as a dream. Think on't. My wife screamed with joy at the idea, and the little Lloyd clapped his hands, so I offer you 3 readers on the spot. Fanny and I have both been in bed, tended by the hired sick nurse. Lloyd has a broken finger, so he did not clap his hands literally. Wog has had an abscess in his ear. Our servant is a devil. I am yours ever, with both of our best regards to Mrs. Goss. Robert Louis Stevenson. The Rejected Arbalist. To W. E. Henley. This letter speaks of contributions to the Magazine of Art in these years, edited by Mr. Henley from J. A. Symonds, and from 334 R. 50. S. himself, Bunyan, meaning the essay on the cuts in Baxter's edition of the Pilgrim's Progress. A toy press had just been set up in the chalet for the lad Lloyd. Davos Printing Office, managed by Samuel Lloyd. Osborne Co., The Chalet Neuve, 1881. Dear Henley, I have done better for you than you deserve to hope. The Venice medley is withdrawn, and I have a Monte Olivito short for you with photographs and sketches. I think you owe luck a candle, for this no skill could have accomplished without the aid of accident. How about carving and gilding? I have nearly killed myself over Bunyan, and am too tired to finish him today as I might otherwise have done, for his back is broken. For some reason, it proved one of the hardest things I ever tried to write. Perhaps, but no, I have no theory to offer, it went against the spirit. But as I say, I girt my loins up and nearly died of it. In 5 weeks, 6 at the latest, I should have a complete proof of Treasure Island. It will be from 75 to 80,000 words, and with anything like half good pictures it should sell. I suppose I may at least hope for 8 pics. I aspire after 10 or 12. You had better. 2 days later. Bunyan skips today pretty bad, always with an official letter. Yours came last night. I had already spotted your Dickens, very pleasant and true. My wife is far from well, quite confined to bed now, drain poisoning. I keep getting better slowly, appetite dicky, but some days I feel and eat well. The weather has been hot and heartless and undavassy. I shall give Symonds his note in about an hour from now. Have done so. He will write of Vesalius and of Botticelli's Dante for you. Maurice Sigurd is a grrrrreat poem, that is so. I have cried aloud at this rereading. He had fine stuff to 335 go on, but he has touched it in places with the hand of a master. Yes, Regin and Fafnir are incredibly fine. Love to all, yours ever. R50S. To P. G. Hamerton. The volume of republished essays here mentioned is Familiar Studies of Men and Books. The silly story of the election refers again to his correspondent's failure as a candidate for the Edinburgh Chair of Fine Arts. Chalet am Stein, Davos, December 1881. My dear Mr. Hamerton, my conscience has long been smiting me till it became nearly chronic. My excuses, however, are many and not pleasant. Almost immediately after I last wrote to you, I had a hemorrhage, I can't spell it, was badly treated by a doctor in the country, and have been a long while picking up still, in fact, have much to desire on that side. Next, as soon as I got here, my wife took ill. She is, I fear, seriously so, and this combination of two invalids very much depresses both. I have a volume of republished essays coming out with Chatto and Windus. I wish they would come, that my wife might have the reviews to divert her. Otherwise my news is nil. I am up here in a little chalet on the borders of a pine wood, overlooking a great part of the Davos Thal, a beautiful scene at night, with the moon upon the snowy mountains and the lights warmly shining in the village. J.A. Symonds is next door to me, just at the foot of my hill difficulty. This you will please regard as the House Beautiful, and his society is my great standby. Did you see I had joined the band of the rejected? Hardly one of us said my confreres at the bar. I was blamed by a common friend for asking you to give me a testimonial. In the circumstances he thought it was indelicate, lest, by some calamity, you should 336 ever have felt the same way. I must say in 2 words how the matter appeared to me. That silly story of the election altered in no tittle the value of your testimony, so much for that. On the other hand, it led me to take quite a particular pleasure in asking you to give it, and so much for the other. I trust, even if you cannot share it, you will understand my view. I am in treaty with Bentley for a life of Hazlitt. I hope it will not fall through, as I love the subject, and appear to have found a publisher who loves it also. That, I think, makes things more pleasant. You know I am a fervent Hazlittite. I mean regarding him as the English writer who has had the scantiest justice. Besides which I am anxious to write biography. Really, if I understand myself in quest of profit, I think it must be good to live with another man from birth to death. You have tried it and know. How has the cruising gone? Pray remember me to Mrs. Hamerton and your son, and believe me yours very sincerely. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. The memory here evoked of Brash the publican, who had been a special butt for some of the youthful pranks of R50. S. and his friends, inspired in the next few weeks the sets of verses mentioned below vol. 24 pp. 14, 15, 38 in letters which show that the fictitious Johnson and Thompson were far from being dead. Chalet am Stein, Davos, December 5, 1881. My dear Charles, we have been in miserable case here, my wife worse and worse, and now sent away with Lloyd for sick nurse, I not being allowed to go down. I do not know what is to become of us, and you may imagine how rotten I have been feeling and feel now, alone with my Wieseldog and my German maid on the top of a hill here, heavy mist and thin snow all about me, and the devil to pay in general. I don't care so 337 much for solitude as I used to. Results, I suppose, of marriage. Pray write me something cheery. A little Edinburgh gossip in heaven's name. Ah, what would I not give to steal this evening with you through the big, echoing college archway and away south under the street lamps, and away to dear Brash's now defunct. But the old time is dead also, never, never to revive. It was a sad time too, but so gay and so hopeful, and we had such sport with all our low spirits and all our distresses, that it looks like a kind of lamplit fairyland behind me. Oh, for 10 Edinburgh minute a sixpence between us, and the ever-glorious Lothian Road or dear mysterious Leith Walk. But here, a sheer hulk, lies poor Tom Bowling, here in this strange place whose very strangeness would have been heaven to him then, and aspires, yes, 100. B. With tears after the past, see what comes of being left alone. Do you remember Brash, the sheet of glass that we followed along George Street? Granton, the night at Barney Mainhead, the compass near the sign of the twinkling eye, the night I lay on the pavement in misery. I swear it by the eternal sky. Johnson or Thompson near shall die. Yet I fancy they are dead too, dead like Brash. R50 S. To Mrs. Thomas Stevenson. The next is after going down to meet his wife and stepson, when the former had left the doctor's hands at Bern. Chalet Buell, Davos Platz, December 26, 1881. My dear mother, yesterday, Sunday and Christmas, we finished this eventful journey by a drive in an open sleigh. On others were to be had 7 hours on end through whole forests of Christmas trees. The cold was beyond belief. I have often suffered less at a dentist's. 338 it was a clear, sunny day, but the sun even at noon falls at this season, only here and there into the Pratigau. I kept up as long as I could in an imitation of a street singer. Away ye gay landscapes, ye gardens of roses, etc. At last Lloyd remarked, a blue mouth speaking from a corpse-coloured face, you seem to be the only one with any courage left. And do you know, with that word my courage disappeared, and I made the rest of the stage in the same dumb wretchedness as the others. My only terror was lest Fanny should ask for brandy or laudanum or something. So awful was the idea of putting my hands out, that I half thought I would refuse. Well, none of us are a penny the worse, Lloyd's cold better, I with a twinge of the rheumatiz, and Fanny better than her ordinary. General conclusion between Lloyd and me as to the journey, a prolonged visit to the dentist's, complicated with the fear of death. Never, oh never, do you get me there again, ever affectionate son. R50 S. To Edmund Gosse. Mr. Gosse and R50 S had proposed to Mr. R.W. Gilder of the Century magazine that they should collaborate for him on a series of murder papers, beginning with the Elstree murder, and he had accepted the proposal on terms which they thought liberal. Hotel Buell, Davos Deck, 26 1881. My dear Gosse, I have just brought my wife back, through such cold in an open sleigh too, as I had never fancied to exist. I won't use the word torture, but go to your dentist's, and in 9 cases out of 10 you will not suffer more pain than we suffered. This is merely an acknowledgment of your editorial, to say that I shall give my mind at once to the murder. But I bethink me you can say so much, and convey my 339 cents of the liberality of our cousins, without exhibiting this scroll. So I may go on to tell you that I have at last found a publisher as eager to publish as I am to write a Hazlitt. Bentley is the boy, and very liberal at least as per last advices, certainly very friendly and eager, which makes work light like whistling. I wish I was with the rest off well of using the red books, but I am glad to get a whack at Hazlitt houseware. How goes your grey? I would not change with you, brother. Grey would never be suited to my temperament, while Hazlitt fits me like a glove. I hope in your studies in young folks you did not miss the delicious reticences, the artistic concealments and general fine-shade graduation, through which the fact of the Christmas N.R., being 3D, was instilled too strong inspired into the mind of the readers. It was superb. I may add as a postscript, I wish to God I or anybody knew what was the matter with my wife, yours ever. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. Chalet am Stein, Davos Platz, March 1882. My dear Colvin, herewith moral emblems, the elephant by Fannythe rest by me. I would have sent it long ago, but I must explain. I brought home with me from my bad times in America 2 strains of unsoundness of mind. The first, a perpetual fear that I can do no more work. The second, a perpetual fear that my friends have quarrelled with me. This last long silence of yours drove me into really believing it, and I dared not write to you. Well, it's ancient history now, and here are the emblems. A second series is in the press. Silverado is still unfinished, but I think I have done well on the whole, as you say. I shall be home, I hope, 340 sometime in May, perhaps before. It depends on Fanny's health, which is still far from good and often alarms me. I shall then see your Collectania. I shall not put pen to paper till I settle somewhere else. Hazlitt had better simmer a while. I have to see Ireland too, who has most kindly written to me and invited me to see his collections. Symonds grows much on me. In many ways what you would least expect, a very sound man and very wise in a wise way. It is curious how F and I always turn to him for advice. We have learned that his advice is good. Yours ever. R50 S. To Alison Cunningham. Chalet am Stein, Davos Platz, February 1882. My dear Cummy, my wife and I are very much vexed to hear you are still unwell. We are both keeping far better. She especially seems quite to have taken a turn, we shall hope. Please let us know how you get on, and what has been the matter with you. Bremer I believeth vile hole. You know what a lazy rascal I am, so you won't be surprised at a short letter, I know. Indeed, you will be much more surprised at my having had the decency to write at all. We have got rid of our young, pretty, and incompetent maid, And now we have a fine, canny, twinkling, shrewd, old-ferrant peasant body, who gives us good food and keeps us in good spirits. If we could only understand what she says. But she speaks Davos language, which is to German what Aberdeenawa is to English, so it comes heavy. God bless you, my dear Cummy, and so says Fanny forby, ever your affectionate. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. Chalet am Stein, Davos, 22nd February 82. My dear Charles, your most welcome letter has raised clouds of sulphur from my horizon. I am glad you have gone back to your music. Life is a poor thing, I am more and more convinced, without an art that always waits for us and is always new. Art and marriage are two very good standbys. In an article which will appear sometime in the Cornhill, Talk and Talkers, and where I have full-lengthened the conversation of Bob, Henley, Jenkin, Simpson, Simmons and Goss, I have at the end one single word about yourself. It may amuse you to see it. We are coming to Scotland after all, so we shall meet, which pleases me, and I do believe I am strong enough to stand it this time. My knee is still quite lame. My wife is better again, but we take it by turns. It is the dog that is ill now. Ever yours. R50S. To W. E. Henley. In the early months of this year, a hurt knee kept Stevenson more indoors than was good for him. Chalet am Stein, Davos Platz, February 1882. My dear Henley, here comes the letter as promised last night, and first two requests. Pray send the enclosed to Co. Blackmore's publisher, Tease from Fanny. Second, pray send us Routledge's shilling book, Edward Mayhew's Dogs, by return if it can be managed. Our dog is very ill again, poor fellow, looks very ill too, only sleeps at night because of morphine, and we do not know what ails him, only fear it to be canker of the ear. He makes a bad black spot in our life, poor, selfish, silly little tangle, and my wife is wretched. Otherwise she is 342 better, steadily and slowly moving up through all her relapses. My knee never gets the least better, it hurts tonight, which it has not done for long. I do not suppose my doctor knows any least thing about it. He says it is a nerve that I struck, but I assure you he does not know. I have just finished a paper, a gossip on romance, in which I have tried to do very popularly about one half of the matter you wanted me to try. In a way I have found an answer to the question, but the subject was hardly fit for so chatty a paper, and it is all loose ends. If ever I do my book on the art of literature, I shall gather them together and be clear. Tomorrow, having once finished off the touches still due on this, I shall tackle San Francisco for you. Then the tide of work will fairly bury me, lost to view and hope. You have no idea what it costs me to wring out my work now. I have certainly been a fortnight over this romance, sometimes 5 hours a day, and yet it is about my usual lengthite pages or so, and would be a DD sight the better for another curry. But I do not think I can honestly rewrite it all, so I call it done, and shall only straighten words in a revision currently. I had meant to go on for a great while and say all manner of entertaining things, but all's gone. I am now an idiot, yours ever. R50S. To W. E. Henley. The following flight of fancy refers to supposed errors of judgment on the part of an eminent firm of publishers, with whom Stevenson had at this time no connection. Very soon afterwards, he entered into relations with them which proved equally pleasant and profitable to both parties, and were continued on the most cordial terms until his death. Chalet am Stein, Davos, March 1882. My dear Henley, last night we had a dinner party, consisting of the John Addington curry, onions lovely 343 onions and beefsteak. So unusual is any excitement, that F and I feel this morning as if we had been to a coronation. However, I must, I suppose, write. I was sorry about your female contributor squabble. T's very comic but really unpleasant. But what care I? Now that I illustrate my own books, I can always offer you a situation in our house S50. Osborne and Co. as an author gets a halfpenny a copy of verses, and an artist a penny a cut. Perhaps a proofreader might get several pounds a year. Oh, that coronation, what a shouting crowd there was. I obviously got a firework in each eye. The king looked very magnificent, to be sure, and that great hall where we feasted on 700 delicate foods and drank 50 royal winescal coup dill. But was it not overdone, even for a coronation, almost a vulgar luxury? And 11 is certainly too late to begin dinner. It was really 6. instead of 5. Your list of books that Cassels have refused in these weeks is not quite complete. They also refused 6 undiscovered tragedies, 1 romantic comedy, a fragment of journal extending over 6 years, and an unfinished autobiography reaching up to the first performance of King John, by William Shakespeare. The journals and private correspondence of David, King of Israel. Poetical works of Arthur, Iron Duke of Wellington including a monody on Napoleon. 8 books of an unfinished novel Solomon Crabbe, by Henry Fielding. Stevenson's Moral Emblems. You also neglected to mention, as per contra, that they had during the same time accepted and triumphantly published Brown's Handbook to Cricket, Jonah's First French Reader, and Robinson's Picturesque Cheshire, uniform with the same author's stately homes of Salop. Oh, if that list could come true, how we would tear at 344 Solomon Crabbe. Oh, what a bully business. Which would you read first, Shakespeare's autobiography or his journals? What sport the monody on Napoleon would be, what wooden verse, what stucco ornament? I should read both the autobiography and the journals before I looked at one of the plays, beyond the names of them, which shows that Saintsbury was right, and I do care more for life than for poetry. No, I take it back. Do you know one of the tragedies, a Bible tragedy too? David was written in his 3rd period, much about the same time as Lear. The comedy, April Rain, is also a late work. Beckett is a fine ranting piece, like Richard too, but very fine for the stage. Irving is to play it this autumn when I am in town. The part rather suits him, but who is to play Henry? A tremendous creation, sir. Betterton in his private journal seems to have seen this piece, and he says distinctly that Henry is the best part in any play, though he adds, how it be with the ancient plays I know not, but in this I have ever feared to do ill, and indeed will not be persuaded to that undertaking. So says Betterton. Rufus is not so good. I am not pleased with Rufus, plainly a rifiximento of some inferior work, but there are some damned fine lines. As for the purely satiric ill-minded Abelard and Hellas, another Troilus qua, it is not pleasant truly, but what strength, what verve, what knowledge of life and the canon. What a finished, humorous, rich picture is the canon. Ah, there was nobody like Shakespeare. But what I like is the David and Absalom business. Absalom is so well felt you love him as David did. David's speech is one roll of royal music from the 1st act to the 5th. I am enjoying Solomon Crabbe extremely. Solomon's capital adventure with the 2 highwaymen and Squire Trecothick and Parson Vance. It is as good, I think, as anything in Joseph Andrews. I have just come to the part where the highwayman with the black patch over 345 his eye has tricked poor Solomon into his place, and the squire and the parson are hearing the evidence. Parson Vance is splendid. How good, too, is old Mrs. Crabbe and the coastguardsman in the 3rd chapter, or her delightful quarrel with the sexton of Seaham. Lord Caniber is surely a little overdone, but I don't know either, he's such damned fine sport. Do you like Sally Barnes? I am in love with her. Constable Mudden is as good as Dogberry and Verges put together, when he takes Solomon to the cage, and the highwayman gives him Solomon's own guinea for his pains, and kisses Mrs. Mudden, and just then up drives Lord Caniber, and instead of helping Solomon, calls him all the rascals in Christendom. Oh, Henry Fielding, Henry Fielding. Yet perhaps the scenes at Seaham are the best, but I am bewildered among all these excellences. Stay, cried a voice that made the welkin crack. This here's a dream, return and study black. Ever yours, R50S. To Alexander, Ireland. The following is in reply to a letter Stevenson had received on some questions connected with his proposed life of Hazlitt from the veteran critic and bibliographer since deceased, Mr. Alexander Ireland. At the foot is to be found the first reference to his new amusement of wood engraving for the Davos Press. Chalet am Stein, Davos, March 1882. My dear sir, this formidable paper need not alarm you. It argues nothing beyond penury of other sorts, and is not at all likely to lead me into a long letter. If I were at all grateful it would, for yours has just passed for me a considerable part of a stormy evening. And speaking of gratitude, let me at once and with becoming eagerness accept your kind invitation to Bowden. I shall hope, if we can agree as to dates when I am nearer hand, to come to you sometime in the month of May. I was 346 pleased to hear you were a Scot. I feel more at home with my compatriots always. Perhaps the more we are away, the stronger we feel that bond. You ask about Davos. I have discoursed about it already, rather sillily I think, in the Pall Mall, and I mean to say no more, but the ways of the Muse are dubious and obscure, and who knows? I may be wild again. As a place of residence, beyond a splendid climate, it has to my eyes but one advantage: neighbourhood of J. A. Symonds. I dare say you know his work, but the man is far more interesting. It has done me in my 2 winters' alpine exile much good, so much that I hope to leave it now forever, but would not be understood to boast. In my present unpardonably crazy state, any cold might send me skipping, either back to Davos or further off. Let us hope not. It is dear, a little dreary, very far from many things that both my taste and my needs prompt me to seek, and altogether not the place that I should choose of my free will. I am chilled by your description of the man in question, though I had almost argued so much from his cold and undigested volume. If the republication does not interfere with my publisher, it will not interfere with me. But there, of course, comes the hitch. I do not know Mr. Bentley, and I fear all publishers like the devil from legend and experience both. However, when I come to town, we shall, I hope, meet and understand each other as well as author and publisher ever do. I liked his letters. They seemed hearty, kind, and personal. Still, I am notedly suspicious of the trade. Your news of this republication alarms me. The best of the present French novelists seems to me, incomparably, Daudet. Les Roy's En Exil comes very near being a masterpiece. For Zola I have no toleration, though the curious, eminently bourgeois and eminently French creature has power of a kind. But I would he were deleted. I would not give a chapter of old Dumas meaning 347 himself, not his collaborators, for the whole boiling of the Zolas. Romance with the smallpoxus, the great one, diseased anyway and black-hearted and fundamentally at enmity with joy. I trust that Mrs. Ireland does not object to smoking, and if you are a teetotaler, I beg you to mention it before I come. I have all the vices. Some of the virtues also, let us hope that, at least, of being a Scotchman, and yours very sincerely, Robert Louis Stevenson. P.S. My father was in the old high school the last year, and walked in the procession to the new. I blush to own I am an academy boy. It seems modern and smacks not of the soil. PPSI enclose a good joke at least. I think so. Me first efforts at wood engraving printed by my stepson, a boy of 13. I will put in also one of my later attempts. I have been 9 days at the art. Observe my progress. R50S. To Mrs. Garth. Mrs. Garth had sent R50S a miniature Bible illustrated with rude cuts picked up at an outdoor stall. Lloyd's new work is Black Canyon. Chalet am Stein, Davos, March 16, 1882. Dear Mrs. Garth, thank you heartily for the Bible, which is exquisite. I thoroughly appreciate the whole, but have you done justice to the third lion in Daniel, like the third murderer in Macbeth? A singular animal. Study him well. The soldier in the fiery furnace beats me. I enclose a programme of Lloyd's new work. The work I shall send tomorrow, for the publisher is out and I dare not touch his plant. Ill men quirate. The 348 work in question I think a huge lark, but still droller is the author's attitude. Not one incident holds with another from beginning to end, and whenever I discover a new inconsistency, Sam is the first to laugh with a kind of humorous pride at the thing being so silly. I saw the note and I was so sorry my article had not come in time for the old lady. We should all hurry up and praise the living. I must praise Tupper. Apropos, did you ever read him, or know anyone who had? That is very droll. But the truth is we all live in a clique, buy each other's books and like each other's books, and the great, gaunt, grey, gaping public snaps its big fingers and reads Talmage and Tupper and Black Canyon. My wife is better, I for the moment am but so-so myself, but the printer is in very, how shall we say, large type at this present, and the sound of the press never ceases. Remember me to Weg, yours very truly, Robert Louis Stevenson. Notice as today is published by S50, Osborne Co. Illustrated. Black Canyons. Thwart. Wild Adventures in the Far West. And instructive and amusing tale written by Samuel Lloyd Osborne. Price 6D. Opinions of the press. Although Black Canyon is rather shorter than ordinary for that kind of story, it is an excellent work. We cordially recommend it to our readers. Weekly Messenger. S50, Osborne's new work Black Canyon is splendidly illustrated. In the story, the characters are bold and 349 striking. It reflects the highest honor on its writer, Morning Call. A very remarkable work. Every page produces an effect. The end is as singular as the beginning. I never saw such a work before. R50, Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. I had written to him of the proposal that I should do the volume on Keats for Macmillan's English Men of Letters series. From his essay, Talk and Talkers, I was eventually left out. Chalet am Stein, Davos Platz, Spring 1882. Dear Colvin, about Keats. Well, yes, I wonder. I see all your difficulties, and yet I have the strongest kind of feeling that critical biography is your real vein. The Landor was one nail. Another, I think, would be good for you and the public. Indeed, I would do the Keats. He is worth doing. It is a brave and a sad little story, and the critical part lies deep in the very vitals of art. All summed, I would do him. Remember, it is but a small order alongside of Landor, and 100 and kudos and a good word for the poor, great lad who will otherwise fall among the mollusks. Up, heart, give me a John Keats. Houghton, though he has done it with grace, has scarce done it with grip. I have put you into Talk and Talkers, sure enough. God knows, I hope I shall offend nobody. I do begin to quake mightily over that paper. I have a gossip on romance about done. It puts some real criticism in a light way, I think. It is destined for Longman, who Dead Secret is bringing out a new mag. 6D. In the autumn. Dead Secret, all his letters are 3 deep with masks and passwords, and I swear on a skull daily. F has reread Treasure 499, against which she protested, and now she thinks the end about as good as the beginning. Only some 6 chapters situate about the midst of the tale to 350 be rewritten. This sounds hopefuller. My new long story, The Adventures of John Delafield, is largely planned. R50S. To Edmund Gosse. Stevenson and Mr. Gosse were still meditating a book in which some of the famous historical murder cases should be retold. See above. Gray and Keats are volumes in the English Men of Letters series. Chalet am Stein, Davos, March 23, 1882. My dear Weg, and I had just written the best note to Mrs. Gosse that was in my power, most blamable. I now send for Mrs. Gosse. Black Canyons. Also an advertisement of my new appearance as poet-bard, Rather and Hearty's on Wood. The cut represents the hero and the eagle, and is emblematic of Cortés first viewing the Pacific Ocean, which according to the bard Keats it took place in Darien. The cut is much admired for the sentiment of discovery, the manly proportions of the voyager, and the fine impression of tropical scenes and the untrodden waste, so aptly rendered by the Heartys. I would send you the book, but I declare I am ruined. I got a penny a cut and a halfpenny a set of verses from the flint-hearted publisher, and only one specimen copy, as I am a sinner, was apostolic alongside of Osborne. I hope you will be able to decipher this, written at steam speed with a breaking pen, the hot-fast postman at my heels. No excuse, says you. None, sir, says I, and touches my at most civil extraordinary evolution of pen. Now quite do medto resume, I have not put pen to the bloody murder yet. But it is early on my list, and when once I get to it, 3 weeks should see the last bloodstain, maybe a fortnight, for I am beginning to combine an extraordinary laborious slowness while at 351 work, with the most surprisingly quick results in the way of finished manuscripts. How goes Gray? Colvin is to do Keats. My wife is still not well, yours ever. R50S. To Dr. Alexander Japp. The enclosed means a packet of the Davos press cuts. Chalet am Stein, Davos, March 1882. My dear Dr. Japp, you must think me a forgetful rogue, as indeed I am, for I have but now told my publisher to send you a copy of the Familiar Studies. However, I own I have delayed this letter till I could send you the enclosed. Remembering the nights at Bremer when we visited the picture gallery, I hoped they might amuse you. You see, we do some publishing hereaway. I shall hope to see you in town in May. Always yours faithfully. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Dr. Alexander Japp. The references in the first paragraph are to the volume Familiar Studies of Men and Books. Chalet am Stein, Davos, April 1, 1882. My dear Dr. Japp, a good day to date this letter, which is in fact a confession of incapacity. During my wife's illness I somewhat lost my head and entirely lost a great quire of corrected proofs. This is one of the results. I hope there are none more serious. I was never so sick of any volume as I was of that. I was continually receiving fresh proofs with fresh infinitesimal difficulties. I was ill. I did really fear my wife was worse than 99. Well, it's out now, and though I have observed several carelessnesses myself, and now here's another of your finding off, which indeed, I ought to be ashamed it, will only justify the sweeping humility of the preface. Simmons was actually dining with us when your letter 352 came, and I communicated your remarks. He is a far better and more interesting thing than any of his books. The Elephant was my wife's, so she is proportionately elate. You should have picked it out for praise from a collection, let me add, so replete with the highest qualities of art. My wicked carcase, as John Knox calls it, holds together wonderfully. In addition to many other things and a volume of travel, I find I have written since December 90 Cornhill pages of magazine work, essays and stories, 40,000 words, and I am none the worse I am the better. I begin to hope I may, if not outlive this Wolverine upon my shoulders, at least carry him bravely like Symonds and Alexander Pope. I begin to take a pride in that hope. I shall be much interested to see your criticisms. You might perhaps send them to me. I believe you know that is not dangerous. One folly I have not, I am not touchy under criticism. Lloyd and my wife both beg to be remembered, and Lloyd sends as a present a work of his own. I hope you feel flattered, for this is simply the first time he has ever given one away. I have to buy my own works, I can tell you. Yours very sincerely, Robert Louis Stevenson. To W. E. Henley. From about this time until 1885, Mr. Henley acted in an informal way as agent for R50 S in most of his dealings with publishers in London. Both in the second paragraph means, I think, Treasure Island and Silverado Squatters. Chalet am Stein, Davos, April 1882. My dear Henley, I hope for a long letter soon. I hope to be superseded by long talks, and it comes not. I remember I have never formally thanked 353 you for that 100 quid, nor in general for the introduction to Chatto and Windus, and continue to bury you in copy as if you were my private secretary. Well, I am not unconscious of it all, but I think least said is often best, generally best. Gratitude is a tedious sentiment, it's not ductile, not dramatic. If Chatto should take both, QE Dedicare, I am running out of dedicies. If I do, the whole fun of writing is stranded. Treasure Island, if it comes out, and I mean it shall, of course goes to Lloyd. Let me see, I have now dedicated to W. E. H. William Ernest Henley, S. 100, Sidney Colvin, T. S. Thomas Stevenson, Simp Sir Walter Simpson. There remain 100. B. The Williamses, you know they were the parties who stuck up for us about our marriage, and Mrs. W. was my guardian angel, and our best man and bridesmaid rolled in one, and the only third of the wedding party me sister-in-law, who is booked for Prince Otto Jenkin, I suppose some time George Meredith, the only man of genius of my acquaintance, and then I believe I'll have to take to the dead, the immortal memory business. Talking of Meredith, I have just reread for the third and fourth time The Egoist. When I shall have read it the 6th or 7th, I begin to see I shall know about it. You will be astonished when you come to reread it. I had no idea of the matter human, red matter, he has contrived to plug and pack into that strange and admirable book. Willoughby is, of course, a pure discovery, a complete set of nerves, not heretofore examined, and yet running all over the human body, a suit of nerves. Clara is the best girl ever I saw anywhere. Vernon is almost as good. The manner and the faults of the book 354 greatly justify themselves on further study. Only Dr. Middleton does not hang together, and Ladies Bush and Culmer sont des monstruosités. Vernon's conduct makes a wonderful odd contrast with Daniel Deronda's. I see more and more that Meredith is built for immortality. Talking of which, Hayward, as a small immortal and immortalit, claims some attention. The Woman Killed with Kindness is one of the most striking novel-snot plays, though it's more of a play than anything else of his I ever read. He had such a sweet, sound soul, the old boy. The death of the two pirates in Fortune by Sea and Land is a document. He had obviously been present, and heard Purser and Clinton take death by the beard with similar braggadocios. Purser and Clinton, names of pirates, Scarlet and Bobbington, names of highwaymen. He had the touch of names, I think. No man I ever knew had such a sense, such a tact for English nomenclature. Rainsforth, Lacey, Audley, Forrest, Acton, Spencer, Frank Ford, so his names run. Byron not only wrote Don Juan, he called Joan of Arc a fanatical strumpet. These are his words. I think the double shame, first to a great poet, second to an English noble, pass his words. Here is a strange gossip. I am yours loquaciously. R50S. My lungs are said to be in a splendid state. A cruel examination, an examination I may call it, had this brave result. Teout, hillo, hey, stand by, avast, hurrah. To Mrs. T. Stevenson. Chalet am Stein, Davos, April 9, 1882. My dear mother, herewith please find belated birthday present. Fanny has another. Cockshot Jenkin. Jack Bob. Burley Henley. Athelred Simpson. Opalstein Simmons. Purcell Goss. But, pray, regard these as secrets. My dear mother, how can I keep up with your breathless changes? Innerleithen, Cramond, Bridge of Allen, Dunblane, Selkirk. I lean to Cramond, but I shall be pleased anywhere, any respite from Davos. Never mind, it has been a good, though a dear lesson. Now, with my improved health, if I can pass the summer, I believe I shall be able no more to exceed, no more to draw on you. It is time I sufficed for myself indeed, and I believe I can. I am still far from satisfied about Fanny. She is certainly better, but it is by fits a good deal, and the symptoms continue, which should not be. I had her persuaded to leave without me this very day, Saturday 8th, but the disclosure of my mismanagement broke up that plan. She would not leave me lest I should mismanage more. I think this an unfair revenge, but I have been so bothered that I cannot struggle. All Davos has been drinking our wine. During the month of March, 3 litres a day were drunko. It is too sickening, and that is only a specimen. It is enough to make anyone a misanthrope, but the right thing is to hate the donkey that was duped, which I devoutly do. I have this winter finished Treasure Island, written the preface to the studies, a small book about the inland voyage size, the Silverado squatters, and over and above that upwards of 90 Cornhill pages of magazine work. No man can say I have been idle. Your affectionate son, R50 Stevenson. To RA 1000 Stevenson. Chalet am Stein, Davos Platz, April 1882. My dear Bob, yours received. I have received a communication by same mail from my mother, clamouring for news, which I must answer as soon as I've done this. Of course I shall paint your game in lively colours. I hope to get away from here. Let me not speak of it ungratefully from here by Thursday at latest. I am indeed much better, but a slip of the foot may still cast me back. I must walk circumspectly yet a while. But oh, to be able to go out and get wet, and not spit blood next day. Yes, I remember the enchantment of the Arabian Nights. The first idea of all was the hansom cabs, which I communicated to you in St. Leonard's Terrace drawing room. That same afternoon the Prince de Gaulle and the Suicide Club were invented, and several more now forgotten. I must try to start him again. Lloyd, I believe, is to be a printer. In the meantime he confines himself to being an expense. He is a first-rate lad for all that. He is now interrupting me about twice to the line, which does not conduce to clarity, I am afraid. Fanny is still far from well, quite far from well. My faith is in the pirate. I enclose all my artistic works. They are woodcuts. I cut them with a knife out of blocks of wood. I am a wood engraver. I am a woo-wood engraver. Lloyd, then Prince M. Are they not fun? I dote on them. In my next venture I am going to have colour printing. It will be very laborious, 6 blocks to cut for each picture, but the result would be pyramidal. If I get through the summer, I settle in autumn in Le Pays de France. I believe in the Brittany and become a snoozer. You will come and snooze a while, won't you, and try and get Louisa to join. Pepys was a decent fellow, singularly like Charles 357 Baxter, by the way, in every character of mind and taste, and not unlike him in face. I did not mean I had been too just to him, but not just enough to bigger swells. I would rather have known Pepys than the whole jingbang. I dote on him as a card to know. We shall be pretty poor at the start, of course, but I guess we can haul through. Only intending visitors to the Britannic castle must not look for nightingales' tongues. When next you see the form of the June et beau, pray give him my love. When I come to Weybridge, ill hope to see him. Ever yours affectionately. R50, Stevenson 1 Roy de Baody. Pour copie conforme. Le Secrétaire Réal W.P. Bannatyne. To Trevor Haddon. The few remaining letters of this period are dated from Edinburgh and from Stobo Manse, near Peebles. This, in the matter of weather and health, was the most disappointing of all Stevenson's attempts at summer residence in Scotland. Before going to Stobo, he made a short excursion with his father to Lochian Head, and later spent some 3 weeks with me at Kingassy, but from neither place wrote any letters worth preserving. The following was addressed to a young art student who had read the works of Walt Whitman after reading Stevenson's essay on him, and being staggered by some things he found there, had written asking for further comment and counsel. 17 Harriet Row, Edinburgh, June 1882. Dear Sir, if I have in any way disquieted you, I believe you are justified in bidding me stand and deliver a remedy if there be one, which is the point. Since I am of your way of thinking, that a good deal of Whitman is as well taken once, but second, I quite believe that it is better to have everything brought before one in books. In that way the problems reach us when we are cool, and not warped by the sophistries of an instant passion. Life itself presents its problems with a terrible directness, and at the very hour when we are least able to 358 judge calmly. Hence this pisgah of all things, off the top of a book, is only a rational preparation for the ugly grips that must follow. But third, no man can settle another's life for him. It is the test of the nature and courage of each that he shall decide it for himself. Each in turn must meet and beard the Sphinx. Some things, however, I must say, and you will treat them as things read in a book for you to accept or refuse as you shall see most fit. Go not out of your way to make difficulties. Hang back from life while you are young. Shoulder no responsibilities. You do not yet know how far you can trust yourself. It will not be very far, or you are more fortunate than I am. If you can keep your sexual desires in order, be glad, be very glad. Some day, when you meet your fate, you will be free and the better man. Don't make a boy and girl friendship that which it is not. Look at Burns. That is where amorettes conduct an average good man, and a tepid marriage is only a more selfish amorette in the long run. Whatever you do, see that you don't sacrifice a woman. That's where all imperfect loves conduct us. At the same time, if you can make it convenient to be chaste, for God's sake, avoid the primness of your virtue. Hardness to a poor harlot is a sin lower than the ugliest unchastity. Never be in a hurry anyhow. There is my sermon. Certainly you cannot too earnestly go in for the Greek, and about any art think last of what pays, first of what pleases. It is in that spirit only that an art can be made. Progress in art is made by learning to enjoy it. That which seems a little dull at first is found to contain the elements of pleasure more largely though more quietly commingled. I return to my sermon for one more word. Natural desire gives you no right to any particular woman. That comes with love only, and don't be too ready to believe 359 in love. There are many shams. The true love will not allow you to reason about it. It is your fault if I appear so pulpiteering. Wishing you well in life and art, and that you may long be young, believe me, yours truly, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Edmund Gosse. Edinburgh, Sunday, June 1882. Note turned up but no grey opuscule, which however will probably turn up tomorrow in time to go out with me to Stobo Manse, Peeblesshire, where, if you can make it out, you will be a good soul to pay a visit. I shall write again about the opuscule, and about Stobo, which I have not seen since I was 13, though my memory speaks delightfully of it. I have been very tired and seedy, or I should have written before inter alia, to tell you that I had visited my murder place and found living traditions not yet in any printed book, most startling. I also got photographs taken, but the negatives have not yet turned up. I lie on the sofa to write this, whence the pencil, having slept yesterday 14712 hours and being 9a 1000, very anxious to sleep again. The arms of porpoise, qua, a poppy gules, etc. From Stobo you can conquer Peebles and Selkirk, or to give them their old decent names, Tweedale and Ettrick. Think of having been called Tweedle and being called Peebles. Did I ever tell you my skit on my own travel books? We understand that Mr. Stevenson has in the press another volume of unconventional travels, personal adventures in Peeblesshire. G. la trouve mécante, yours affectionately. R50S. Did I say I had seen a verse on 2 of the Buccaneers? I did, and cayest. To Trevor Haddon. 17 Harriet Row, Edinburgh, June 1882. My dear sir, I see nothing cheeky in anything you have done. Your letters have naturally given me much pleasure, for it seems to me you are a pretty good young fellow, as young fellows go. And if I add that you remind me of myself, you need not accuse me of retrospective vanity. You now know an address which will always find me. You might let me have your address in London. I do not promise anything, for I am always overworked in London, but I shall, if I can arrange it, try to see you. I am afraid I am not so rigid on chastity. You are probably right in your view, but this seems to me a dilemma with 2 horns, the real curse of a man's life in our state of society, and a woman's too, although, for many reasons, it appears somewhat differently with the enslaved sex. By your fate I believe I meant your marriage, or that love at least which may befall any one of us at the shortest notice, and overthrow the most settled habits and opinions. I call that your fate, because then, if not before, you can no longer hang back, but must stride out into life and act. Believe me, yours sincerely, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Edmund Gosse. Mr. Gosse had mistaken the name of the Peeblesshire manse, and is reproached accordingly. Gray is Mr. Gosse's volume on that poet in Mr. Morley's series of English men of letters. Stobo Manse, Peeblesshire, July 1882. I would shoot you, but I have no bow. The place is not called Stubbs but Stobo. As Gallic kids complain of Bobo, I mourn for your mistake of Stobo. First we shall be gone in September, but if you think of coming in August, my mother will hunt for you with pleasure. We should all be overjoyed, though Stobo it could not be, as it is but a kirk and manse, but possibly somewhere within reach. Let us know. Second, I have read your Grey with care. A more difficult subject I can scarce fancy. It is crushing, yet I think you have managed to shadow forth a man, and a good man too, and honestly I doubt if I could have done the same. This may seem egoistic, but you are not such a fool as to think so. It is the natural expression of real praise. The book as a whole is readable. Your subject peeps every here and there out of the crannies like a shy violet could do no more, and his aroma hangs there. I write to catch a minion of the post, hence brevity. Answer about the house, yours affectionately, R50S. To W. E. Henley. In the heat of conversation, Stevenson was accustomed to invent any number of fictitious personages, generally Scottish, and to give them names, and to set them playing their imaginary parts in life, reputable or otherwise. Many of these inventions, including Mr. Pirbright Smith and Mr. Pegforth Bannatyne, were a kind of incarnations of himself, or of special aspects of himself. They assumed for him and his friends a kind of substantial existence, and constantly in talk, and occasionally in writing, he would keep up the play of reporting their sayings and doings quite gravely, as in the following. Stobo Manse, July 1882. Dear Henley, I am not worth an old dam. I am also crushed by bad news of Simmons, his good lung going. I cannot help reading it as a personal hint. God help us all. Really, I am not very fit for work, but I try, and nothing comes of it. I believe we shall have to leave this place. It is low, damp and motchy, the rain it raineth every day, and the glass goes tolder-older-riddle. Yet it's a bonny bit. I wish I could live in it, but doubt. I wish I was well away somewhere else. I feel like flight some days, honour bright. Pirbright Smith is well. Old Mr. Pegforth Bannatyne is here staying at a country inn. His whole baggage is a pair of socks and a book in a fishing basket, and he borrows even a rod from the landlord. He walked here over the hills from Sanquhar, singin', he says, like a mavis. I naturally asked him about Hazlitt. He wouldn't take his drink, he said, a queer fellow, but did not seem further communicative. He says he has become religious, but still swears like a trooper. I asked him if he had no headquarters. No likely, said he. He says he is writing his memoirs, which will be interesting. He once met Barrow, they boxed, and Geordie says the old man chuckling gave me the damnedest hiding. Of Wordsworth he remarked he wasn't sound in the faith, sir, and a milk-blooded, blue-spectacled bitch forby. But his poems are grand, there's no denying that. I asked him what his book was. I haven't mind, said Hetha, it was his only book. On turning it out I found it was one of my own, and on showing it to him he remembered it at once. Oh aye, he said, I mind now. It's pretty bad. Ye'll have to do better than that. Childy and chuckled. He is a strange old figure, to be sure. He cannot endure Pirbright Smith, a mere aesthetic, he said. Pooh, fission and religion, these are my aesthetics, he wound up. I thought this would interest you, so scribbled it down. I still hope to get more out of him about Hazlitt, though he utterly pooh-poohed the idea of writing H.S. Life. My life now, he said, there's been queer things in it. He is 17, but may well last to 100, yours ever. R50S. In San Francisco. 29. The whole front of the house was lighted, and there were pipes and fiddles, and as much dancing and derray within as used to be in Sir Robert's house at Pace and Yule, and such high seasons. See Wandering Willie's tale in Redgauntlet, borrowed perhaps from Christ's Kirk of the Green. The Davoser Landwasser. In architecture, a series of piles to defend the pier of a bridge. The translator of Sophocles in Bones Classics. Anne Killigrew. Gentleman's Library. I.e. breathed in, inhaled, a rare but legitimate use of the word. Parliament House. He knew the rocks where angels haunt. Upon the mountains visitant. Wordsworth's song at the feast of Brougham Castle. Mr. Hamerton had been an unsuccessful candidate for the professorship of fine art at Edinburgh University. The Chalet am Stein or Chalet Buell at Davos. In the summer of 1870, see above pp. 2430 and the essay Memories of an Islet in Memories and Portraits. From Landor's Jebier, the line refers to Napoleon Bonaparte. The editor's defense was in the following terms: that which you condemn is really the best story now appearing in the paper, and the impress of an able writer is stamped on every paragraph of the Treasure Island. You will probably share this opinion when you have read a little more of it. I struggle as hard as I know how against both, but a judicious postcard would sometimes save me the expense of the second. End of Vol. 23.